Chapter 11:28. Empress Ji used her innate skill and condensed a golden eye of heaven. Heavenly might was boundless, and a beam of light shot towards Bai. Everyone who saw this scene shuddered. They felt that Bai was more likely to die. Only Tsongjie and Jiangchen had completely different attitudes, thinking that Matriarch Ji was in trouble. Indeed, Bai didn't panic. On the contrary, Bai revealed a look of anticipation. It was as if it had been waiting for this moment after fighting for so long. Bai suddenly opened its mouth. A red ball of light was slowly spat out from its mouth. Bai's treasure, red sun? Gu Han was slightly stunned. In the past, when Bai was freed from the seal, a red sun was hanging in the sky and illuminated the world like a sun. It emitted a brilliant brilliance. Rumor has it that this was Bai's natal treasure, a red sun comparable to the 16 grand treasures of ancient era. In the past, the Tongtian sect master, Dong Wangtai, and Shiyu the Great had all tried to seize the red sun, but Bai had retreated in an instant and swallowed the red sun. Now, the red sun was spat out once again, facing the eye of heaven's attack. Humph, even the 16 great treasures of time can't block my god-destroying light. Jiang Lianshan didn't know what's good for him and gave me his innate skill. Ha 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 ha, innate skill is the strongest skill in the world. Break for me. Empress Ji glared and roared in anger. Boom! The god-destroying light slammed into the red sun. The scene of the red sun shattering didn't happen. On the contrary, the god-destroying light was still nourishing the red sun. When the red sun was touched by the god-destroying light, it emitted a dazzling light. The light was vast, and it shot in all directions. The entire Dongfang was covered by the red light. Countless leaders looked at the sky in confusion. What's going on? Empress Ji's expression changed. She saw that the red sun and the eye of heaven were connected in a line. Then, the red sun continuously absorbed the god-destroying light from the eye of heaven. Rumble! The rolling light of God vanquishing was absorbed by the red sun. The eye of heaven trembled as it was pulled down by the red sun. The rope that was pulling was the light of God vanquishing. Little by little, the eye of heaven was pulled towards the red sun. What? The innate skill is no longer under my control? Impossible, impossible! Matriarch Ji was enraged. She continued to manipulate the eye of heaven. However, the pulling force of the red sun was too terrifying. In just a short while, the eye of heaven was pulled close. At this moment, Matriarch Ji suddenly realized that the pupil of her heaven's eye was as big as the red sun. This red sun seemed to be a part of the eye of the heavens. The original heaven's eye was incomplete. If it was filled with the red sun, it would be perfect. They were originally a single entity. Boom! With a loud bang, the red sun fell into the eye of heaven's pupils, instantly filling up the gap. It was perfect and flawless. When the red sun fell into the eye of heaven, it emitted red rays of light that filled the eye of heaven's surroundings. It seemed to form countless invisible meridians, becoming more and more one entity. Shock appeared on Matriarch Ji's face. Because Matriarch Ji could sense that her innate ability was being extracted from her. The connection between her and the heavenly eye was slowly being erased. The eye of heaven slowly flew towards Hui, but it seemed to have established a connection with Hui, slowly becoming a part of it. You want to steal my eye of heaven? Matriarch Ji was shocked. At the entrance of the divine palace. What a great trick! Jiang Lianshan split the original innate skill and gave the part that required a lot of effort to cultivate to Matriarch Ji to cultivate. Then, he let Hui cultivate some of the more important parts of the innate skill. The two of them cultivated separately, but when Hui needed it, he could take all the parts that Matriarch Ji cultivated to him. Matriarch Ji must have spent a lot of effort to cultivate half of the innate skill, but in the end, it was a wedding dress for Hui. Jiang Lianshan, what a good plan! Jiang Qin sighed. In the limitless sky capital. Song Jie said bitterly. As expected, when His Holiness cultivated this half of the innate skill, he always felt that something was missing. He was not as good as Immortal Six Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan. So it turned out that there was a huge flaw, and this huge flaw was deliberately left behind by Jiang Lianshan in the past, so that he could take it back today? No wonder the Eye of Heaven couldn't be maintained for a long time. So it was only half of the innate skill. Ha ha ha, Matriarch Ji also has a day like this. Gu Han laughed loudly. In the distant starry sky, Matriarch Ji seemed to have understood. All of this was Jiang Lianshan's scheme. He already knew the result and had started to scheme against her. From the moves to the innate skill now. No, no, the Eye of Heaven is mine. It's mine, return it to me. Matriarch Ji roared with a ferocious expression. A palm struck towards Hui. Humph. Hui snorted coldly and met the attack with a punch. Boom. A loud sound rang out as the fist and palm collided. However, countless golden lights seemed to be drawn out from Matriarch Ji's body and entered the vast Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven was completely cut off from Matriarch Ji. Suddenly, countless golden red lights rushed into Hui's body, forming an unbreakable connection with Hui. Absorb. Hui opened its mouth and inhaled. Rumble. The Eye of Heaven suddenly closed, and the rolling golden clouds followed the golden red lights and rushed into Hui's mouth, disappearing in a flash. Following that, the surface of Hui's body emitted boundless golden light. The golden light rushed towards the sun in the sky. The only sun in the sky suddenly poured down, and a sea of flames rushed towards Hui and entered its body. At the entrance of the divine palace, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Baptism of the Sun Heart Flame? This Jiang Lianshan really didn't miss anything out. Baptism? Qi's innate gift is of the fire attribute. Therefore, Jiang Lianshan let her cultivate the fire zombie. Only the ancestor of the fire zombies can withstand the baptism of the sun's core flame. Even the slightest difference won't do. The two complemented each other. Baptism? True Lord, you just said that Hui is only one step away from Dijiang's baptism. Is this the baptism? Long Outian asked in shock. That's right, this is the baptism. After the baptism, Hui's strength should be about the same as Dijiang's. Dijiang's strength soared after the baptism. That was why he dared to challenge me. Jiang Chen said solemnly. I heard that True Lord spent a lot of effort to destroy Dijiang. Wouldn't that mean that after the baptism, Hui's strength will be close to True Lord's? Long Outian said in shock. Jiang Chen looked at Hui in the distance and narrowed his eyes. He wasn't angry, but a trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. After the baptism of the Sun Heart Flame, Hui's body was like a blazing sun. The surging heat waves burned the void into countless pieces. Mine innate skill. You, give me back mine innate skill. Ji Empress roared with grief and indignation. After the baptism of the Sun Heart Flame, Hui's consciousness was extremely clear. He revealed a cold smile. If you want it, come and get it. Boundless celestial capital. His Holiness will forever lose the innate skill. Songjie said bitterly. Innate skill? Mr. Songjie, Ji Empress's cultivation technique can be taken away? Doesn't he have half a secret manual? Can't he start from the beginning? Gu Han asked doubtfully. No, the innate gift cultivation method is different. Only when the previous generation of people who cultivated the innate gift cultivation method die can a new person cultivate it. A cultivation method can only be cultivated by one person because they cultivate spiritual light. The 5 innate skill manuals in the world have divided up all the spiritual light. Furthermore, they are arranged according to the order of the cultivation technique. If one person cultivates it according to the order, the others won't be able to cultivate it. Songjie said bitterly. In other words, unless Hui dies, the half of the innate skill manual in Ji Empress's hands is already a piece of scrap paper. It can't be cultivated at all? Gu Han said in astonishment. Songjie nodded bitterly. Ji Empress naturally understood this point. At this moment, When she saw Hui receiving the baptism of the Sun Heart Flame, she revealed a look of despair. The intensity of the Sun Heart Flame was something that even she couldn't bear. Yet, she was actually enjoying the flames? The eye of heaven was taken away, and the innate skill was crippled. Everything was Jiang Lianshan's scheme. He had already schemed against her. If she didn't betray him, she would still be able to enjoy this cultivation technique. However, once she betrayed him, would Jiang Lianshan's people take back the reward from back then? Seeing that she couldn't kill Hui, Ji Empress became more and more anxious. Good. Jiang Lianshan, you're good at scheming. However, I still have the divine Tao deprivation of the 5 main bloodlines of the witch tribe. I took away Qi Yu's devour the heavens and earth. Today, I will take back the complete eye of heaven from Hui. See how I take it back. I want all of your schemes to be for naught. A dead person wants to scheme against me. Ji Empress was shocked and furious. Reaching out, Ji Empress grabbed at the air, as if she was going to use the divine Tao deprivation. Hui, who was opposite her, laughed coldly. Divine Tao deprivation, heh? It seems to be Jiang Lianshan's as well, right? Try it, I seem to know something different. Buzz. Ji Empress's mind suddenly buzzed. Hui also knows a part of the divine Tao deprivation? Just like how it knows a part of the eye of heaven? A part of it is the key. It can take back everything I have? Jiang Lianshan's scheme? Everything I worked hard for is just a wedding dress? A wedding dress that was made for someone else? Ji Empress's hand stopped in midair. A great fear made Ji Empress not dare to make a move. She was worried that the divine Tao deprivation would be taken away like the eye of heaven. Taken away? If she continued to fight, not only would she not be able to hurt Hui, but it would also be taken away one by one? Go! Ji Empress looked down with grief and indignation and roared. Boom! Below, Ho Yi's divine arrow also shot out at the right time. In an instant, the flying boat that Ji Empress brought exploded into pieces. Only Fengbo and Li Mu escaped. At this moment, the two of them were incomparably frightened. They didn't expect His Holiness to be defeated so badly. Ho Yi and Xing Tian's attack also shocked the two of them. Although the two of them were at the peak of the heavenly palace, they were comrades of Xing Tian and Ho Yi in the past. Naturally, they knew that they were not as strong as the two of them. The instant Ji Empress shouted go, the two of them shot towards the horizon without hesitation. You want to leave? Ho Yi shot out another arrow. In an instant, he chased after Li Mu. No! Li Mu's expression changed. He struck out with his palm. Boom! With a loud sound, Li Mu's right arm was blasted apart by the divine arrow. Not daring to stay, he followed Fengbo and shot into the distance again. Ji Empress looked at Ho Yi angrily, but this was not the time to stay. She turned around and rushed towards Xianyuan City. She couldn't vent the humiliation today on Hui. She could only go back and vent her anger on Gu Hai. Gu Hai, wait for your death. It's all because of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered such great losses. Ji Empress rushed towards Xianyuan City. Chapter 11:29. Ji Matriarch retreated to Desolate City in defeat, suffering heavy losses. She was filled with grief and indignation. Although she was here to ambush Gu Hai, she was also looking forward to this trip to Desolate City. Maybe Qi was just a facade? Maybe this time, not only could she trap Gu Hai, but she could also take down Qi. However, Ji Matriarch did not expect to lose so badly. Without using the power of the Great Yan Empire, the Ho was able to suppress him to the point that he could not retaliate. His eye of heaven had also become the Ho's wedding dress. Ao Ing and Xiong Yu were dead, Li Mu was severely injured, and other than Fengbo, the others were all defeated. She came in high spirits and returned in disgrace. Ji Matriarch felt unreal. In the past, she felt that dominating the Yang world was so close, but why did it feel so far away now? Gu Hai's words in the Hungry Ghost Road's secret realm echoed in her mind. G Matriarch, you lost. It was not only Gu Hai's voice, but G Matriarch also seemed to hear Chi's voice. G Matriarch, you lost. Gu Hai's and Chi's voices echoed in G Matriarch's mind, causing her head to buzz. Ah! G Matriarch roared in anger. His Holiness, are you okay? Fengbua asked worriedly while carrying the severely injured Li Mu. I'm fine. I want to go back immediately and tear Gu Hai into pieces, G Matriarch said with a ferocious expression. Yes. Fengbua and Li Mu answered with grief and indignation. It was all because of Gu Hai. Gu Hai captured Mr. Tsang Jie, killed Ao Ing and Xiong Yu, and caused His Holiness to be defeated in Desolate City. At this moment, Gu Hai should be in Xianyuan City. They had to take him down. With their strength, it would not take long for them to cross the Divine Continent. In just a short while, they arrived outside Xianyuan City. However, when the three of them arrived, what they saw caused their anger to soar to the heavens. The providence of the heavens was still there, and the dragon veins were surging. However, Xianyuan City was gone? Before leaving, how could the three of them have thought that Xianyuan City would be destroyed? In addition to the blood maple forest, there were many traps for Gu Hai. But unexpectedly, the city was gone, so what was the use of those traps? The immortal dome of the ancients? Fengbua's eyes widened in shock. The immortal dome of the ancients swallowed the entire Xianyuan city? Only a huge crater was left in the ground? Only in the periphery were some scattered officials and commoners who had escaped. His Holiness! You're finally back! His Holiness! Countless citizens cried out in surprise. There was another person in the crowd. It was Emperor Kong. When Emperor Kong saw that Matriarch Ji had returned, a look of joy appeared on his face as he rushed forward. His Holiness, Gu Hai is inside. He's inside. Not far from the crater, there was an area filled with fog. The blood maple forest is still there. Gu Hai hasn't gotten Chi Yu's head yet. Li Mu's eyes lit up. The blood maple forest was set up by His Holiness. The immortal dome of the ancients can't take it away. Emperor Kong is right. His Holiness, there are sounds of battle inside. It must be the secret guard commander blocking Gu Hai. Fengbua shouted. A vicious look flashed in Matriarch Ji's eyes as she waved her hand. Boom! The rolling fog suddenly dissipated. Immediately, hundreds of huge blood-colored maple trees were revealed. The maple trees moved slowly as if forming a maze that trapped people and prevented them from escaping. At this moment, Gu Hai entered the bewildering formation. Inside, he was fighting a black-clad man. There was a huge pillar at the side, and Chio's head was hanging on it. In the blood maple forest, there was a force suppressing the two of them, just like in the 8 trigrams mountain. It protected the void from shattering. The battle between Gu Hai and the secret guard commander was under the pillar that hung Chi Yu's head. It was difficult to determine the victor. It wasn't that the secret guard commander's strength was comparable to Gu Hai's, but that he knew how to dodge. His figure moved erratically like a cloud of smoke. Gu Hai attacked several times, but he couldn't hit his body. The two of them fought for a long time, but the victor couldn't be determined. But at this moment, the fog outside dissipated with a wave of Matriarch Ji's hand. The secret guard commander was overjoyed when he knew that Matriarch Ji had returned. He had completed his mission, so he shouldn't be greedy and act rashly. However, Gu Hai was stunned. He seemed to be surprised by Matriarch Ji's return and revealed a panicked expression. With this shock, he was wide open. What a good opportunity! This was the first time he revealed a huge flaw in the battle, and it was also a fatal flaw. Almost instinctively, the secret guard commander stabbed out with his blood-colored sword. Xing! How powerful was the sword of the great completeness of Heavenly Palace, the sword of the assassin? Even if it was an opponent of the same level, this sword could pierce through. When His Holiness returned, Gu Hai panicked and revealed a flaw. This was the call of the Death God. The secret guard commander's sword was close, and Gu Hai didn't have time to defend himself. The secret guard commander revealed a sinister smile because the tip of the sword had already reached Gu Hai's heart. But at this moment, the secret guard commander was shocked. It wasn't that Gu Hai didn't have time to defend himself, but that he didn't defend at all. Why? Boom! The tip of the sword pierced Gu Hai's heart, but the sound of metal hitting stone could be heard. This sword didn't pierce in at all. Gu Hai's body was invulnerable. It couldn't be pierced at all. How can this be? The secret guard commander's expression changed. Zhou Tian 10. Gu Hai revealed a hint of excitement. This time, the secret guard commander couldn't dodge anymore. What? The secret guard commander's expression changed drastically. Did Gu Hai purposely reveal an opening so that he could stab him so that he would not be able to dodge? He schemed to harm him? No! Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and the entire blood maple forest shook violently, forming a huge explosion. A large number of blood-red maple branches were blasted in all directions. Everything happened in a flash. Everything happened too quickly. When Matriarch Ji discovered Gu Hai's scheme, it was too late. Gu Hai, how dare you! Matriarch Ji roared with a huge change in expression. However, with a loud bang, the secret guard commander was split into two halves, and the two halves of his corpse flew out. Fengbo, Li Mu, and Emperor Kong were shocked. The commander of the secret guards, although he wasn't that strong, his assassination techniques were unparalleled. If he wanted to escape, even the emperor would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with him. But now, how did things turn out like this? Matriarch Ji, Fengbo, Li Mu, and Emperor Kong immediately pounced towards the blood maple forest. Gu Hai chopped down the hidden guard commander with one saber strike. Then, he immediately charged at Qi Yu's head, grabbing it. Gu Hai, you're courting death. Matriarch Ji punched out fiercely. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he executed the 10-cycle slash again. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Hai's figure retreated, and the life-extinguishing saber trembled violently. A terrifying force instantly rushed through the life-extinguishing saber and into Gu Hai's arm. Pa! Gu Hai's sleeve instantly exploded, and the powerful force shook Gu Hai's body. If it was another person, this shock wave would have already blown him to pieces. However, Gu Hai's body was strong, and he wasn't any weaker than Matriarch Ji. With just a slight shake, he stabilized his body. Not far away, Matriarch Ji seemed to value the secret guard commander very much. Fengbo and Li Mu put the two halves of Qi Yu's body together, wanting to save it. There's no need to save him. No one can save the person I killed. Gu Hai sneered. Hearing Gu Hai's words, Fengbo and Li Mu trembled. Because, just a moment ago, Qi had also said the same thing. Matriarch Ji looked at Gu Hai with a cold expression. His Holiness, the secret guard commander's 3 souls have been destroyed, and his 7 spirits have all been destroyed. Fengbo said bitterly. Completely dead? Was it really the same as what Qi did earlier? The person he killed was directly destroyed? Matriarch Ji looked at Gu Hai, who was hugging Qi Yu's head, and a monstrous hatred appeared in her eyes. Gu Hai, ha, good. Before you die, you still want to kill my beloved subordinate. Good. I won't let you die so easily. Didn't you want to kill my beloved subordinate? I'll also kill your son. I'll let you see how your son is destroyed. My son? Which one are you talking about? Gu Hai sneered. Matriarch Ji waved her hand. A crack appeared in the void in front of her. The blood maple forest is a minor celestial dome? These blood maple trees are the laws of the Grand Tao? When you released them, they triggered the Grand Tao. So that's how it is. These 100 blood maple trees are 100 Grand Tao, right? Gu Hai's eyes widened in shock. Matriarch Ji ignored him. She reached out her hand and grabbed a green soul from the crack. Let me go, ah! That green soul screamed in fear. Gu Hai, do you know who he is? Which one of your sons do you think he is? Emperor Kong's face turned sinister. Father, save me, I'm Gutang, Father, save me! That green soul screamed in fear. Matriarch Ji waved her hand, and a wave of scorching energy surged into that green soul. Very quickly, the green soul turned blood-red and revealed a pained expression. Ah, save me, Father! I'm Gutang! How is it? Seeing that your son's soul is with me, do you have anything to say? Matriarch Ji's eyes flashed with delight. Gutang? He's not Gutang. Gu Hai shook his head. Emperor Kong sneered. Have you forgotten? His Holiness sent me, Aoing, and Mr. Wu Xing to the Netherworld Dao reincarnation? Did you forget that time? I said, he's not Gutang. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. Gu Hai said indifferently. Do you think that by pretending not to care, I won't know what you're thinking? He's not your son? How can he not be your son? Matriarch Ji sneered. He's a copy that Jiang Rulai refined back then. Ask him, did Jiang Rulai create him? Gu Hai said indifferently. Gu Tang's soul trembled and looked at Gu Hai in fear. Matriarch Ji also sensed that something was wrong and glared at Gu Tang's soul. Impossible, you're Gu Tang, you can't be wrong. Mr. Tsang Jie won't make a mistake. Emperor Kong said in disbelief. Looking at Gu Tang's soul, Matriarch Ji guessed that it was a fake from his eyes. However, Matriarch Ji didn't dare to believe it. This shouldn't be the case. Mr. Tsang Jie didn't make a mistake. However, Emperor Kong, you used the real Gu Tang's soul to exchange for this fake Gu Tang's soul. Don't you remember? Gu Hai said with a smile. Me? Emperor Kong's expression changed. Everyone looked at Emperor Kong. Emperor Kong tried to recall. After recalling, Emperor Kong's expression changed greatly. Mr. Wu Xing? It's him. He exchanged for the fake? He's one of your people? It's all thanks to Emperor Kong that my son didn't fall into Matriarch Ji's hands. Gu Hai smiled. No, how could this be? Emperor Kong said with a face of despair. Matriarch Ji's head was filled with blood. She hadn't vented her anger from the defeat just now. At this moment, Emperor Kong's mistake made Matriarch Ji's anger soar to the sky. She helped Shangguan Hen take Bai Mingshou away, and kicked Tsang Jie, without distinguishing between right and wrong. Now, she actually made a mistake in such a big matter? You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at spoiling things. Matriarch Ji slammed her palm towards Emperor Kong. His Holiness, don't. Emperor Kong begged in despair. Boom! Matriarch Ji slammed her palm down, and Emperor Kong was smashed into pieces. At the side, Fengbua and Li Mu's expressions turned ugly. His Holiness was on the verge of going berserk? Pah! Matriarch Ji crushed the fake Gu Tang's soul with her other hand, and a scarlet flame appeared around her. So what if you don't have Gu Tang's soul? It's your turn now. Today, in my blood maple forest, no one can save you. Your death date has arrived. Matriarch Ji said with a cold expression. A destructive killing intent surged towards Gu Hai. It's not my death date, it's your death date, Matriarch Ji. Gu Hai said with a cold expression. Chapter 1130. So what if you don't have Gu Tang's soul? It's your turn now. Today, in my blood maple forest, no one can save you. Your death is here. Empress Ji said coldly. A destructive killing intent surged towards Gu Hai. It's not my time to die. It's your time to die, Matriarch Ji. Gu Hai said with a cold expression. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. This is not the secret realm of the hungry ghost. Empress Ji said coldly. That's right, there's no Yuanshi Tianzuan there. Gu Hai sneered. Empress Ji raised her eyebrows as if she felt that something was wrong. She raised her head. Who? Unknowingly, a white-robed man appeared in the sky above the blood maple forest. The man was expressionless as he stood silently in the air, looking coldly at Gu Hai and Empress Ji. Yuanshi Tianzuan? Empress Ji's face sank. Not far away, Fengbo and Li Mu also opened their mouths wide. They did not understand why Yuanshi Tianzuan would appear here. No one knew how strong Yuanshi Tianzuan was, but not long ago, the Six Paths Immortal had fought with him, and in the end, he had returned without success. He was as strong as the Long Zhangguo back then. Before the Six Paths Immortal came out of seclusion, he could only let him do whatever he wanted. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked coldly at Gu Hai and Empress Ji, who were fighting with each other. He narrowed his eyes and did not rush forward immediately. But just by standing there quietly in the air, it gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. In the distance, Song Jie originally thought that Gu Hai was reckless, daring to face Empress Ji for Qi Yu's head. However, when he saw Yuanshi Tianzuan, Song Jie fell back onto the stone bench. Song Jie understood Gu Hai's plan. Gu Hai had found Matriarch Ji's weakness. How could Gu Hai know? How could he know? Song Jie said in disbelief. If you don't want anyone to know, then don't do it in the first place. Mr. Song Jie, the dust has settled. Gu Han said from the side. Haha, the dust has settled? Song Jie revealed a trace of bitterness. Xianyuan City. Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly landed beside the two of them, and the initial hostility disappeared. Matriarch Ji pretended to be calm as she looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Gu Hai was also on guard against Yuanshi Tianzuan. It was because Yuanshi Tianzuan was too cold-blooded. No, it should be said that he was emotionless. His only obsession was the Tongtian sect master. Unfortunately, the Tongtian sect master had also fallen back then. Yuanshi Tianzuan, why did you come to my Xianyuan city? Matriarch Ji asked in a deep voice. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai coldly. The truth is as such. Yuanshi Tianzuan, the culprit who killed the Tongtian sect master, is right in front of you. I wanted to use you to deal with Matriarch Ji, but only I found the truth for you. It was also because of me that the Tongtian sect master didn't die in such a cowardly manner. He didn't even know who killed him. Gu Hai said solemnly. Gu Hai, what did you say? Killed the Tongtian sect master? Are you trying to frame me? Matriarch Ji glared at him. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai deeply and recalled all the things that Gu Hai had done in the past. Of course, he only recalled the things that were related to him. There was no need for him to care about the other things that Gu Hai had done in the past. In his memory, Gu Hai had saved the Tongtian sect master 800,000 years ago. The Taishang sect master was extremely protective of Gu Hai back then. He even asked Bai to leave behind an order to protect Gu Hai. Not long ago, in the Southern Sea, Gu Hai had even tried his best to save the Tongtian sect master. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as the other party, so he failed. All in all, Gu Hai was on the side of the Tongtian sect master. Moreover, his tone earlier was very direct, directly saying that he wanted to use him to kill Matriarch Ji. There was no pretense at all, and this had won a trace of goodwill from Yuanshi Tianzuan. Since Gu Hai had said so, he naturally had to investigate. Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his gaze to Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji's heart sank, but she still spoke in a low voice. Yuanshi Tianzuan, I have a great enmity with Gu Hai. He already said that he wanted to use you to kill me. You wouldn't be working for him, right? Heh, I will investigate this clearly. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. However, Matriarch Ji said, you can go ahead and investigate, but don't affect my grudge with Gu Hai. Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't investigate in the past, so it was impossible for Gu Hai's words to be the evidence. Matriarch Ji wanted to calm Yuanshi Tianzuan down, so she had to kill Gu Hai first. Yuanshi Tianzuan, that Fengbo over there knows the truth. He is Matriarch Ji's subordinate, so it's impossible for him to lie for me. Gu Hai said. Fengbo? Fengbo's expression changed abruptly. Matriarch Ji's expression also changed because Fengbo naturally knew about this matter. Moreover, Fengbo had always been the one pulling the strings. Fengbo wanted to flee, but if he fled, he would be admitting that he was guilty. However, if he didn't flee, Yuanshi Tianzuan's deathly gaze caused him to be incomparably terrified. Fengbo looked at Matriarch Ji. Just as Matriarch Ji was about to speak, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly nodded and said, "Since that's the case, it can't be any better. Matriarch Ji, this Li Mu is your subordinate, right?" Li Mu's right arm had been shattered by Ho Yi's divine arrow, and he was currently heavily injured. "That's right, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Gu Hai is spouting nonsense, don't be fooled by him," Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression. "Since Li Mu and Fengbo are your subordinates, then it's easy. I'll ask Fengbo a few questions, and at the same time, I'll help you heal Li Mu's injuries," Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. "There's no need, I'll handle my own matters," Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Yuanshi Tianzuan laughed coldly. "I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm just telling you. I'm giving you face, don't be ungrateful." His brazen tone caused Matriarch Ji's face to sink. Yuanshi Tianzuan instantly moved, and with a tap of his hand, purple energy surged out from the void and entered Li Mu's body. Li Mu immediately felt a numbing sensation in his right arm, and in the next second, his right arm grew back at a visible speed. In just a short while it was fully grown. Li Mu's broken arm was healed by Yuanshi Tianzuan? Matriarch Ji's face sank. Yuanshi Tianzuan's other hand reached out to grab Fengbo. "His Holiness, save me!" Fengbo fled in fear. However, how could Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength be compared to Fengbo's? In just a few steps, Fengbo was already in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan, and with a press of his hand, Fengbo was unable to move. "No." Matriarch Ji's face changed. Li Mu also knew that he was in trouble, and he immediately shouted, "Yuanshi Tianzuan, I don't want your help, I'll return my right arm to you." A loud shout rang out. Li Mu slapped his right arm, and with a loud boom, his right arm exploded, and the injury was even worse than before. "Yuanshi Tianzuan, I don't want your help, let go of Fengbo," Li Mu shouted anxiously. Yuanshi Tianzuan laughed coldly. "It's your own business that you destroyed your right arm, I have never given back anything that I gave out. Yuanshi Tianzuan, if you continue to insult my subjects, don't blame me for being impolite." Matriarch Ji glared at Huang Xiaolong angrily. At the side, Fengbo revealed a look of despair, because Fengbo knew everything. Once he was found out, not only would he die, His Holiness would also be implicated. Rather than letting everyone die with him, he might as well, His Holiness, take care. Fengbo shouted with reddened eyes. "Fengbo, don't." Matriarch Ji's face changed. "You want to self-detonate? That depends on who you are in front of." Yuanshi Tianzuan's face suddenly turned cold. He pointed a finger at Fengbo's forehead. Ding! A crisp sound rang out from between Fengbo's eyebrows, and Fengbo's entire body trembled violently, as though he was in a daze and his thoughts were in a mess. For a moment, he couldn't do anything. "Initially, I only suspected it, but now it seems that it's not that simple." "Matriarch Ji?" Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Matriarch Ji coldly. Even though Gu Hai had said the truth, Yuanshi Tianzuan might not believe it. This time, why did he come here to rescue and capture Huang Xiaolong? It was to find out the truth. This was because Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't want to be used by Gu Hai. Even if he didn't hate Gu Hai, he still couldn't do it. Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't care about the consequences when he killed people. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan seemed to have an obsessive-compulsive disorder in his heart, and he didn't like to be used by others. Hence, Yuanshi Tianzuan would rather go through more trouble this time. However, Li Mu's evasiveness and Fengbo's attempt to destroy the evidence were proving Gu Hai's words. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Matriarch Ji coldly. "Yuanshi Tianzuan, let go of my subject. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Matriarch Ji coldly, but he didn't care at all. He pointed at Fengbo's glabella again. Were you involved in the death of the Tongtian sect master? Yuanshi Tianzuan asked in a deep voice. Fengbo trembled, and a trace of struggle appeared on his face. It was as if his three souls were in a daze, and his memories were in a mess. Now, someone asked a question, but it seemed to be guiding his memories. Suddenly, the memories of the Tongtian sect master appeared in his mind. He answered instinctively. Yes. Fengbo said in a daze. Not far away, Matriarch Ji's expression changed. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you asked for it. Matriarch Ji roared with a ferocious expression. With a loud roar, she struck a palm towards Yuanshi Tianzuan's back. Who? Yuanshi Tianzuan turned around unknowingly. Everything happened so quickly that even Gu Hai couldn't see it clearly. Without saying anything, he met the attack with a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, a monstrous crack was torn open in the area enveloped by the laws of the blood maple forest. One had to know that even the 10 cycles of heavenly cycle couldn't cut it open. From this, one could see how powerful the punch was. Under the powerful force, Li Mu, who was at the side, trembled. This force made Li Mu feel that if it hit him, he would definitely explode in an instant. Even Gu Hai, who was at the side, felt the terrifying impact of this force. Matriarch Ji used all her strength, but Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't give in at all. After the huge impact, 10 blood-colored maple trees in the blood maple forest exploded. Matriarch Ji even retreated 10 steps before stabilizing herself. What a sturdy physical body. You are much more powerful than the last time you were in the void. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Humph, Yuanshi Tianzuan, you are still not invincible in this world. You can't touch my subjects. Matriarch Ji's face turned cold as she charged forward again. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand, and a huge sword energy shot down from the sky, piercing through Matriarch Ji's body. Boom! Matriarch Ji was sent flying for 100 feet before stabilizing herself. The clothes on her body were torn into pieces, and there were faint marks on her skin. She was defeated by a sword energy? Matriarch Ji's expression was extremely ugly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was too terrifying. Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes. To be able to block my sword energy, your physical body is indeed invincible. However, it's not time to settle the score with you yet. I want to know everything. After I know everything, I will slowly deal with you. Matriarch Ji. A sword energy? Why don't you try again? Matriarch Ji charged forward again. Humph. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned cold as he waved his hand. Swoosh. A black banner appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Matriarch Ji like a dumpling. Only her head was exposed, and she had a look of shock on her face. Rumble. Matriarch Ji struggled in the black banner, but the black banner twisted and turned, wrapping her inside. She couldn't escape. The 14th treasure of the ancient era, the primeval banner? Gu Hai's face turned gloomy. My primeval banner is filled with soft energy. You won't be able to break it. Humph. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly. After snorting coldly, he turned his head and looked at Fengbo, who was in a daze. Continue speaking. How did the Tongtian sect master die? Yuanshi Tianzuan asked coldly. Matriarch Ji's face was filled with grief and anger. Primeval banner? If she still had the Xianyuan sword, she wouldn't be trapped by the soft energy of the primeval banner. No, there must be a way to break it. So what if it's soft? When my strength exceeds it, it's useless no matter how soft it is. I still have a strength. Citizens of the Great Yellow Dynasty, listen up. I, Matriarch Ji, am under attack. Please raise your right hand and lend me your strength to break the enemy. Matriarch Ji roared. Roar. In the sky above, the sea of providence clouds roared. Li Mu held his broken arm and rushed forward, protecting Matriarch Ji by borrowing the power of the Great Yellow Dynasty. He prevented Gu Hai from making a move. Gu Hai didn't rush forward. When he saw that Matriarch Ji was being restrained, he suddenly looked at Chio's head. Big brother, Empress G is already under control. I'll have to trouble you to reverse your spirit mother godly king's power. Take away Matriarch G's impenetrable body, Gu Hai said solemnly. 1. Suddenly, a black light appeared on Chiyo's head. Chapter 1131. The golden dragon of destiny of the great Yellow Dynasty roared, and all the citizens heard Matriarch G's voice. All of them raised their right hands and lent their strength to Matriarch G. The golden dragon roared, dragging the surging energy of the commoners towards Matriarch G. Just as Matriarch G was about to unleash her overwhelming strength, she would be able to break free from the primordial banner and turn the tides. However, Matriarch G had a look of shock on her face. That was because Chiyo's head, which was in Gu Hai's hand, suddenly floated up. His long hair fluttered in the wind as a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The instant Chiyo's eyes opened, a strange voice came out from his mouth. Hashtag yen % and asterisk % hashtag. It was as though he was chanting an incantation. After that, black chi surged out from the center of Matriarch G's brows. The black chi seemed to contain some kind of power of Matriarch G as it suddenly flew away from Matriarch G and charged towards Gu Hai. No, the power of the Spirit Mother God? This is mine, impossible! Matriarch G screamed in shock. What you took away is ultimately not yours. Furthermore, without my help, you won't be able to refine my Spirit Mother God's power. When you are restrained and unable to crush my head, I will be able to snatch it back. Ah! Chiyo's head let out a sinister laugh. Chiyu? You are just a remnant will. Matriarch G screamed in shock. So what if I am a remnant will? I am a remnant will, but even so, I can snatch it back. This is because I am the one who refined the Spirit Mother God. I can give it to whoever I want. Chiyu said with a sinister expression. Boom! The black chi surged towards Gu Hai, and Gu Hai trembled. The Spirit Mother God immediately opened her mouth and sucked in the black chi. Waves of energy surged into Gu Hai's body. After Gu Hai's Spirit Mother God absorbed the black chi, a large amount of energy surged into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body slowly turned black again, becoming denser and denser. Second brother, thank you for helping me. The Spirit Mother God's power was collected by Jiang Lianshan in the past. Now I have erased all my imprints on it, making it easier for you to refine it. Since you have used my starvation pearl, your body will be invincible. Second brother, take care of yourself. Chiyo's head let out a final cry. Big brother, don't worry. If I have the ability, I will definitely find a way to revive you. Gu Hai's head. GG's powers Spirit Mother God's body. Matriarch Jesus's. Mine, it's all mine. Chiyu, I should have destroyed you long ago. Empress G roared in despair. The golden dragon of destiny swooped down to increase Matriarch G's strength, but it was still unable to quell her rage. Matriarch G was filled with regret and anger. However, something that caused Matriarch G to break down even more happened. Xianyuan City had disappeared, and there was a mountain forest in the periphery. A large number of commoners and officials were standing in the mountain forest. However, there were 9 figures standing in a remote area. The leader was Big Yellow's Mr. Wu Xing. Mr. Wu Xing stood in the middle. The 8 black-robed men each stood in a position, as if forming an 8 trigrams diagram. They were activating the runes that had been carved on the ground. Begin! Mr. Wu Xing shouted. Boom! The 8 trigrams diagram was activated. Immediately, a huge 8 trigrams light shadow formed in the sky. The 8 trigrams light shadow instantly shone down 2 huge beams of light. One shot towards Mr. Wu Xing, while the other shot towards the trapped Matriarch G. What? Countless commoners of Big Yellow were shocked. Matriarch G's body suddenly trembled. It was as if her glabella was being torn apart. A ball of light that looked like a small person was pulled out. In the distance, a ball of light that looked like a small person flew out from Mr. Wu Xing's glabella as well. Under the 8 trigrams light shadow's beam of light, the two small people suddenly swapped places and flew towards each other. No. My divine Tao deprivation. Who is it? Matriarch Ji roared in shock. Boundless celestial capital. Song Jie had been staring in the direction of Xianyuan City all this while. When he saw Yuanshi Tianzuan appear, Song Jie fell onto the stone bench. He knew that Matriarch Ji was in trouble. Gu Hai had hit her weak point. However, when Qi Yu took back his divine power, Song Jie revealed a bitter smile. It's not His Holiness's. It's not His Holiness's after all. Sigh. His Holiness, you underestimated Qi Yu. The outcome was decided. However, in the next instant, the appearance of the 8 trigrams light shadow made Song Jie stand up in shock. Soul replacement technique. This is Master Shou's technique. This is Master Shou's technique? And Master Shou? Is it the unborn man? Song Jie cried out in shock. No. The unborn man is standing at the entrance of the Longevity Palace. He's also looking in the direction of Xianyuan City. Gu Han turned his head and looked at the unborn man. The unborn man, no, many people in the boundless celestial capital were staring in the direction of Xianyuan City. They were watching the development of the situation there. It's not the unborn man? Song Jie also saw the unborn man not far away. However, if it wasn't the unborn man, who could it be? Mr. Wu Xing? Song Jie suddenly said in shock and anger. Song Jie finally saw the other person that the 8 trigrams light shadow illuminated. Mr. Wu Xing? It's actually Mr. Wu Xing? Xianyuan City. Give me back my divine Tao deprivation. Give me back my soul. Empress Ji roared in grief and indignation. After being restrained for a short while, not only was his invincible fleshly body snatched away by Gu Hai, even his divine Tao deprivation was gone. When Mr. Wu Xing's spirit entered her glabella, Matriarch Ji was able to tell that it was him. It was Mr. Wu Xing. His soul was pitifully weak. It was a trashy soul. What use do I have for this soul? Rumble. When all the people's power entered Empress Ji's body, Qi Yu's power of the Spirit Mother Divine King had all entered Gu Hai's body. At this moment, Gu Hai's skin had turned black. It would take some time for him to recover. Qi Yu also closed her eyes. Gu Hai sent Qi Yu's head into the immortal dome of the ancients. On the other side, Mr. Wu Xing also used the longevity Tao to exchange for Empress Ji's soul and snatched away her divine Tao deprivation. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Empress Ji roared in fury. Boom! With a loud sound, Empress Ji activated her power and blasted the primeval banner away. Even though the primeval banner was strong, it couldn't trap Empress Ji anymore. Although her power had reached its peak, she had lost her 2 greatest trump cards. Empress Ji's anger had reached its peak. Flames of anger soared into the sky, burning the void. The powerful aura caused the surrounding rocks to explode. Empress Ji had 3 enemies: Yuanshi Tianzuan, Gu Hai, and Mr. Wu Xing. Not far away, Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored Empress Ji breaking free from the primeval banner. He continued to interrogate Fengbua as if he didn't see it. Fengbua instinctively told him everything. Why did Empress Ji want to kill the Tongtian sect master? How did she do it? How did she do it? How did she erase the traces? Yuanshi Tianzuan clenched his fists tightly. Although he didn't turn his head to look at Matriarch Ji, a bone-piercing coldness emanated from him. His killing intent was so strong that the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. Although the commoners in the surroundings saw Matriarch Ji erupting with towering flames of anger, their bodies were trembling with fear and terror. Gu Hai, who was not far away, naturally understood Yuanshi Tianzuan's killing intent. Empress Ji was powerful now, but Gu Hai was more optimistic about Yuanshi Tianzuan because he was emotionless. When he was angry, he could destroy everything. When he was angry in the South Sea, he could destroy all the living beings in the South Sea. When he was angry in the immortal Flaw Dome, he could destroy all the living beings in the immortal Flaw Dome. If he didn't agree, he would kill an entire family. So what if Empress Ji activated the power of the immortal Flaw Dome? Yuan Shi Tianzuan's current anger was even more terrifying than the previous 2 times. When he was enraged, he could kill everyone in the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty. At that time, all of Matriarch Ji's power of fate would be useless. Although Gu Hai had a grudge with Empress Ji, the commoners of the Great Yellow Dynasty wouldn't die because of him. Gu Hai's face darkened as he thought of a countermeasure. Mr. Wu Xing? Ha 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 ha, I have treated you well, I have treated you well. You actually waited until today just to steal my divine ability. Ha ha ha, you, Gu Hai, and Yuan Shi Tianzuan are all going to die today. I hate betrayals the most. I will kill you first. Empress Ji revealed a sinister expression and was about to make a move. Mr. Wu Xing, who was not far away, had a change in expression. Mr. Wu Xing only wanted to fish in troubled waters. How could he expect Empress Ji to suddenly target him? Father! Mr. Wu Xing had an anxious expression. Gu Hai immediately shouted, Empress Ji, Mr. Wu Xing is the crown prince of the Dahan, Gu Ming. I am the one who sent him to spy beside you. Gu Hai's shout caused Empress Ji to immediately turn her head. Your son. Empress Ji's eyes were bloodshot. I have 4 sons, Guqin, Guhan, Gutong, and Gumming. Sun, moon, and stars. Wu Xing is the sun and moon. The sun and moon are Ming. It is just that you have never seen through it. If you have any anger, come at me. I will wait for you. Gu Hai shouted. As Gu Hai shouted, he soared into the sky. Good, good, good. I will come at you. I will come at you. It is all because of you. Empress Ji's eyes were filled with red light as she instantly pounced towards Gu Hai. 10 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber slashed towards Empress Ji. Die for me. Empress Ji's expression was sinister as she punched out. How powerful was the Qi of the Great Yellow Dynasty? Back then, when Qi Yu arrived at Xianyuan City, he was defeated by Empress Ji like this. Boom! With a loud sound, the saber shattered. The powerful force instantly sent Gu Hai into the starry sky. Empress Ji's current strength was too tyrannical. It was not something that Gu Hai could withstand. Boom, boom, boom. Gu Hai was sent flying. He smashed through hundreds of stars, and his clothes were torn into pieces. However, Gu Hai's body was not affected at all. After Qi Yu's Spirit Mother Divine King's power entered his body, the strength of Gu Hai's body had reached the peak. With such strength, even after smashing through a large number of stars, there was not even a scratch on his skin. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. He finally thought of a way to save the people of Great Yellow Dynasty. Empress Ji, did you not eat? Why is this punch so soft? Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai shouted. His voice instantly traveled to the ground. Empress Ji sent Gu Hai flying with a punch. Originally, she wanted to deal with Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Mr. Wu Xing. However, when she heard Gu Hai's mocking voice, her expression turned cold. If you want to die early, I will fulfill your wish. Empress Ji's expression turned cold. She stretched out her hand and pulled at the ground. Roar! Under the ground, a huge dragon vein rushed out. This was the new Great Yellow Dynasty's dragon vein. It was much smaller than before. However, at this moment, it still transformed into a long sword. Empress Ji grabbed it and instantly charged into the starry sky. The new Xianyuan sword was not as powerful as before. However, Empress Ji still wanted to use it to kill Gu Hai. Boom! Empress Ji charged into the starry sky. Gu Hai, who was in the starry sky, glared. He immediately flew into the depths of the starry sky, wanting to lure Empress Ji into the void. Boom! The new Xianyuan sword slashed out. Gu Hai's clothes were torn into countless pieces. His body was once again slashed into the depths of the starry sky. Gu Hai was not Matriarch Ji's match at all. However, Matriarch Ji could not injure Gu Hai at all. Gu Hai's current body was impervious to weapons. Even the Xianyuan sword could not cut it open. Gradually, countless people could no longer see Gu Hai and Empress Ji's silhouette. Only Yuanshi Tianzuan was left. He was still questioning Fenghua. Of course, during this period of time, Yuanshi Tianzuan also understood. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Yuanshi Tianzuan revealed a trace of a smile. However, this trace of a smile was accompanied by a bone-chilling, killing intent. In the endless celestial capital, Song Jie took a deep breath and said, "This Yuanshi Tianzuan is the most terrifying. He is so far away, so far away. I can actually feel the killing intent he is emitting. How terrifying!" Chapter 1132. The Eye of Heaven was gone. Ao Ying, Xiongyu, and the Secret Guard commander were gone. The heaven-devouring physique was gone. The divine Tao was gone. Song Jie was gone. Everything was caused by Gu Hai. Empress Ji's fury soared into the sky. Her speed was extremely fast, and the new Xianyuan sword in her hand slashed out billions of sword qi. She slashed Gu Hai into the sky time and time again. Gu Hai was unable to contend against Empress Ji in terms of strength, but Gu Hai's body was impenetrable. Although Empress Ji slashed him into the sky time and time again, she had never injured his body. Gu Hai wanted to lure Empress Ji into the void not because he was afraid of her, but because he was worried that Yuanshi Tianzuan would kill again. After all, he was the one who lured Yuanshi Tianzuan into the void. If hundreds of billions of people were killed, he would be responsible for it. Gu Hai, if you have the ability, don't run. Empress Ji glared at him. I'm not running, I just don't want your innocent people to be killed. Gu Hai shouted as he retreated. Who? Empress Ji seemed to have guessed Gu Hai's thoughts. She instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai, blocking Gu Hai's path to the void. You won't be able to escape this time, right? Empress Ji said with a sinister expression. Gu Hai's face turned cold. You harmed my subjects and stole my divine Tao. You deserve to die. Gu Hai, you won't be able to escape today. Empress Ji said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes at Empress Ji. Although Gu Hai's cultivation couldn't be compared to Empress Ji, in a battle of life and death, he wasn't afraid of her. Die! The Xianyuan sword slashed out again. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand. Buzz! An entrance suddenly appeared in the void. It was the entrance to the Hungry Ghost Tao's secret realm that Gu Hai opened. Gu Hai stepped inside. The powerful Xianyuan sword slashed over, but the moment it pierced into the secret realm of the Hungry Ghost realm, it instantly weakened. Inside, Gu Hai reached out and tapped. Bang! The sword energy shattered with a loud bang. Matriarch Ji, didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come in and give it a try. We won't close this entrance so that you can continue to mobilize the power of the dynasty. How about it? You came in? Gu Hai sneered. Ong! Gu Hai's figure suddenly blurred and turned into a huge black dragon. The black dragon was enormous, stretching its body in the secret realm of the Hungry Ghost Tao. It was 18,000 zhang long, and its might shook the entire secret realm. 18,000 zhang. One had to know that Imperial Concubine Matriarch's Chiyu body was only 15,000 zhang in length. The longer it was, the more difficult it would be to increase it. The entrance that Gu Hai opened was directed upwards. Hence, in the Divine Continent, no one could see what Gu Hai was doing in the secret realm of the Hungry Ghost Tao. Only Imperial Concubine Matriarch could see clearly. Imperial Concubine Matriarch didn't expect Gu Hai to be able to open the secret realm of the Hungry Ghost Tao at will. Imperial Concubine Matriarch's face was filled with boundless resentment. It's mine, it should be mine. Imperial Concubine Matriarch roared malevolently. The black dragon turned back into its human form. Heh, so you don't dare to come in. You shouted so loudly, but it's just a show of strength on the outside. That's all there is to it. Gu Hai sneered. Gu Hai closed the entrance. In the next instant, another entrance appeared above Imperial Concubine Matriarch, and Gu Hai stepped out. You came out. Imperial Concubine Matriarch glared at Gu Hai. That's right. Since you don't dare to enter, this Emperor will come out. Gu Hai said coldly. This was because Gu Hai could feel that Yuanshi Tianzuan was on the verge of exploding. Powerful killing intent filled the entire divine continent in an instant. Many experts suddenly shivered and looked in the direction of the murderous aura in shock. Since you're out, prepare to die. Imperial Concubine Matriarch raised the Xian Yuan sword and slashed towards Huang Xiaolong. Boom! Gu Hai and Imperial Concubine Matriarch, one chasing and one fleeing, flew towards the void again. Below, Yuanshi Tianzuan already understood everything. Everything was done by Imperial Concubine Matriarch. Imperial Concubine Matriarch? Imperial Concubine Matriarch? Yuanshi Tianzuan revealed a trace of a smile and suddenly stretched out his right hand. See! His right index finger instantly pierced through Fengbuo's forehead. A powerful impact caused the back of Fengbuo's head to explode. Great Circle of the Heavenly Palace? Killed in an instant? In the distance, the spectators were all shocked. Li Mu originally wanted to help. However, seeing that Yuanshi Tianzuan killed Fengbuo with a single finger, what could he do with his severely injured body? Li Mu turned around and fled into the distance. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked in the direction that Li Mu was escaping inexpressionlessly. In the next instant, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Li Mu. Ah! Li Mu instantly revealed a shocked expression. Li Mu? Just now, Fengbuo said that you were also involved. Yuanshi Tianzuan said calmly. He's spouting nonsense. He's spouting nonsense. Don't believe him. Li Mu immediately exclaimed. Spouting nonsense? Do you think that I can't tell? He said everything, so I gave him a quick death. And you still want to lie to me? Yuanshi Tianzuan revealed a trace of a smile. Under that slight smile, there was a drop of terror in the corner of his eye. A murderous intent gushed out, as if a knife was cutting through Li Mu's body. Every time third brother fought with me, I used to feel annoyed. However, after all, he is my third brother. If you want to test the strength of Wanshou Taoism, you should come straight to me. Can't you? Why did you have to kill my third brother? Now I want him to fight with me, but you guys killed him. He is my only family in this world. His body and soul are destroyed. How tragic! Yuanshi Tianzuan revealed a trace of a cold smile. Li Mu's heart turned cold. He knew that Yuanshi Tianzuan was really angry and there was no room for negotiation. Escape? He was definitely not as fast as Yuanshi Tianzuan. Since there was nowhere to escape, then the fish dies and the net splits. Li Mu's face revealed a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he took the initiative to punch towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. The punch was thrown with all his strength and the void was shattered. In an instant, the punch was in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Boom! With a muffled sound, the fist suddenly stopped in the air. It was caught in the palm of the Heavenly Lord of the Origin's hand. What? Li Mu's face changed. Crack! Yuanshi Tianzuan used his strength. Ah! Li Mu screamed. His entire left arm was instantly crushed into pieces by an invisible force, and blood splattered out from his arm. I won't let you die so easily. Just like the purple jade heavenly demon, I want you to suffer my torment for all eternity. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted coldly. Boom! Not knowing what method Yuanshi Tianzuan used, Li Mu's body suddenly exploded into pieces and scattered in all directions. However, in the center of the pieces there was a complete soul. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his sleeve and kept it in his sleeve. Great fulfillment of Heavenly Palace, Li Mu? In front of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Li Mu was like a little chick, completely crushed. In the surroundings, Ho Yi, Xing Tian, Song Jie, Gu Han, Long Outyen, and the others sucked in a cold breath. The strength displayed by this heavenly lord of primordial beginning was too shocking, right? Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand, and the primeval banner flew back into his sleeve. Raising his head, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked into the depths of the starry sky. The culprit was there, Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji? Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was so gloomy that it was scary. Taking a step, he crossed billions of miles in an instant. In an instant, he was in front of Gu Hai and Matriarch Ji. At this moment, the three of them were at the edge of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The space and time around them were distorted. Yuanshi Tianzuan? What happened to Fengbua? Matriarch Ji glared at him. Even now, you're still thinking about Fengbua and Li Mu? Hee, Matriarch Ji, my third brother didn't provoke you. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was cold. He punched towards Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji's expression changed. She also punched towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. Boom! Their fists exploded in the starry sky, causing countless distorted stars to explode and shatter. Under the powerful force, even Gu Hai was pushed back a little. At this moment, Matriarch Ji finally blocked Yuanshi Tianzuan's punch. However, Gu Hai knew that this was all Matriarch Ji could do. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Matriarch Ji with a cold expression. Using the power of a dynasty? Do you think that you can stop me with just the power of a dynasty? A trace of killing intent flashed past Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes. At this moment, the two fists were locked in a stalemate in the void. Gu Hai's face darkened. He slashed down with his saber. 10 heavenly cycles. The saber rushed towards Matriarch Ji with great power. With a loud bang, Matriarch Ji was sent flying out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Gu Hai, how dare you! The instant Matriarch Ji was sent flying, she roared with grief and indignation. This was because the moment they entered the void, the power of the commoners would dissipate. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai coldly. This is my enmity with Matriarch Ji. If you dare to interfere, I will kill you too. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly and rushed out. Boom! The two entered the void and started to fight. Gu Hai heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Hai didn't want to kill Matriarch Ji. Instead, he wanted to save the commoners of the Great Yellow Dynasty. This was because Yuanshi Tianzuan had already revealed his intention to destroy hundreds of billions of commoners in the Great Yellow Dynasty. After forcing Matriarch Ji into the void, Yuanshi Tianzuan wouldn't kill the commoners anymore. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked down. Rumble! Matriarch Ji's Sea of Providence collapsed with a loud rumble. It was because Matriarch Ji had entered the void and couldn't sense the existence of the monarch. Gu Hai stepped forward and flew towards Xianyuan City. With a wave of his hand, the old Xianyuan City was released from the Immortal Dome. The commoners had relatives and friends. Gu Hai didn't want to forcefully move them, even if they weren't citizens of the Dahan. The only thing that Gu Hai wanted to take was the blood maple forest. Previously, when Yuanshi Tianzuan and Matriarch Ji were fighting, it had already loosened up. The immortal dome of the ancients suddenly inhaled. Rumble! 100 blood-colored maple trees were instantly absorbed into the immortal dome of the ancients. No, His Holiness! The commoners who came out of Xianyuan City cried out in grief when they saw the Sea of Providence collapsing. It's Gu Hai! Gu Hai killed His Holiness! The Great Yellow Dynasty's providence is flowing towards the north. It's flowing towards the north. A commoner exclaimed. Providence! Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Indeed, the providence above Xianyuan City was collapsing and flowing towards the infinite celestial capital. Roar! In the infinite celestial capital, the golden dragon of providence roared. It was also surprised by the surging providence. I understand now. When the ancient emperor forced His Holiness into the void, the laws of heaven and earth felt that the ancient emperor had killed his holiness. Therefore, apart from the dissipated portion, most of the great Yellow dynasty's providence will flow towards the Han imperial dynasty? Songjie said in shock. Chapter 1133. The 100 trees in the blood maple forest entered the immortal dome along with Empress Ji's minor immortal dome. Instantly, the immortal dome started to disintegrate. The spatial fragments were crushed and turned into nutrients for the immortal dome. The 100 blood-colored maple trees were 100 great Tao veined patterns, showing Empress Ji's accumulation over the past few thousand years. The Go Dao was the one that Gu Hai had the deepest understanding of. With the Go Dao as the main Dao, he quickly crushed all the imprints of Empress Ji in the Great Dao. The Book of Life and Death recorded the ancient Tao veined patterns one by one and perfected them into the immortal dome. Gu Hai only needed to use a wisp of his consciousness to control the immortal dome. Father, was that your immortal dome of the ancients? Did you absorb the entire blood maple forest? Mr. Wu Xing asked with anticipation. Gu Ming, you have worked hard these past few years. Now, it is time for us to return and reunite. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Ming nodded. He glanced at the 8 black-robed men in the forest in the distance. They were the 8 subordinates that helped Gu Ming replace Empress Ji's soul. However, Gu Ming did not summon them out. It was as if he did not want them to be exposed. Gu Hai glanced at Gu Ming. When he saw that Gu Ming did not summon the others, he did not force him. He waved his sleeves and brought Gu Ming into the sky. Gu Hai was extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the plaza of the soaring palace hall in the boundless celestial capital. Your Majesty! The officials immediately crowded around him, excitedly. Although many of the officials could not see the situation in Xianyuan City, they could still hear because they had the Qin figurines. Husband! Chen Xian and Long Wanqing also walked over with peace of mind. Child Gu Ming greets mother. Gu Ming suddenly bowed to Chen Xian. Little Ming, get up quickly. The ground is cold. Chen Xian immediately said with a smile. The ground is cold? No matter how cold the ground was, it would not affect the crowd. However, Gu Ming still felt warmth in his heart when he heard these familiar words. The heavenly fate, she roared. Gu Hai waved his hand. The luck of the great Yellow dynasty was immediately sent by Gu Hai to the entrance of the Yin-Yang Valley. Through the passage between the two worlds, it immediately surged into the netherworld. The fate of the mortal realm had already reached its peak, but the fate of the netherworld was still lacking. Even though the netherworld was rapidly expanding and developing, and there were countless netherworldly citizens, the formation of destiny still required the convergence of the hearts of the people, and it would take a very long time before all of the netherworldly citizens would approve of it. However, they didn't need to wait that long. Great Yellow's providence surged. The providence of the Great Yellow dynasty was so great that it caused the eternal Yin dynasty's providence in the netherworld to increase exponentially. Gu Han, Gu Qin, the unborn man, Songjie, and the others all arrived at the soaring sky hall plaza. At this moment, the unborn man and Songjie were both staring at Gu Ming. Even though they could not see the faces behind the brim of the hat, it was not difficult to guess the shock on their faces. Mr. Wu Xing is Gu Ming? And Shou Xiu? When Gu Ming saw the two of them, his eyes suddenly brightened, but then he smiled slightly. Greetings, big brother, second brother. Gu Ming bowed to Gu Qin and Gu Han. Xiao Ming, it's great that you're back. Gu Qin immediately patted Gu Ming's shoulder. Xiao Ming, I didn't expect you to have been hiding in the Great Yellow dynasty all this time. Gu Han also smiled. Right, where's Xiao Tang's soul? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Gu Ming. It's here, father. Gu Ming immediately took out a blue light ball. Gu Hai immediately received it. Then, with one step, his figure flashed, and he vanished. Father, this is? Gu Ming was confused. Your father must have gone to reconstruct Xiao Tang's physical body. Chen Xian'er smiled. Gu Hai had indeed reconstructed Gu Tang's physical body when he stepped into the celestial dome of the ancient. Perhaps it had been too long since Gu Hai had awakened the blue light ball, but the soul in it was exceptionally weak after activating it. Heaven-mending energy. Godao laws, reform. Gu Hai waved his hand. Rumble. Heaven-mending energy surged into Gu Tang's soul. At the same time, the Godao laws mobilized the celestial dome of the ancients to help Gu Tang reconstruct his physical body. 1. Gu Tang used the Godao laws to reform his physical body, filled it with heaven-mending energy, and attached his soul to his body. Gu Tang's body slowly solidified. Not long after, a frail body was slowly condensed. Gu Tang returned to being an ordinary person, and his cultivation was gone. However, Gu Tang slowly came back to life. Gu Hai found a set of clothes for Gu Tang to wear. Gu Tang slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Gu Hai, he was somewhat weak and pleasantly surprised. "Father, is this child dreaming?" Gu Tang asked weakly. "You are not dreaming. Xiao Tang, you are safe now. Our enemies have been destroyed. You are finally awake." Gu Hai comforted him kindly. "It's all over?" Gu Tang's eyes reddened. "Let's go. Father will bring you out to take a look. Our family is even more prosperous now." Gu Hai softly comforted him. Gu Tang seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness. His movements were somewhat slow. Then, he followed Gu Hai out of the ancient's dome of the ancient. The moment they stepped out of the ancient's dome of the ancient, everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Xiao Tang. Gu Qin and Gu Han immediately went over to hug him in pleasant surprise. "Xiao Tang is weak. Be careful," Gu Hai called out. Gu Qin and Gu Han immediately stopped, not daring to hug. After all, the two did not know how to control their strength. It would be bad if they injured Gu Tang. When Gu Tang saw Gu Qin and Gu Han, he revealed a blissful smile. "Gu Tang greets big brother and second brother," Gu Tang said happily. Good. It's good that you are alive. Later, come to my residence. I have all sorts of natural treasures. I will definitely help you recover," Gu Qin immediately said with a smile. "No, come to my place. There are many body-tempering techniques in Buddhism. I will definitely help you recover to your peak," Gu Han also said. Looking at his two big brothers fighting to invite him, Gu Tang also smiled happily. "Third brother, it's great that you can wake up. Now, the four of us are complete," Gu Ming immediately said with a smile. Gu Tang looked at Gu Ming and smiled slightly. "Xiao Ming, this time it's all thanks to you that I can come back to life." No one noticed that when Gu Tang looked at Gu Ming, his eyelids unconsciously twitched. "In this lifetime we are four brothers. Third brother, you don't have to be so polite with me," Gu Ming said with a smile. Gu Tang nodded and suddenly looked at Chen Xian. Chen Xian was looking at Gu Tang kindly at this moment. "Mother, I kowtow to you." Gu Tang's eyes were red as he knelt down in front of Chen Xian. Get up. The ground is cold. Don't kneel in the future." Chen Xian immediately helped him up. "Okay." Gu Tang's eyes were red as he cried. Even though Gu Tang was crying as he stood up, no one was laughing at this moment. These were tears of joy. In fact, Gu Tang had suffered the most in the past few years. Gu Hai looked at his four adopted sons and felt very happy. At the side, Song Jie didn't say anything. Gu Hai also didn't force him to honor the bet at this time. In the void above the starry sky, Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Matriarch Ji hadn't returned yet. However, Matriarch Ji's fate was already decided. Almost all of the fate energy of the Great Yellow Dynasty had flowed over. Gu Hai looked up at the sea of fate energy clouds. "Gu Qin, start the preparations." "Yes," Gu Qin replied. Gu Hai's figure flashed, and he entered the celestial dome of antiquity again. When he stepped out, he was already wearing a black dragon robe with golden threads and a black jade imperial crown. He stood in the soaring hall's plaza in a very formal manner. The officials' expressions immediately turned solemn. They respectfully stood on two sides and bowed to Gu Hai. Guqin waved his hand, and a huge sacrificial altar was immediately placed in the square of the Soaring Sky Palace Hall. Gu Hai stepped onto the huge sacrificial altar. As the officials bowed respectfully, they revealed excited expressions. Chen Xian'er, Long Wanqing, Bingheim, Guqin, Gu Han, Gu Tang, and Gu Ming stood quietly not far away. They looked at Gu Hai on the sacrificial altar. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. At the same time, he took out an imperial edict. It was the Dahan imperial dynasty's investiture of the gods. He placed it on the stone table of the sacrificial altar. The heavens above, the earth below, the mother of the celestial dome gives birth to all living things, and the 3,000 great Daos give birth to all living things. Today, Gu Hai of the Dahan imperial dynasty has carried out the will of the heavens and enlightened the people. With the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as proof and the investiture of the gods as proof, I invite the heavens to witness the ceremony and bless me with the blessings of the 3,000 great Daos. With this as proof, the Dahan imperial dynasty is officially promoted to the celestial dynasty and obtained the seal of the celestial dome to establish the Dahan heavenly dynasty. Gu Hai raised the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal and shouted, "Roar!" Above the sea of providence clouds, the golden dragon of providence suddenly roared. As it roared, Gu Hai's voice immediately spread to the ears of all the people in the Dahan imperial dynasty. Countless people who were working immediately widened their eyes in shock. Our Dahan imperial dynasty is promoting to the celestial dynasty? When establishing a dynasty, we need to worship the heavens and the earth. When establishing the Jin imperial dynasty, we only worship the heavens and not the earth. When advancing to the celestial dynasty, we will be on par with the heavens and not worship the heavens or the earth. We will be friends with the heavens and earth. Observing the ceremony to promote? The Dahan imperial dynasty's providence had already reached that level. It was just that Gu Hai had been suppressing it. This time, he finally stopped suppressing it. However, the golden dragon of providence suddenly swooped down. As the dragon roared, it charged into Gu Hai's heaven-suppressing divine seal. For a moment, the heaven-suppressing divine seal that Gu Hai held high released a dazzling golden light. Following Gu Hai, it suddenly pressed down on the investiture of the gods. Boom! When the heaven-suppressing divine seal landed on the investiture of the gods, it was like some kind of contract had been established. Immediately the world rumbled. Then, waves of exotic fragrance spread throughout the boundless celestial capital. In the sky there were thousands of rays of light. Countless shadows of divine beasts and immortal birds flew and danced. Bursts of heavenly music drifted over as if celebrating the auspicious signs of the world. Not far away, Long Wanyu was sitting at the entrance of a palace. She looked at the scene in the sky and smiled. Ziwei, Chongqing, Gaochen, Hutu, Mao Tianyun, and Ho Qing were all here. My master is going to advance to his holiness. Long Wanyu, this is all because of your extravagance back then, right? Gaochen said with a smile. Of course. However, since brother-in-law is advancing to his holiness, it naturally has to be different from others. At the very least, this celebration can't just be limited to the boundless celestial capital. I want this heavenly music to resound everywhere in both the Yin and Yang realms to show this auspicious sign. This is the only way to match brother-in-law's extravagance. Long Wanyu said as she reached out her hand. It was as if she had opened a node in the void. A void ripple spread out in all directions from the palace. No! Hutu and Mao Tianyun's expressions changed as they shouted. However, it was too late. In both the Yin and Yang realms, 3,000 great Tao vibrated at almost the same time. Then, the exotic fragrance of the boundless celestial capital suddenly drifted to every corner of the divine continent. The heavenly music was so beautiful that all living things in the world suddenly heard it. The rainbow light that was originally exclusive to the boundless celestial capital was now like a rainbow that pierced through the two realms and spread to every corner of the divine continent. Hum, hum, hum. Everywhere in the world, signs of the heavenly dynasty's advancement could be seen. Long Wanyu was very happy, but Hudu and Mao Tianyun looked like they were about to die. It's over. This will alarm the immortal of six paths. Long Wanyu is going to be exposed. She's going to be in trouble. Chapter 1134. Netherworld, North. With Patriarch Mangshan in the lead, a group of northern Ghost Dao patriarchs led a large number of Ghost Kings and Ghost Marshals to kill the Dahan Imperial Army. In order to capture the bandits, one had to capture the ringleader first. The group of patriarchs naturally wouldn't focus their attention on the Great Han Imperial Dynasty's soldiers. Instead, they set their sights on the Great Han Imperial Dynasty's four great marshals: Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon Shenying. Of course, if not for Patriarch Mangshan's repeated request to use the heads of the four Daewon marshals to humiliate Gu Hai, the patriarchs would have already gone to the Indu of eternity. Even if they were a little late, the patriarchs still felt that they wouldn't waste much time. As for the Mosquito Taoist and Kong Xian, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for a nameless brat like him to take their heads? The four patriarchs of the 9th level of Heavenly Palace spread out. Each of them was in charge of a team, preparing to harvest the heads of the four Daewon marshals at the same time. Patriarch Mangshan was naturally the leader of one of the teams. The vast ghost army swept up a black wind and headed straight for Kong Xian's camp. Kong Xian's martial platform was very high. These days, Kong Xian rarely came over. After all, the orders from the higher-ups weren't to Kong Xian's liking. After breaking through the city, treat the people well. Don't hurt the innocent. However, with his methods, he could destroy the entire city with a slap. Without a decent opponent, it was so boring. Moreover, as the marshal, he couldn't wander around. He could only stay in the middle camp. Although his subordinates were handling all the matters well, he couldn't leave. Because war was no small matter. The marshal couldn't leave the camp easily. How could Kong Xian stand this? If he encountered a group of powerful enemies and had to command and dispatch them, it would be fine. But now all he had to do was drink tea, and drink tea. How could he not feel uncomfortable? Today, Mo Yike suddenly sent a message saying that a group of Ghost Dao ancestors were about to launch a counterattack in the north of the Netherworld. A large wave of experts was making their way over with great momentum. Kong Xian excitedly went to the commander's platform. Grand Marshal, a large number of unknown experts have arrived at the front line. Vanguard General, please order us to stop the enemy. A subordinate shouted. Let him pass. Don't worry about this group of people. Focus on breaking into the city and expanding the territory. Kong Xian immediately shouted. Yes. The subordinate immediately used the Guqin figurine to send the message. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, the general of the second line of defense requests for orders. There is a large group of Ghost Dao experts attacking. Please order us to attack. Another subordinate said. Let them pass, don't attack, let them come. Kong Xian shouted. Yes. Inform the generals of the 8 lines of defense that they are not allowed to attack. Let them come over. Kong Xian ordered. Yes. The news quickly spread. The ones who felt it the most were Patriarch Mang Mountain and his group. Did you see that? A bunch of motley crew. We just released our aura and they were scared witless. Patriarch Mang Mountain laughed. Yeah, this is already a few lines of defense. When that group of people rushed over, they were so scared that they retreated. Are you Ghost Kings all useless? You were defeated by this bunch of cowards? Another patriarch sneered. We overestimated the Dahan army. Who do you think you are? General Kong Xian's camp is just ahead. Let's go, let's speed up. Patriarch Mang Mountain led a group of Ghost Dao experts to launch a counterattack. After flying for a period of time and passing through 8 lines of defense, they finally saw Kong Xian's camp in the distance. On the tall commander's platform, they could see Kong Xian sitting on the commander's chair from afar. He was wearing a green robe and drinking tea calmly. A group of generals stood beside him, staring at Patriarch Mang Mountain and his group. Boom! Patriarch Mang Mountain and his group suddenly stopped. A powerful aura rushed over, forming a gale that swept across the huge commander's platform. However, when the gale reached the commander's platform, it strangely dissipated. Patriarch, he is Kong Xian. He is. A ghost king shouted excitedly. Kong Xian sat on the commander's chair and looked at the Ghost Dao army opposite him. Suddenly, he frowned. You are the Dahan army's marshal, Kong Xian? Why don't you surrender? Patriarch Mang Mountain sneered. Kong Xian's teacup paused. He frowned and looked at the 2,000 Ghost Dao experts in front of him. He said unhappily, Didn't you say that there were more than 10,000 Ghost Dao experts counterattacking? Why are there so few of them? Grand Marshal, please calm down. We are not sure. When we sent the letter, it said that there were 10,000 Ghost Dao experts attacking. A subordinate immediately shouted. Patriarch Mang Mountain heard this. There are spies among us? Who revealed our situation? Patriarch Mang Mountain asked in a deep voice. No, we didn't. The Ghost Kings immediately shook their heads and shouted. That's not right. The Ghost Dao old ancestors are at the front. Didn't you say that there were more than 60 of them? Why are there only a dozen? Kong Xian frowned again. Patriarch Mang Mountain was shocked. He exchanged glances with the 15 patriarchs who had the strongest aura. Sure enough, there was a spy among them. The 16 patriarchs' faces turned ugly. However, this was not the time to catch the spy. They had more important matters to attend to. Even if there was a spy, so what if he knew about their situation? The counterattack from the north of the Netherworld was not something a small Kong Xian could compare to. Which patriarch is there? Take down Kong Xian. Patriarch Mang Mountain shouted. At this moment, he was the leader. How could he make a move in advance? He was going to pluck Gu Hai's head. This kind of trivial matter like plucking Kong Xian's head should be left to the other ghosts. I'll do it. Everyone, take a rest first. This kind of small fry is not worthy of our fight. I'll throw a brick to attract Jade. And Patriarch said, It's a piece of cake for the 4-armed old ancestor to take action. All right, let's watch the 4-armed old ancestor show his power. The group of patriarchs applauded loudly. At the same time, they felt that it was a pity that they had shouted too late. If they had shouted earlier, Yang Wei's opportunity would have been theirs. The 4-armed old ancestor slowly flew out. He was extremely proud, as if he was excited by his wit just now. In front of him, Kong Xian was like an ant that could be easily crushed. It was a good opportunity for Yang Wei. Kong Xian, come out and die. The 4-armed old ancestor shouted. With a shout, his body shook and turned into a 100 feet tall stone monster. As he waved his 4 arms, sparks flew. The 4-armed old ancestor's display of power made the group of patriarchs applaud. On the other hand, Kong Xian's eyes widened. This should not be. This was not the scene that he wanted. It should be a scene where his momentum soared to the sky and he could go all out. What is this group of people? Looking at the 4-armed old ancestor jumping up and down, and the noisy accompaniment, Kong Xian felt like he was watching a circus. This bunch of clowns, are they even qualified to challenge me? When I was in the Sun God Shrine, I could eat 1,000 clowns in one gulp. What the hell was this? How dare they challenge him? Kong Xian's face began to turn gloomy. Kong Xian was in a bad mood because he had high expectations and what he got in the end was a group of clowns. Kong Xian, come out and die. The 4-armed old ancestor shouted again. Heavenly Palace, 7th level? Kong Xian looked at the four-armed old ancestor with an ugly expression. He's scared, ha 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 ha. The four-armed old ancestor really scared him. The group of old ancestors laughed. Old ancestor Mang Shan stroked his beard. Although the battle had not started yet, he had already shown his might. Kong Xian. What a waste of my time. A bunch of trash. Kong Xian said gloomily. What did he say? This is hilarious. This Kong Xian is still boasting at the last moment? The group of ghost kings laughed. Humph, Kong Xian, you asked for it by not coming out. Don't blame me. I'll do it myself. The four-armed old ancestor shouted and pounced. Kong Xian was in a bad mood. This group of rascals was still trying to grab him. Don't bother me. Kong Xian suddenly glared at the four-armed old ancestor and shouted. A murderous aura rushed towards the four-armed old ancestor like a cold current. At that moment, the four-armed old ancestor felt that his body was frozen by Kong Xian's murderous aura. The terrifying murderous aura rushed towards the four-armed old ancestor and made him feel as if his head was about to explode. Boom! The four-armed old ancestor was suddenly blasted away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The four-armed old ancestor's eyes were dull, and he was like a wooden chicken. The moment Kong Xian's murderous aura rushed towards him, the four-armed old ancestor felt as if he was about to be destroyed. So terrifying, so terrifying! The four-armed old ancestor trembled as tears of fear flowed from his eyes. Scared to tears? The group of Kong Xian's subordinates asked strangely. Four-armed old ancestor, are you okay? Demonic arts. He must have used some kind of curse. Humph, you can curse four-armed old ancestor, but you can't curse all of us ghost kings. Four-armed old ancestor fell for his trick. Avenge four-armed old ancestor. The group of ghost kings immediately shouted. Patriarch Mang Shan felt that he was the leader of everyone and had the responsibility to seek justice for four-armed old ancestor. Humph, Kong Xian, you don't know what's good for you. You still haven't removed four-armed old ancestor's curse. Otherwise, I'll wipe out your camp. Then, I'll bury Gu Hai with you. Patriarch Mang Shan shouted. Kong Xian's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he looked coldly at the group of clowns. The Dahan soldiers at the side looked at Patriarch Mang Shan and the rest with pity. You guys are really courting death. Now that you've angered Lord Kong, it's no longer a matter of life and death. You'll be begging for death. Grand Marshal, His Holiness has sent a letter. As for the attacking Ghost Kings, just play with them. Don't kill them. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty rules the north of the Netherworld and needs them. An official immediately came forward to report. What? You're not allowing them to kill them? Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Yes, said the official. Kong Xian looked at Patriarch Mang Shan and the rest, who were asking for a beating, and showed a hint of depression. You guys are really lucky. What luck? Kong Xian, you don't want to remove four-armed old ancestor's curse, right? Then don't blame us. Everyone, go. End this quickly and destroy the Grand Marshal's camp. Patriarch Mang Shan shouted. Yes. The Ghost Kings were just about to respond, but halfway through their words, they all widened their eyes. Then, they saw Kong Xian, who was not far away, suddenly open his mouth. What a big mouth! It was really big. So big that the world turned dark with just one mouth. Patriarch, I feel like I've been eaten? A Ghost King said uncertainly. Don't be afraid. With Patriarch Mang Shan here, any tricks are useless. Patriarch Mang Shan, why do you think the world suddenly turned dark? Another Ghost King asked with uncertainty. Yeah, I also feel like I've been eaten, but it shouldn't be. Patriarch Mang Shan, you're experienced and knowledgeable. Tell me, what's going on? Patriarch Mang Shan, I think we've really been eaten. All the Patriarchs. All the Ghost Kings. Chapter 1135. It was because of Gu Hai's order. Kong Xian did not refine the group of Ghost Kings and Patriarch. Instead, He absorbed their ghostly qi in his stomach before spitting them out. When he spat them out, the group of patriarchs and ghost kings, led by Patriarch Mang Mountain, all went limp. They had no strength in their bodies, and their faces were filled with horror. Kong Xian did not even bother to look at them. He threw them aside and ignored them. Patriarch, do you think that was a sneak attack? If he did it again, would you be able to squash him to death? A ghost king asked in horror. Patriarch Mang Mountain's expression turned ugly. However, he did not speak. This was because Patriarch Mang Mountain had realized that his group of ghost kings had hit a wall. Kong Xian was at the great perfection of Heavenly Palace. There was a world of difference between a great perfection and someone who was not. Do it again? Even if they did it 10,000 times, they would not be a match for him. Great perfection of Heavenly Palace? A patriarch looked at Patriarch Mang Mountain with uncertainty. Patriarch Mang Mountain nodded. No, it can't be, right? He's just a subordinate. How can he be at the great perfection stage? Even Ancestor Bone doesn't have such strength, right? How can this be? Is he stupid? He's a subordinate of Ancestor Bone? The Patriarch said in disbelief. Maybe we're unlucky. Patriarch Mang Mountain said bitterly. Yes, it must be our bad luck. Kong Xian is the only great perfection of Heavenly Palace in the Dahan Empire. Sigh, why are we so unlucky? We met a great perfection of Heavenly Palace as soon as we arrived. The other 3 Day One Marshal definitely don't have such strength. The 3 patriarchs are really lucky. The patriarch said bitterly. Yes, we met the only great perfection of Heavenly Palace in the Dahan Empire. Sigh, how unlucky. Patriarch Mang Mountain said bitterly. The ghost kings and patriarchs were extremely depressed. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Where are the ghost kings? A voice asked. Over there. The Grand Marshal threw them over there. A soldier shouted. He saw a golden-robed man walking over. With a stretch of his hand, he threw thousands of ghost kings and patriarchs to Patriarch Mang Mountain. He is Shangguan Hen, the assistant commander of Gao Xianji's army. A ghost king explained to Patriarch Mang Shan. Marshal's attendant? Patriarch Mang Mountain said in surprise. Not only was he curious about Shangguan Hen, but more importantly, all of the ghostly kings and patriarchs had been captured. As for the other 3 ghostly kings, they had all been captured and thrown in front of him. They've all been captured? That's impossible. Patriarch Mang Mountain exclaimed. Shangguan Hen glanced at Patriarch Mang Mountain. The surrounding ghost kings and patriarchs immediately fell silent, not daring to say a word. Shangguan Hen did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he looked at the soldiers beside him and asked, Where is Lord Kong? I have something to discuss with him. This way, I'll take you there, the Dahan soldiers said. And Shangguan Hen nodded. Immediately, he left. In the blink of an eye, the group of patriarchs who were being held captive felt the pressure on them lessen. Patriarch Mang Mountain, you've killed him. Immediately, the group of patriarchs who had just been sent over said in anger. How did you all get captured? Patriarch Mang Mountain said in shock. Didn't you say that they were easy targets? Why is Mosquito Dauren at the peak of Heavenly Palace? Why? My ghost chi was sucked dry by countless mosquitoes with a wave of his hand. Patriarch Mang Mountain, you have to compensate me. You have to compensate me. A patriarch said in grief and indignation. Didn't you say that the 4th Day One was so handsome that he could grab his head? Why did Dragon Godding destroy all of our ghost chi with a single slap? If it wasn't for Gu Hai's order, we would all be dead. Another patriarch said bitterly. It's all your fault for saying that the 4th Day One was only SOSO. When we went to Gao Xianji's camp, the Grand Marshal Gao Xianji didn't even make a move. His follower, Shangguan Hen, is also at the peak of Heavenly Palace. You liar, is this the Imperial Dynasty? Is this the Imperial Dynasty? Another patriarch said in shock and anger. Patriarch Mang Mountain was speechless. The patriarchs exchanged information. Then, they all looked sad, angry, and horrified. Was there even a need to reason with them? 4 Peak of Heavenly Palace were the marshals of the army. How were they supposed to fight? 1 Peak of Heavenly Palace was enough to sweep across the north of the netherworld. How were they supposed to fight 4 of them? Why was the Dahan Imperial Dynasty different from what Patriarch Mang Mountain said? Patriarch Mang Mountain became the target of public criticism. Patriarch Mang Mountain was also dumbfounded. Why did this happen? After some nagging, the group of patriarchs had no choice but to accept their bitter fate. They thought about what they had said earlier. Thinking about it, they felt a chill in their hearts. If it weren't for Gu Hai's order, they would have been dead long ago. Counterattack? It was more like a free meal. What alliance to destroy the Dahan? They didn't take it seriously at all. Why were they so unlucky? Everyone, I underestimated Gu Hai. However, I might know why Gu Hai didn't kill us. Patriarch Mang Mountain said. Why? The patriarchs were in a panic. When they heard Patriarch Mang Mountain's guess, they immediately found a glimmer of hope. Promotion. I think the Dahan Imperial Dynasty doesn't have the ability to promote to the Heavenly Dynasty. He wants to use us to appease the ghostly citizens and then help him collect endless providence. You have to know that only with enough providence can one be promoted to the Heavenly Dynasty. Patriarch Mang Mountain said. Yes, that must be it. Although we are not as strong as Kong Xian and the rest in the past few thousand years, our forces include countless cities. If he wants to obtain providence, he needs our help. Another ghostly being shouted. Gu Hai can't do without us? Ha, we're safe now. As long as he doesn't win the hearts of the people, Gu Hai won't hurt us because he doesn't have providence. Promotion to the Heavenly Dynasty? Kong Xian and the rest are strong enough to support the Heavenly Dynasty. However, what's the use of having no providence? Isn't it still up to us? The ghostly kings and patriarchs nodded with joy. At this moment, Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen walked over again. The patriarchs were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. However, the patriarchs led by Patriarch Mang Mountain immediately raised their heads. They also looked coldly at Kong Xian and the rest. Let's see how we'll deal with today's humiliation in the future. Lord Kong, His Majesty wants us to return and observe the ceremony. What should we do with the ghostly kings? Shangguan Hen asked. Bring them along and let His Majesty deal with them, Kong Xian said in a low voice. Shangguan Hen nodded. With a flick of his sleeves, the two of them swept up nearly 10,000 ghostly kings and patriarchs and turned into 2 streaks of light that shot towards the Indu. They flew in the air. The ghostly kings and patriarchs were extremely relaxed. Everyone, don't be afraid. The Dahan Empire has too little providence. They will beg us to help them collect providence later because we represent providence. If they want to advance to the Heavenly Dynasty, they will have to beg us. Patriarch Mang Mountain said. That's right, ha. The patriarchs immediately relaxed and looked at Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen in front of them with arrogance. Shangguan Hen turned to look at the ghostly kings who were laughing foolishly and frowned. Stop looking. A bunch of idiots. Kong Xian shook his head and said. Shangguan Hen nodded and ignored the ghostly kings and patriarch. Look, they are afraid. Gu Hai will definitely beg us, so Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen don't dare to give us any face. Patriarch Mang Mountain said with a smile. That's right, providence. Does the Dahan Empire have providence? It's all because of us. The patriarchs said excitedly. Just as they were feeling excited, they arrived at the Indu. At this moment, Gu Hai's main body in the Yang realm suddenly sent over the boundless providence of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Rumble! Surging providence immediately surged into the sea of providence above the Indu. It was as if the heavenly river had collapsed. Surging providence swept over. The Great Yellow Dynasty's providence was the actual amount of providence of the Heavenly Dynasty. Moreover, the Great Yellow Dynasty had been accumulating for thousands of years. How massive was the amount! As soon as the surging providence appeared, the Indu was already shining with golden light. The entire world was dyed golden. The vast amount of providence continued to increase, causing the patriarchs who were laughing to stiffen. The ghostly kings suddenly fell silent as they stared blankly at the sea of providence that was increasing endlessly. Patriarch Mang Mountain, did you just say that the Dahan Empire is requesting us to collect providence? One of the patriarchs asked in a daze. Yes, it seems so. Patriarch Mang Mountain's tone was a little strange. The ghostly kings and patriarchs fell silent again. Until Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen led the ghostly kings to the square of the Earth Suppression Hall. They threw the ghostly kings and patriarchs to the side of the square and let the Dahan Empire guards guard them. The sea of providence clouds in the sky had already exceeded the patriarchs' understanding of the heavenly dynasty's providence, and it was still increasing. The golden dragon of providence let out an excited roar. As it roared, it became longer and longer, and soon reached a length of 40,000 miles. Not far away, Gu Hai wore a dragon robe and stepped onto a huge altar. At the side, Kong Xian and the others stood among the officials and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Unlike the Yang realm, Gu Hai did not take out the imperial seal and the investiture of the gods. He only bowed to the heavens. This was because both the Yang realm and the Yang realm belonged to the Dahan Empire. It was not two imperial empires. One could worship and the other could respond at the same time. The heavens above and the earth below. The mother of the immortal dome gives birth to all living things, and the 3,000 great Daos give birth to all living things. Today, Gu Hai of the Dahan Empire upholds the will of the heavens and enlightens the people and comforts them. With the heaven suppression divine seal as proof and the investiture of the gods as proof, I invite the heavens to witness this ceremony and bless me with the blessings of the 3,000 great Daos. With this as proof, the Dahan officially ascends to the heavenly dynasty and obtains the seal of the immortal dome, establishing the Dahan heavenly dynasty. Synchronizing with the Yang realm, the same voice proved that they were both Dahan and promoted to the Dahan heavenly dynasty. Roar! The Yang realm's golden dragon of destiny rushed into the imperial seal, while the Yang realm's golden dragon of destiny rushed into Gu Hai's body as if it was completing the ritual of worshipping the immortal dome. Rumble! The sea of destiny clouds in the sky churned as if there was going to be a huge change. At this moment, the ghost kings and patriarchs who were being held in the corner were all dumbfounded. Patriarch Mang, it seems like the Dahan doesn't need our help to ascend to the heavenly dynasty? An patriarch looked at Patriarch Mang with uncertainty. That seems to be the case. Patriarch Mang's face twitched. Doesn't that mean that we are already worthless? If we don't keep and if we don't kill, there won't be any losses to Gu Hai. The patriarch said cautiously. That seems to be the case. Patriarch Mang said with a stiff expression. I don't want to die. It's all your fault, Patriarch Mang. I'm innocent. Patriarch Mang, we're in deep trouble because of you. The ghost kings and patriarchs cried and scolded Patriarch Mang. Who could Patriarch Mang tell the bitterness in his heart? Chapter 1136. The Yang Realm. The Yang Realm was not as isolated as the Yang Realm. With the appearance of the Guqin figurines, it had already entered the information era. As long as something big happened, the emperors and sect masters would naturally receive news very quickly. Many emperors and sect masters had been keeping an eye on Matriarch Ji's attack on the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty. As for the Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, the leaders of the various factions did not think highly of it. After all, Ho had inherited Jiang Lianshan's empire. Ho had fought too little. Moreover, in the Battle of Zhuolu 3,000 years ago, he was Matriarch Ji's general. Now, Matriarch Ji was leading a group of Heavenly Palace Great Perfection cultivators. The Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty was about to be destroyed. However, reality was often reversed. Ho did not mobilize the power of the dynasty, but he instantly killed 2 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection cultivators. Then, he suppressed the aggressive Matriarch Ji to the point that she could not retaliate. Matriarch Ji's various methods were completely suppressed by the Ho. Not only that, even the Heavenly Eye was snatched away by the Ho. In the end, Matriarch Ji was like a stray dog, fleeing with her 2 injured subordinate. The battle in the primordial desolate city shocked many leaders of the various factions. However, after that, news came from Xianyuan City that Gu Hai had gone alone. Speaking of which, in the eyes of many leaders of the various factions, Gu Hai should have died for sure. However, the truth was so wonderful. Gu Hai was completely fine, and he even attracted Yuanshi Tianzuan. The 2 of them almost destroyed Xianyuan City. Gu Hai, Matriarch Ji, and Yuanshi Tianzuan fought in the depths of the starry sky. Most of the leaders of the various factions did not understand the situation in the starry sky. However, very soon, the sea of providence clouds of the great Yellow Dynasty collapsed, and the surging providence surged into the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The battle situation was self-evident. Gu Hai killed Matriarch Ji? Everyone's jaws dropped again. Gu Hai returned to the imperial court. With a vast amount of providence, he was about to ascend to the heavenly dynasty. At this moment, the leaders of the various forces in the world no longer had any thoughts of competing with Gu Hai. Gu Hai had proven his ferocity with his great battle achievements time and time again. At this moment, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty was offering sacrifices to the immortal dome, inviting the heavens and earth to witness the ceremony. They wanted to ascend to the celestial dynasty and become one with the heavens. Such a major event naturally shook the entire world. The nearby emperors and sect masters all flew towards the vicinity of the infinite celestial capital. From afar, he looked at the scene of the celestial empire being promoted. In the past, Gu Hai had said that he would not ascend to the heavens if he did not destroy Spirit Mountain. Now, not only did Gu Hai destroy Spirit Mountain, but he also destroyed the Great Yellow Dynasty? The emperors and sect masters were still unaware that not only had Gu Hai ascended to the celestial empire in the mortal realm, but the deputy empire in the netherworld was also ascending to the celestial empire. After Gu Hai recited the sacrificial words, the golden dragon of destiny charged into the heavens, suppressing divine, imperial seal, and covered the investiture of the gods. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire Dahan imperial court shook violently. The investiture of the gods was filled with the names of all the officials of the imperial court. Every investiture god on the investiture of the gods was an official of the Dahan imperial court. In the sky, heavenly music floated, exotic fragrance filled the air, and thousands of auspicious signs. This was originally unique to the infinite celestial capital, and it represented the congratulations of the immortal firmament. It was recorded in history that this was the normal phenomenon of ascension to the celestial empire. However, suddenly, the void trembled violently, as if a force was stirring the 3,000 great Tao. With a buzz, the heavenly music instantly spread to every corner of the divine continent. Countless emperors and sect masters who could not come looked up at the sky in shock. What's going on? Why is there a phenomenon in my sect when the Dahan imperial court is ascending? My dynasty is billions of miles away from the Dahan imperial court. Why is there heavenly music? What's going on with the divine beasts and immortal birds? The leaders of countless forces revealed looks of astonishment. Spirit Mountain. Jiang Chun was no longer at the entrance of the divine palace. The battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and Matriarch Ji had begun. Jiang Chun also followed the 2 of them out of the 6 paths immortal firmament. After all, to Jiang Chun, the battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and Matriarch Ji was much more exciting than Gu Hai's ascension to the celestial empire. However, not long after Jiang Chun left, a huge phenomenon occurred. Only Long Outyen was left looking into the distance in disbelief. The whole world is celebrating? Are they celebrating the ascension of the Dahan imperial court? Why is this happening? The four forces were all shocked beyond words. This was not only huge, but it was also shocking. Gu Hai was being celebrated by the entire immortal firmament? In a hall in the infinite celestial capital. Long Wanyu giggled. It was as if she had done something amazing. Mao Tianyun and Goddess Ho Tu looked like they were about to collapse. It's over, it's over. The immortal of the six paths will definitely find out. Goddess Ho Tu said in fear. He will definitely find out. We don't even need to look to know that the phenomenon of ascension to the celestial empire is related to Gu Hai. Only the heavens can do this. Heavens? Heavens? You're going to be exposed. Mao Tianyun said in fear. Everyone was most worried about Long Wanyu's safety. Now she was completely exposed. If Long Wanyu was discovered by the immortal of the six paths, she would definitely be dead. Quick, hide in the immortal firmament. Goddess Ho Tu said anxiously. In the distance, Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine seal from the investiture of the gods. However, the golden dragon of destiny seemed to have already reached the investiture of the gods. Roar. With a deafening dragon roar, the golden dragon of destiny soared into the sky and returned to the sea of destiny. Rumble. The golden dragon of destiny slowly transformed into countless statues. However, the dragon's body transformed into the statues of the officials and generals of the celestial empire, while the huge dragon's head slowly transformed into Gu Hai's appearance. The golden dragon of destiny was no longer above the sea of destiny. Instead, it transformed into the Dahan's imperial court. Gu Hai's statue sat on the dragon throne, and the officials stood in 2 rows. The atmosphere of the celestial empire suddenly appeared. Each statue immediately shot down a beam of light toward the corresponding official. Immediately, the officials felt extremely comfortable. The destiny entered their bodies and cleared all the negative karma in their bodies. Moreover, the surrounding spirit chi was 10 times more than usual because of the destiny. After becoming a god, they could enjoy the blessing of the Dahan's destiny. The one who benefited the most was naturally Gu Hai. Under the cover of the statue, Gu Hai immediately emitted a dazzling light. The aura of a grand emperor spread out. The light from the statue slowly disappeared, but all the officials felt that it had always been there. Celestial music sounded, and auspicious signs appeared. The statue was formed, and the celestial empire was established. At this moment, the Dahan was officially promoted to the celestial empire. The officials of the celestial empire immediately bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. The officials seemed to have taken the lead, and their shouts instantly spread to the infinite celestial capital. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless people bowed in the direction of Gu Hai. The Sea of Destiny transmitted the surrounding voices to the ears of all the people. In the Yang realm, among the 2,400 cities, countless people, officials, and soldiers bowed in the direction of the infinite celestial capital. Greetings to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Long live the Dahan celestial empire. The shouts reverberated throughout the Dahan. At this moment, the Dahan officially promoted to the celestial empire in the eyes of the world. The Dahan celestial empire. The officials also addressed Gu Hai as His Holiness instead of His Majesty. The Dahan celestial empire was His Holiness Gu Hai. At this moment, the Dahan celestial empire had completely pulled away from the imperial dynasties and middle sections. It was on par with the heavens and looked down on the world. It was the same in the Yang realm. The golden dragon of destiny returned to the Sea of Destiny and turned into the statue of Gu Hai and the officials of the celestial empire. The 2 realms of Yin and Yang were exactly the same. Thousands of auspicious signs, and heaven and earth congratulated. Gu Hai flipped his hand and put away the heaven-suppressing divine seal and the investiture of the gods. He took a deep breath and accepted the worship from the world. However, at this moment, Goddess Hutu and Mao Tianyun revealed shocked expressions and quickly ran over. Gu Hai, quick, send Wan Yu into the celestial dome of antiquity, Goddess Hutu said anxiously. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. He didn't understand. She triggered the 3,000 Great Tao and made the two realms of Yin and Yang congratulate her. Goddess Hutu said anxiously. Gu Hai turned his head again. Above the Sea of Destiny, his statue suddenly opened its eyes. When its eyes opened, the entire world suddenly entered its eyes. What the statue saw was what Gu Hai saw himself. Everywhere in the world, the primeval desolation city, Xianyuan city, divine seizing temple, Chiyu city, Wansho Taoism, and so on were this huge, auspicious sign. Suddenly, Gu Hai understood everything. It was bad. Boom. Crack. However, a loud sound in the sky indicated that everything was too late. Rolling dark clouds instantly accumulated in the sky above the boundless celestial capital. Then, the dark clouds separated from the middle, and an omnipresent eye of heaven suddenly opened. The eye of heaven, the investigation of immortal six paths? Under the pressure of heaven, except for Gu Hai and the perfected celestial palace cultivators, everyone was forced to kneel down. That eye of heaven seemed to carry a wave of anger and murderous intent. Synchronizing the 3,000 Great Tao was the right of the immortals. Who dared to interfere with the immortals' rights? Although it was only a small matter that was useless, it was an affront to the immortals' authority. Who is it? Immortal Six Paths' cold and furious voice could be heard everywhere in the two realms of Yin and Yang. The boundless celestial capital bore the brunt of it because it was the source of the phenomenon. Immortal Six Paths first investigated this place. It's over, Goddess Hutu said in despair. Not far away, Long Wanyu widened her eyes and mouth. She also felt that she was in trouble and turned around to hide in the main hall. Mao Tianyun wanted to cry. What's the use of running to the main hall? Under the eye of heaven, houses can't block the immortal's vision at all. We're in trouble. Immortal Six Paths is going to investigate. Everyone thought that the boundless celestial capital was going to be in trouble. Goddess Hutu showed her determination to fight. Gu Hai's face darkened and he clenched his fists. He was ready to fight against the heavenly might. A murderous intent was brewing in the boundless celestial capital. A breeze blew, but it was exceptionally cold. Long Wanyu, Chen Xian'er Guqin, Gu Han, and Gu Tang all looked gloomy. They looked unyielding when they looked at the eye of heaven. Only Gu Ming frowned and a hint of depression flashed in his eyes. The leaders of countless forces around were shocked when they heard the news. Would the Dahan celestial dynasty be killed by immortal Six Paths right after it was established? But at the next moment, buzz! The eye of heaven suddenly closed, and the dark clouds above the boundless celestial capital dispersed. Huh? What happened? Goddess Hutu, who was ready to fight, was surprised. Immortal Six Paths consciousness is gone? Gu Hai said in shock. Immortal Six Paths came with a lot of momentum, but he left in the blink of an eye? That's impossible. Everyone was at a loss. However, the ancient sea god statue in the Sea of Destiny's clouds had eyes like lightning. It immediately saw that in the distant south, dark clouds had gathered. The eye of heaven had opened in the south of the divine continent. It was the Wansho Taoism. So it's you. How dare you touch my Tao? Immortal Six Paths' angry voice spread across the divine continent. Gu Hai's statue seemed to have heard an extremely familiar voice. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 1137. In the world of the living, Wansho Taoism, in the primeval hall. In addition to Yuanshi Tianzuan's own futon, there was an altar next to it. There were a lot of restrictions and chains on it. At this moment, a person was trapped. It was none other than Fushi's former servant, Hichu. Hichu was transformed by a magic treasure. He was neither male nor female. After he died 800,000 years ago, he reincarnated as a demon spirit and possessed Long Wanyu. In the immortal dome, Hoodoo worked hard for 800,000 years to rebuild the body of the golden dragon of Firmament. In the end, Long Wanyu did not want it and gave it to Hichu. Hichu possessed the body of the golden dragon of Firmament. Unfortunately, he was captured by Yuanshi Tianzuan. At this moment, Hichu had turned into an old man with a face full of despair. Ever since he was captured by Yuanshi Tianzuan, he had been studied. Yuanshi Tianzuan seemed to want to find out some secret of the heavens through his body. It was an extremely tragic thing to be studied by others. Hichu had always thought that he was the unluckiest. But today, Yuanshi Tianzuan finally left the primeval hall. Hichu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he did not have to be studied for a while. Buzz! All of a sudden, the restrictions on Hichu's body disappeared. Huh? Disappeared? The restrictions disappeared? Could it be that Yuanshi Tianzuan was testing me? I won't move, I won't run. Hichu was obviously frightened by Yuanshi Tianzuan and did not dare to move at all. After an unknown amount of time, Hichu's head turned around. That's not right. With Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength, there is no need to test me. But the restrictions suddenly disappeared. Could it be that Yuanshi Tianzuan is dead? Hichu stared. This thought echoed in his mind, and Hichu's whole body trembled. It's good that he's dead. I'm finally free. Hichu was so excited that he wanted to shout, Walala! During the struggle, the chains made a clanking sound. Suddenly, Hichu calmed down in horror as he recalled Yuanshi Tianzuan's words. Remember this. I spent a great deal of time and effort to create this altar. Even the chains on your body were slowly carved by me. If you break even a little bit, I'll make you beg for death. Do you still remember the feeling of being electrocuted? I'll amplify that feeling by 100 times. Hichu shuddered at the thought of destroying a little bit of it and making him suffer 100 times more torment. He didn't dare to spoil it. But the next moment, Hichu struggled for a while before he thought, who cares? Yuanshi Tianzuan is dead. What am I afraid of? Humph. Boom. Hichu broke free from all the chains on his body. It's so comfortable. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. Hichu stood up excitedly. He turned his head to look at the altar and the chains that had tortured him all this time. Humph, Yuanshi Tianzuan, I'm not scared. Not to mention that you're dead. Even if you're not dead, I'm not afraid of you. Lock me up and torture me? Humph, humph, humph. Hichu immediately rushed to the altar. Boom. Crack. Crack. The chains that Yuanshi Tianzuan personally carved on it were all broken. After shattering it, the river diagram was clearly not enough to vent its anger, so it once again forcefully crushed the fragments, and only then did its mood lighten up. Ha 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 ha, so comfortable. You dare to lock me up? I'll destroy you all. Anyway, Yuanshi Tianzuan is dead. Ha 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 ha. Hichu laughed. While laughing, Hichu suddenly walked to the entrance of the hall and opened the door. Quang! The door of the hall opened with a bang. A gust of free air rushed in. Hichu immediately showed a satisfied intoxication. However, before he could enjoy it, he suddenly saw a white-robed sword cultivator standing at the entrance of the hall. It was Gui. Gui stood with his sword on his back, not far from the entrance of the hall, quietly looking at the sky. At this moment, the world was full of fragrance, celestial music, and thousands of multicolored light. Hichu stared. Who is this person with his back to me? Do you want to block my way? Before leaving, sect leader told me to guard the premier hall. You'd better go back. Sect leader will be back soon. Gui did not turn around and said lightly. Sect leader? Who are you talking about? Who's the sect leader? Hichu was slightly startled. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Sect leader Yuanshi Tianzuan. Gui said simply. Hichu's bad feeling suddenly increased in his heart. Yuanshi Tianzuan? Isn't he dead? Hichu said in shock. Gui turned his head with a "Are you stupid?" expression. Isn't that so? Hichu said anxiously. Of course not. Sect leader just went to the void and will be back soon. Wait patiently. Gui said lightly. Hichu, Yuanshi Tianzuan is not dead? Then just now, what did I smash just now? The chains and altar that Yuanshi Tianzuan spent countless efforts to forge? Remember this, if you damage even a little bit of this altar, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yuanshi Tianzuan's words suddenly echoed in his mind. Hichu's hair suddenly stood on end, and he had the urge to vomit blood. He turned his head to look at the altar of the premier hall, a group of broken stones. He looked at the chains, a group of broken dregs. Boom! It was as if a bolt of heavenly thunder exploded in Hichu's mind. Why did this happen? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yuanshi Tianzuan will be back soon. If he comes back and sees this scene, won't I? Thinking about it, Hichu knew that he was dead meat. Yuanshi Tianzuan will come back and see his efforts destroyed. His end. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu turned his head with tears in his eyes. 45 years of looking up at the sky. This way, the tears of regret will not flow. You should go back to the premier hall. It's not safe outside. Gui looked at the eye of heaven of the infinite celestial capital and kindly said to Hichu. Gui understood that the infinite celestial capital did not know what happened. Immortal Six Paths' eye of heaven appeared, and a murderous aura rushed towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai was in trouble. Immortal Six Paths' anger might cause a chain reaction, so he advised Hichu to go back. However, did Hichu dare to go back now? Yuanshi Tianzuan's threat scared Hichu so much that he was about to cry. How could this happen? Go back? Are you kidding me? Wait for Yuanshi Tianzuan to come back and torture me? I'm not interested in this. No, I have to leave this dangerous place immediately. Whoosh! Hichu took a step and rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Without the order of the sect leader, you are not allowed to leave. Gui stared and immediately rushed into the sky. Boom! A large amount of sword chi appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Hichu, making it impossible for Hichu to escape. Hichu's expression changed. This was his last chance to escape. He must break out. Roar! Hichu let out a long roar and immediately transformed into the form of the firmament. A huge golden dragon body burst out. Golden dragon body of the firmament emitted millions of golden lights. Boom! The surrounding sword chi was knocked away. Gui's expression changed. You have the golden dragon body of the firmament. Don't use the power of heaven and earth. Gui said this for Hichu's sake. The immortal of Six Paths was angry. Hichu did not want to provoke the immortal of Six Paths. However, Hichu did not know that. Hichu saw Gui's anxiety and immediately laughed. Ha, do you think I'm stupid? The golden dragon body of the firmament can mobilize the weak power of the 3,000 great paths. However, even the weak power is not something you can compare to. Look at my power of the great path. In an instant, the golden dragon body of the firmament stirred the great path of the void. Suddenly, countless lightning appeared out of nowhere. Rumble! The huge great path was triggered and immediately shattered the countless sword chi that Gui threw out. The strong turbulence caused the surrounding void to tremble. Gui was stunned. Is Hichu stupid? The immortal of Six Paths is angry, but you are challenging his authority. Yuanshi Tianzuan is not here. You think you can stop me? Come, let me see who dares to block my way. Hichu shouted. Hum! The golden dragon body of the firmament stirred the 3,000 great paths again. It showed Hichu's overwhelming power. At this moment, the immortal of Six Paths' eyes were fixed on the infinite celestial capital. A huge murderous intent shrouded the infinite celestial capital. The 3,000 great paths were stirred at the same time. Someone was challenging the immortal of Six Paths' authority. It was like the right of a king to issue an imperial edict. Only the king had the right to issue an imperial edict. Originally, it would have been easy to find out who Long Wanyu was, and the truth could no longer be hidden. However, at this moment, in the south of the Divine Continent, another traitor issued an imperial edict. No, it triggered the power of the 3,000 Great Paths. The Immortal of 6 Paths was stunned. The Eye of Heaven suddenly closed. In the next moment, the Immortal of 6 Paths consciousness appeared in the sky above the Wanshou Taoism. "Let me see who dares to block my way," Hichu shouted. His dragon scales stood up, showing his ferocity and ruthlessness. However, at this moment, the Eye of Heaven suddenly opened above Hichu's head. An extremely powerful heavenly aura rushed down. Under the heavenly aura, the furious Hichu stopped talking. He raised his head and looked at the Eye of Heaven in shock. "So it's you. You dare to meddle with my great path?" Immortal of 6 Paths' angry voice exploded, which made the He-Tu tremble. The anger from before disappeared, and it was replaced by a look of fear. "You just said, 'Who dares to block your way?' Do you think I can stop you?" The Immortal of 6 Paths said coldly. Hichu's face froze. "A misunderstanding. It's not my fault." The Eye of Heaven had a vicious aura. It did not care how Hichu explained. "Golden dragon body of the heavens? You asked for it. Yuanshi Tianzuan is not here, right? That's great. You should not exist in this world. With me here, let's see where you can run to today." The Immortal of 6 Paths shouted coldly. Hichu was dumbfounded. He wanted to escape, but at this moment, the void was locked by the Immortal of 6 Paths. He suddenly could not move. The power of the 3,000 Great Paths that he used was nothing in front of the Immortal of 6 Paths. He had just escaped from Yuanshi Tianzuan's wolf's den, and now he was in the tiger's den. The Eye of Heaven stared at Hichu. Suddenly, a black light flashed in its eyes. God-killing light? Chen Feng's face sank. God-killing light? The God-killing light of the Eye of Heaven? Hichu understood its power. With his strength, there was no way he could block it. If he had not come out of the primitive palace, facing Yuanshi Tianzuan, he would at most suffer a little. But now that he was in the hands of the Immortal of 6 Paths, he would be destroyed. Wang! A black beam of light shot down from the Eye of Heaven, shooting towards the He Tuesday. "Why am I so unlucky?" Hichu's eyes were filled with tears of fear. His sorrowful voice suddenly spread to the world. Chapter 1138. Hichu. Gu Hai's face darkened. He was already prepared to fight with the Immortal of 6 Paths. Why did Hichu join in the fun? Hichu didn't want to do that. Why was he so unlucky? He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The light of destruction was about to hit him. Far away, Gu Hai wanted to help, but could not. It was too far away, he could not do anything. Hichu was locked down by the Eye of Heaven. He couldn't move at all. He could only watch as the light of destruction rushed towards him. He was about to die. At this moment, a figure in a white robe suddenly stood between the light of destruction and Hichu. It was Ming. His eyes turned cold. He slashed the green edge longsword in his hand. A green sword aura shot into the sky. It turned into a huge green sword lotus and exploded against the light of destruction. Hong! With a loud bang, the void was instantly shattered into countless pieces. The huge impact caused countless experts of the Divine Continent to suddenly feel something and look towards the south with a quiver. He blocked it. Goddess Ho-Tu looked into the distance in shock. Hichu was in the sky above the Wanshou Taoism. His eyes were wide open. The violent wind made his robe flutter. Ming was still holding the green edge longsword, but the light of destruction had disappeared. The green edge longsword had blocked the light of destruction. In the distance, Goddess Ho-Tu gasped. Countless disciples of the Wanshou Taoism also gasped. The second in command of the Wanshou Taoism blocked the Eye of Heaven? He blocked the Immortal of 6 Paths? Is this for real? I'm not dead? I'm not dead? Hichu was overjoyed. The eye of heaven stared at Ming. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. There was also a murderous aura. What a 3-foot-long green edge. You actually blocked my light of destruction. The Immortal of Six Paths' voice reverberated in the surroundings. One should know that in the past, even Tian Rulai and the others could not withstand this god-destroying light. But now it was blocked by Ho, which showed how strong Ho's swordsmanship was. Sage of the Six Paths, this is the leader of Wanshou Taoism, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Cult leader is not here. Do you want to wait for cult leader to return? Show off the might of an immortal again? Tian said coldly. Heh, you want to teach me a lesson? The Immortal of Six Paths' voice was cold. Teach him a lesson? I don't dare. However, the Lord is not here. Do you know the basic etiquette? Bai said coldly. Master? Ha ha ha, the entire immortal dome is mine. No matter where I am the master. Puny sword cultivator, you don't know what's good for you. You deserve to die. A murderous aura suddenly appeared. As soon as the killing intent appeared, the void trembled. Then, a giant fist suddenly condensed in the vast void. The fist was thousands of feet long. A fist came down from the sky. When the fist smashed down, it seemed to carry a monstrous might. The void below was instantly crushed and exploded. A great destructive force rushed towards Wanshou Taoism. Boom! Crack! 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 The fist was still in the sky, but the ferocious pressure caused countless cracks to appear on the ground of Wanshou Taoism. A large number of buildings collapsed and a large number of floors cracked. Poof! 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 One by one, the disciples of Wanshou Taoism vomited blood. They were inexplicably shocked. Hichu was even more desperate. The Immortal of Six Paths is serious. This fist is the fist of heaven and earth. It's more than 10 times stronger than the god-destroying light. I'm definitely going to be crushed to death. I don't want to die. Why am I so unlucky? No. Rumble. The fist came down from the sky with unstoppable momentum. Tian's face also showed a dignified expression, but he did not retreat. Instead, he stared and raised his sword to the sky again. 30,000 miles of wind break the sky with one sword. Tian stared. He thrust his sword forward, and a huge sword lotus collided with the fist of heaven and earth. Hong! A deafening sound rang out. The void shattered again. The explosion was even more powerful than before, and it immediately caused the ground of the divine continent to shake. The sword lotus exploded with a bang. However, the fist of heaven and earth did not smash down. Instead, it collided with the sword energy in the void, and they were in a stalemate. Wung wung wung. Tian's sword energy vibrated, as if it could not hold on any longer. Tian's expression turned ugly, but he still resisted the fist of heaven and earth with a ferocious expression. Tian is so powerful. He actually blocked the fist of heaven and earth. Goddess Hutu said in shock. If it were Goddess Hutu, she would not have been able to block the god-destroying light, let alone the fist of heaven and earth that was 10 times stronger. Tian can't hold on any longer. I have to help him. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Help? What? You will anger the Immortal of the Six Paths. Goddess Hutu exclaimed. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with determination. He stomped his foot and rushed forward. No! Goddess Hutu shouted. Gu Hai had a reason to go. This time, Hichu's unexpected appearance allowed Long Wanyu to be protected. He had to do something when Tian was in danger. Besides, he owed Tian many favors. Now Gu Hai's body was so strong that he should be able to hold on for a while. More importantly, Gu Hai and the Immortal of the Six Paths would fight sooner or later. Now that the Immortal of the Six Paths only had a wisp of divine will, how could he be afraid? Gu Hai instantly rushed forward. Long Outyen, who was in the distance, widened his eyes. Gu Hai is crazy. He wants to help? Does he have a death wish? Long Outyen said in shock. However, Gu Hai still went in the end. However, the moment Gu Hai arrived, the heaven and earth fist unleashed its power again and shattered Cheng's sword energy. Boom! The sword energy shattered, and the heaven and earth fist smashed down. Cheng's expression was ferocious, but he did not retreat at all. He was ready to charge into the sky again. At this moment, Cheng suddenly felt an aura surging toward him. Xiao Chen glanced around and happened to see Gu Hai flying over. Furthermore, Gu Hai's aura seemed to be helping him. This made Xiao Chen feel slightly stunned and warm in his heart. Since it was Gu Hai, Cheng was relieved. He charged into the sky again and did not think too much. Humph, your sword is not bad, but can it compare to the power of heaven and earth? Shatter! The immortal of the six paths' cold voice echoed in heaven and earth. The heaven and earth fist carried the power of heaven and earth. It was even more ferocious than before. It crashed down on Wanshou Taoism and was about to collide with Cheng's sword energy again. However, at this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared. Whoosh! The white figure stood between Cheng's sword energy and the heaven and earth fist in the blink of an eye. A purple energy palm suddenly enveloped the heaven and earth fist. Boom! A loud crash rang in the air. The energy palm and the heaven and earth fist exploded again. Amidst the astonishment, Qi's azure-edged sword force dispersed. In the distance, Gu Hai arrived in a hurry. However, it was already over. Yuanshi Tianzuan had returned. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood in the air and looked coldly at the eye of heaven in the sky. Rokudo Shinkuan, you've crossed the line. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Crack, 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 crack. Blood vessels appeared in the eye of heaven. It was the immortal of the six paths' anger toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan emitted a cold aura that surged toward the eye of heaven. It was as if it was the end of the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan had proven his strength in the flawed celestial dome. He was so strong that even the immortal of the six paths could not do anything to him. At this moment, the immortal of the six paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at each other. There was no one else in their eyes. They were just looking at each other. Cold, alert, fierce, and murderous. Their gazes met, and neither of them gave in to the other. However, the battle just now stopped. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked coldly at the immortal of the six paths, but the immortal of the six paths did not make a move. Hey, Yuanshi Tianzuan? Good, I remember you. Just you wait. In less than 2 years, my real body will wake up. You better enjoy the last 2 years. Humph. The immortal of six paths snorted. I'll wait for you. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Rumble. The heaven's eye was filled with anger. It slowly closed its eyes, and the rolling dark clouds around it slowly dispersed. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and everything that happened before seemed like a dream. However, everyone knew that everything was real. The countless collapsed buildings of the Wanshou Taoism proved everything. Yuanshi Tianzuan had forced the immortal of the six paths away again? The leaders of the various forces swallowed their saliva. How strong was Yuanshi Tianzuan? One could imagine. There were only 4 figures left in the sky. The one at the top was Yuanshi Tianzuan, followed by Bai and Gu Hai, and below them was Hichu. At this moment, Hichu's pressure was gone, but Hichu did not dare to escape. Yuanshi Tianzuan was not dead. He really came back. Even the immortal of the six paths was forced away by him. How could he escape? Yes, fortunately, Yuanshi Tianzuan came back. He did not have to die. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Bai first. You're not bad. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Bai indifferently. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not care much about the Wanshou Taoism, but this place carried the memories of eldest senior brother and third junior brother. Yuanshi Tianzuan also treated this place as his home. As for the other people in the Wanshou Taoism, Yuanshi Tianzuan never cared about them. However, Bai's performance today made Yuanshi Tianzuan very satisfied. He did not care about the Wanshou Taoism, but it did not mean that others could crush it at will. Bai protected the Wanshou Taoism, which made Yuanshi Tianzuan approve of him. On the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai did nothing. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not say anything. After all, in Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes, Gu Hai was also an outsider. With Yuanshi Tianzuan's fickle character, he would not be grateful to Gu Hai. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not care, but Bai bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Gu Hai, thank you. Bai understood that it was not easy for Gu Hai to come here, because Gu Hai came to oppose the Immortal of Six Paths for him. Although he did not do anything, Bai accepted this favor. Wanshou Taoism is fine, I will take my leave too. Gu Hai nodded. Whoosh! Gu Hai quickly shot towards the infinite celestial capital. Yuanshi Tianzuan was already in front of Hichu. In front of Yuanshi Tianzuan, Hichu naturally did not dare to be presumptuous, and immediately turned into his human form. I saw that you went out, so I came out to get some fresh air, just some fresh air. Hichu looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with a fawning look. Since you have breathed, let's go back. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded and took the lead to fly towards the primeval palace. The primeval palace was sturdy, and did not suffer any damage under the huge pressure just now. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped into it. Hichu, on the other hand, shuddered violently as he remembered everything that he had smashed inside, and immediately showed a look of despair. Hichu? What did you do? Yuanshi Tianzuan's angry voice came from the primeval palace. Hearing this voice, Hichu felt as if his entire heart was being squeezed. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 1139. In the world of the living, Yuanshi Tianzuan returned from the void, and Jiang Chen also returned to the seizing divinity temple. Jiang Chen happened to see Yuanshi Tianzuan forcing the eye of heaven away. Gu Hai actually went to Wanshou Taoism? What a surprise! Jiang Chen said with a trace of surprise. True Lord, you're back. What about Matriarch Ji? Long Aotian asked curiously. Matriarch Ji died. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not use his full strength, and Matriarch Ji lost in the end. Jiang Chen shook his head. Matriarch Ji's soul was taken away by Yuanshi Tianzuan? Long Aotian asked curiously. No. Although Matriarch Ji was defeated, she was His Holiness. A monarch has his own way of dying. Jiang Chen shook his head. A monarch's way of dying? Long Aotian was confused. After being captured by Yuanshi Tianzuan, 3 of her souls would be extracted and tortured day and night. Matriarch Ji knew that she was defeated, but she retained her last shred of dignity. She did not beg for mercy and jumped into the depths of the void, completely severing her connection with the Six Paths Immortal Dome. She died in the void, leaving behind the dignity of a monarch. Jiang Chen explained. Although she was defeated, her death was not decided by others. It's a pity that Matriarch Ji died the same way as a monarch. Long Aotian sighed. Jiang Chen nodded. In the distance, Gu Hai had already returned from Wanshou Taoism. Before Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped into the Seizing Divinity Temple, he also glanced at the Seizing Divinity Temple. It was just like how Yuanshi Tianzuan noticed when Jiang Chen was looking at him from afar. Even though he noticed, Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't say anything. Instead, he stepped into the primeval palace and discovered Hichu's destruction. Immediately, his voice was filled with anger, making Hichu despair. Rumble! Dongfang of the Divine Continent in the sky above the Desolation City. After Ho extracted the Sun Heart Flame, he went through a huge baptism. Under the huge baptism, billions of flames appeared around his body. In the meantime, I could not be disturbed. Of course, I was not disturbed. Finally, at this moment, the baptism was complete. Screech! Bai suddenly let out a long screech. The long howl instantly entered the ears of all living beings in the world. When this sound entered their ears, almost everyone suddenly felt a piercing pain in their eardrums. They covered their ears and looked at the sky in horror. Gu Hai had already returned to the infinite celestial capital. The ear-piercing sound immediately caused countless citizens of the limitless celestial capital to cover their ears in pain. Gu Hai abruptly turned his head. He saw that on Ho's head there were two shining horns that looked exceptionally ferocious. In the center of the horns, there seemed to be a golden eye floating. However, those horns quickly retracted back into his body. Ho returned to his original appearance. The flames around his body slowly disappeared, and his aura slowly retracted. While standing in the air, Ho suddenly looked towards the west, towards Jiang Chen, who was at the entrance of the shrine. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ho's mouth. He said indifferently, "Jiang Chen? Are you satisfied now?" At the entrance of the shrine, Jiang Chen was surprised. Ho actually found him directly. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile. "Congratulations, you have reached the peak of the fire zombie." "Congratulations? All the heroes climbed the peak as you wished. Do you think that everyone is under your control? The reason why Jiang Lianshan was so lucky back then was also because of you, right?" Ho said coldly. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. You underestimate Jiang Lianshan. He can calculate so much. How can he not guess that you added fuel to the fire? You have a great enemy, but it doesn't mean that everyone will attack you. Jiang Chen, a general or a subject, rebelling against the emperor as a subject will not end well in the end. You're on your own, Ho said coldly. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Jiang Chen, a general or a subject? Let's wait and see. Jiang Chen finally said indifferently. Ho sneered. With a wave of his dragon robe, he stepped back into the primeval desolation city. Limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai also frowned slightly. What did Ho mean? Jiang Chen, a general or a subject? He was only a subject? Only a general? He wanted to rebel against the emperor? Jiang Chen's enemy was 30. Was 30 the emperor? However, Long Wan Yu said that 30 and Jiang Chen were not of the same era. When 30 left the immortal vault of the Six Paths, Jiang Chen had not yet been born. It seemed that Jiang Chen still had some secrets that Ho knew, not that he knew. In the distance, Jiang Chen finally smiled softly and slowly walked back to the divine seizing temple. Gu Hai was silent for a while and stopped thinking about it for the time being. At this moment, when the officials saw Gu Hai return, they immediately bowed respectfully. In the soaring temple, Gu Hai also immediately started a court meeting. The Dahan Heavenly Empire had successfully advanced and pardoned the world. Gu Hai ordered to open up a program to recruit talents from all over the world. One by one, Gu Hai issued policies to improve the people. For a time, the people of the Dahan Heavenly Empire, the 2,400 cities in the Yang realm, suddenly danced in joy. The major forces of the Yang realm once again combed through the history of Gu Hai's growth in the past few decades. For a time, they fell into silence again. What have I been doing for the past few decades? Compared to a few decades ago, the forces of the divine continent had almost gone through a huge baptism. The three great celestial empires, the Deqian Celestial Empire, the Dian Dynasty, and the Great Yellow Dynasty. The three great holy lands, the Solar Divine Shrine, the Wanshou Taoism, and the Ling Shan Holy Land. Now, only the Wanshou Taoism still existed. In the Yang realm, the imperial court and the middle sects could still compete with each other, but in the face of the Wanshou Taoism and the three great upstarts, they could only look on helplessly. Dongfang Yan Shin Temple, Ho. South, Yuanshe Palace, Yuanshe Tianzuan. West, Divine Seizing Temple, Jiangchen. North, Soaring Temple, Gu Hai. Infinite Celestial Capital. Gu Tang had the resources of the Dahan Celestial Empire, so naturally, his cultivation recovered very quickly. After a period of cultivation in the immortal dome of the ancients, his cultivation had already returned to the lower celestial palace. Gu Qin, Gu Han, and Gu Ming fought to help Gu Tang recover, and Gu Hai did not interfere much. Gu Hai was happy to see the brotherly affection. Gu Hai went to Tsang Jie's residence alone. Greetings to the Dahan and His Holiness. Tsang Jie saw Gu Hai and bowed slightly. Gu Hai smiled and said, Mr. Tsang Jie, I have been busy with government affairs these days and did not come to disturb you. Is Mr. used to living in this residence? Originally, you had Guqin watch over me, but now you have given me a residence to live in. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? Tsang Jie looked at Gu Hai. I am here to help Mr. Gu Hai said with a smile. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Buzz! The seal on Tsang Jie's body suddenly disappeared. Huh! Tsang Jie looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Previously, when his cultivation was sealed, Tsang Jie could not escape even if he wanted to. Now Gu Hai had unsealed it? Not a single seal was left. If Tsang Jie wanted to leave, it would only take him a few steps. I trust Mr. Gu Hai said with a smile. You trust me? I don't seem to have any relationship with you, right? Moreover, you forced His Holiness to his death. Tsang Jie said in a low voice. The one who forced Empress Ji to her death was not me, but himself. If he was not anxious, would there be this calamity? Gu Hai shook his head. Tsang Jie was silent for a moment. In fact, Tsang Jie also understood that Empress Ji was not defeated by everyone. It was because he was too anxious. In one go, he had become the enemy of the entire world. Gu Hai Qi Yuanshi Tianzuan? If Empress Ji had fought steadily and not been so greedy, even if she could not defeat the enemy, she would have been able to defend the city. Unfortunately, Mr. Do you still remember our bet? Gu Hai said with a smile. Tsang Jie was silent for a moment. At that time, Gu Hai knew that Empress Ji was a trap, but in order to make a bet with him, he personally went and turned the tide. He had lost the bet. He, I am Big Huang's old servant. Do you dare to use me? Tsang Jie said in a low voice. Mister, aren't you looking down on me? Gu Hai said with a smile. Tsang Jie was silent for a moment. Using the old servant of the enemy? Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, Sima Chongkong, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, and Dragon God Ing. Weren't they all Gu Hai's opponents and enemies in the past? Didn't they hold high positions in Dahan now? Gu Hai was indeed the most magnanimous person Tsang Jie had ever seen. Bet? He, you won the bet. Aren't you afraid that I will stay in Dahan and destroy it? Or, I will do nothing. What's the use of keeping me here? Tsang Jie said in a low voice. Mr. Staying here is already a blessing for Dahan. What else do I want? Gu Hai said with a smile. Tsang Jie. Then I won't do anything. Tsang Jie finally said in a low voice. Okay, I won't force you. As long as you are willing to stay in Dahan, I will move you with sincerity. If you don't have sincerity, you can do nothing. Gu Hai nodded. Tsang Jie looked at Gu Hai. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, Fine, it's only 40 years. Then I will stay. I am only staying because of the bet. I won't do anything. Haha, you are too polite, mister. By staying in Dahan, you have already eliminated an extremely powerful opponent for Dahan. Why would I ask you for anything else? Gu Hai said with a smile. I want to go to the territory of the Great Yellow Dynasty tomorrow. There are some things. Tsang Jie looked at Gu Hai. From today onwards, I appoint you as the 9th Army Commander of Dahan. As a commander, you can raise your own army and have your own servants. All your salaries will be given to you on time. You can enjoy all the rights of a commander. You have no political or military responsibilities. You are free to enter and leave Dahan and go wherever you want. You don't have to report to me. If you need anything, you can ask me. Gu Hai said with a smile. Tsang Jie was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, Yes, His Holiness. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Gu Hai said goodbye with a smile. Tsang Jie walked Gu Hai out of his mansion. Looking at Gu Hai's back, Song Jie was silent for a long time. When he was under Empress Ji, Song Jie was respected. When he was under Gu Hai, he was also respected. However, the two kinds of respect were different. Empress Ji wasn't as broad-minded as Gu Hai. In the past, she killed Song Jie's old master just in case. She wanted to obtain Song Jie's only loyalty. However, Gu Hai's respect only required him to capture Song Jie's heart. As for Song Jie's life and other affairs, Empress Ji wouldn't interfere with Song Jie's life. This wasn't just respect. It was a form of trust. The next day, Song Jie left the infinite celestial capital as expected. Gu Hai didn't ask. He also told Montez and the others not to interfere. The 9th Army commander of Dahan's 9th Army was very important to Gu Hai. The officials naturally wouldn't point fingers at this moment. After Song Jie left, the officials didn't ask too much. Only the unborn man and Gu Ming asked around after learning that Song Jie had left. Chapter 1140. The Netherworld. Eternal Indu. The skeleton Gu Hai sacrificed to the immortal dome almost simultaneously with his main body, promoting the Dahan Empire to the Celestial Empire. Long live His Holiness! Long live the Dahan Celestial Empire! Eternal Indu was filled with cheers. In the north of the Netherworld, everything was under control, and there were no invading forces. Just like the Netherworld, there was amnesty in the imperial court. Good governance bestowed the people. The Dahan Celestial Empire was famous throughout the world. Patriarch Mang Mountain and the others who were captured were trembling in fear. They did not know how Gu Hai would execute them. During this time, Sima Chongkong personally went to the prison and met with the group of patriarchs. He expressed that the Dahan Celestial Empire was willing to take them in and asked if they were willing. Sima Chongkong asked very casually, and his attitude was obviously casual. However, the patriarchs seemed to have found a life-saving straw and immediately nodded and shouted excitedly. Only a few patriarchs were unwilling. However, Sima Chongkong was an expert at playing with people's hearts. A few inadvertent revelations made the patriarchs lose their temper. They were even afraid that the Dahan Celestial Empire would not accept them. Half a month later, in the imperial court of the Ground Suppression Hall, Gu Hai wore a black dragon robe with golden threads and sat on the dragon throne, looking down at the patriarchs. There was complete silence in the hall. Patriarch Mang Mountain was in front of the patriarchs, kneeling to Gu Hai and looking at the 2 rows of officials in the imperial court. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, and the others stood respectfully on both sides. Sima Chongkong said that you are willing to be recruited by the Dahan Celestial Empire? Gu Hai looked down and said calmly, "Yes, we, humble subjects, greet His Holiness." Patriarch Mang Mountain bowed respectfully. After saying 3 titles in a row, Patriarch Mang Mountain was a little nervous. "We pay our respects to His Holiness. Long live His Holiness." The group of patriarchs followed suit and bowed. "Since you've entered the Dahan's heavenly dynasty, you'll first serve in white. You'll temporarily enter the national army and follow the army to battle in all directions. With your contributions in breaking the city and pacifying the people, you'll make a name for yourself. Then we'll reward them accordingly." Gu Hai said. "Yes, thank His Holiness." The group of patriarchs immediately bowed. With such a reward, the patriarchs heaved a sigh of relief. This way they were completely safe. Set him free? Escape from the Dahan Celestial Empire? Looking at Kong Xian and the others not far away, the group of ancestors also gave up on the idea. On the other hand, joining the Dahan Celestial Empire might not be a bad thing. As for merits, they were obviously free. Those cities were originally under their control, so it was very easy for them to make contributions. With the backing of the Dahan Celestial Empire, they wouldn't have to worry about being killed by other powerhouses in the future. After all, the battles in the Netherworld were still very dangerous. At this moment, the group of ancestors finally understood. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and the other 4 Day-1 commanders were only deputy commanders. Above them was the commander Emoyike, and above them was the Dahan His Holiness. Emoyike was in charge of the national army. Next, it wasn't about breaking the city, but how to take over the city and how to properly manage the city. For a time, the Dahan Celestial Empire's territory in the Netherworld expanded rapidly. The people also quickly accepted the Dahan Celestial Empire. In the north of the Netherworld, the most powerful force was slowly born. The rise of the Dahan Celestial Empire in the Netherworld also quickly spread throughout the Netherworld, causing a huge wave in the Netherworld. West of the Netherworld, in a dark main hall. The main hall was called the Ancient Hall. The Ancient Hall was extremely dark. On the main seat of the main hall, there was an illusory figure, hazy and illusory. 2 people stood below. They were Wu Shang Demon and Scorpio. My lord, the Dahan Celestial Empire has succeeded in its promotion. Moreover, it has also opened a sub-dynasty in the Netherworld. Wu Shang Demon said with an ugly expression. In the mortal world, Matriarch Ji is also dead. The great yellow dynasty has collapsed. Scorpio said with an ugly expression. On the main seat was naturally the illusory figure of the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon nodded. This Lord knows. Matriarch Ji's plan turned into empty talk in the end. What a pity, Scorpio said with a frown. He was too anxious. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon said indifferently. Yes. However, my lord, the enmity between the Heavenly Demon Holy Ground and Gu Hai, should we just let it go like this? Scorpio looked at the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon. Enmity? The Heavenly Demon Holy Ground originally had 12 peak leaders. Now there were only 4 peak leaders left. The other peak leaders had all died because of Gu Hai. However, with the Long Zhangguo in the Dahan Celestial Empire, the vast Freedom Heavenly Demon was in a difficult position. My lord, you said that you have seen the Long Zhangguo before. However, why didn't the Long Zhangguo show himself? Is he afraid of the 6 paths celestial? Not necessarily, Wu Shang Demon said with a frown. This is also what I don't understand. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon said in a low voice. My lord, could it be that Gu Hai did it on purpose? That Long Zhangguo might not be the real one. It's just that the resemblance is too much. That's why my lord misunderstood? Wu Shang Demon said with a frown. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon fell silent. When he first saw the Long Zhangguo, he had also suspected it. However, after checking, he confirmed that it was real. But now, if it was real, why didn't he dare to show himself? What if Gu Hai is lying to my lord? He purposely prevented us from making a move so that he could gather a group of experts to deal with Matriarch Ji? So that we can attack them separately? Scorpio said in a low voice. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon was also suspicious. After a moment of silence he said, That's right. First, we have to find out if the Long Zhangguo of the Dahan Celestial Empire is real. If the Long Zhangguo is real, then so be it. However, if it's fake, I will make Gu Hai regret being born into this world. The vast Freedom Heavenly Demon said coldly. Yes. Scorpio and Wu Shang Demon replied in a low voice. Yang Realm, Great Yen Celestial Empire, Great Desolation City. In the back garden of the palace. Sister, you were so powerful just now. You beat the crap out of Matriarch Ji. The elite guard said in surprise. You sat down, and a maid served him fragrant tea. Taking a sip of the tea, Bai said indifferently, Matriarch Ji was provoked by Gu Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Gu Hai again. That Gu Hai can't be compared to sister. Didn't you say that he hasn't even reached the peak of Heavenly Palace? The elite guard picked up a cup of tea and said disapprovingly. You're wrong. Gu Hai is a powerful person. Matriarch Ji's death is most likely caused by Gu Hai. Bai said in a low voice. Impossible. I know the whole process. It's mainly because Sister took everything from Matriarch G that he suffered such a crushing defeat. The elite guard shook his head in disbelief. It's up to you to believe it or not. Do you remember what I told you before? In 3 days, I will help you come out of Lin Wan Air's body and possess a new body. It will also be a fire cauldron body. Bai took a sip of tea and said indifferently, What? I don't want it. Sister, I want this body. I want this body. I don't want to change. The elite guard's expression suddenly changed and he shouted in fear. HM? Bai looked at the elite guard with a serious expression. Sister, are you afraid of Gu Hai? He hasn't even reached the peak of Heavenly Palace. The elite guard said anxiously. Bai shook her head. Afraid of him? No. There is no one in this world that I am afraid of. In my life, I hate people who don't keep their word. Matriarch G was like that back then, that's why I had a falling out with him. Now, Gu Hai saved you and his woman, Lin Wan Air, is possessed by you. You are already too immoral. Gu Hai didn't make a fuss about it, and I promised on your behalf that I will return Lin Wan Air when I find a new body. Now that everything is in place, do you want to go back on your words? No, sister, is there any other way? We can't give this body to Gu Hai. The elite guard said anxiously. There is no other way. You have to do what you say. If you really like Lin Wan Air's body, you can take it back from Gu Hai when you have the ability in the future. But, in 3 days, your spirit must leave Lin Wan Air's body. Bai said in a low voice. The elite guard looked at Bai's determined tone and was momentarily at a loss. After a moment of silence, the elite guard lowered his head and said, Sister, I will tell you the truth. My possession of Lin Wan Er was all part of my father's plan all those years ago. He borrowed the special powers of me, Lin Wan Er, and the Fire Emperor to transform the 7th fragment of my body into the Vermilion Bird God. Bai's eyes widened. Vermilion Bird God? Sister, this body of mine has the Vermilion Bird God. It belongs to the soul type. If my spirit leaves, wouldn't this be too good for Lin Wan Air? The Vermilion Bird God, you know how precious the Vermilion Bird God is. Of the 4 ancient mythological beasts, the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger and the Xuanwu, the Vermilion Bird God is the most precious. It also involves that big secret. Sister, we can't let Gu Hai take advantage of it. The elite guard said anxiously. Bai stared at the elite guard for a while and frowned slightly. Sister, you agree? The elite guard asked expectantly. In the end, Bai shook her head. I insist. I cannot go back on my words. Furthermore, I won't let Gu Hai take advantage of you. He saved your life before. Your life is not as good as the Vermilion Bird God. Furthermore, if you really care about the Vermilion Bird God, you can take it back from Gu Hai in the future. What? No, sister, I don't want it. The Vermilion Bird God is mine. I won't give it to anyone. The elite guard said anxiously. You don't have to say any more. In 3 days, I will help you change your body. You must distinguish between kindness and hatred. If there is a grudge, you must repay it. If there is a favor, you must not forget it. Bai said in a low voice. No, sister, I won't give it to you. The elite guard said anxiously. All right, you can go now. Bai didn't want to talk to the elite guard. The elite guard was gloomy. Why was his sister so stubborn? The Vermilion Bird God? Why did she have to give it to Gu Hai? The elite guard knew that if he continued to pester her, it would only make her angry. Feeling depressed, the elite guard slowly left Bai's back garden. During this period of time, the elite guard had never stayed in his own palace. He had always stayed in the palace to accompany his sister. However, at this moment, he was so angry with his sister that he didn't want to stay in the palace anymore. He returned to his own palace outside the palace. Bang bang walala! In his own palace, the elite guard threw a tantrum and smashed a large piece of furniture in his house. The servants and guards all ran away, afraid that they would be implicated. This is so infuriating, so infuriating. After smashing for a day and a night, his anger didn't subside. He smashed until the next night. Hee, who made you so angry? Suddenly, a little girl's voice rang in the elite guard's palace. Who? The elite guard stared. This voice was so familiar. Who was it? Why couldn't he remember? Furthermore, his own palace was not for people to enter. Who dared to barge in at this time? Looking carefully, he saw that not far away, at his dressing table, there was a little girl braiding her hair in front of the mirror. Who are you? The elite guard asked in a deep voice. Who was so daring to barge into his palace? However, he saw that the little girl had finished braiding her hair and slowly turned around. When the little girl turned around, the elite guard saw the little girl's face clearly and his expression changed. You, who are you? The elite guard was so shocked that his body trembled. The little girl wasn't anyone else. She was Ingo, whom Gu Hai had met before. Jiang Lianshan had 2 daughters. The elder daughter was Jiang Yen, who was also Bai. The younger daughter was called Nu Hua. Nu Hua drowned in the East Sea. Her soul turned into the elite guard, and her body sank into the East Sea and disappeared. He thought that she was eaten by fishes and shrimp. Unexpectedly, she fell into the Yellow Spring Sea and turned into Ingo. 4 great zombie ancestors, water zombie ancestor, Ingo. When Ingo turned around, the elite guard was so shocked that his body trembled. Wasn't this him? Looking at his previous appearance and smiling at his current appearance, the elite guard suddenly had a creepy feeling. Chapter 1141. Limitless Celestial Capital. In a banquet hall, Gu Hai looked at Xing Tian, the envoy of Great Yen. The last time he came to Limitless Celestial Capital, Xing Tian was extremely arrogant. Although he was humiliated by Mahavairakana, he was not very polite in Limitless Celestial Capital. However, after a few battles, Xing Tian was much more polite. At least, the Gu Hai in front of him now had the qualifications to make Xing Tian respect him. In 3 days, Zhao is going to expel Jing Wei's soul from Lin Wan-er's body? Gu Hai said with a satisfied expression. Yes, His Holiness said that he would fulfill his promise to you. It will be done soon. When the time comes, you can bring Lin Wan-er back. Xing Tian nodded. His Holiness of Great Yen is a trustworthy person. Here I express my gratitude. Gu Hai said solemnly. I'll pass on your message. However, there's something that His Majesty wants me to clarify with you. Xing Tian raised his eyebrows and said, Oh! The power of the former Fire Emperor, Jing Wei's power, and Lin Wan-er's fire cauldron body combined to form the Vermilion Bird God. Xing Tian said solemnly. Vermilion Bird God? Gu Hai was shocked. That's right. The Vermilion Bird God is Lin Wan-er's 7th soul. You should know how precious the Vermilion Bird is. In today's world, there is only one Vermilion Bird God since the ancient War of the Liches. Xing Tian said in a low voice. Such a coincidence? Gu Hai frowned. It's not a coincidence. It's His Holiness's plan. However, His Holiness made a mistake in his plan and Lin Wan-er fell into it. Logically speaking, he needs a fire cauldron body, not Lin Wan-er. However, everything is a coincidence, so… Xing Tian did not know where to begin. Zhao wants the Vermilion Bird God? Gu Hai smiled. It's Princess Jing Wei who is unwilling to let go. That's why His Holiness is in a difficult position. Xing Tian smiled bitterly. Since the Vermilion Bird God was designed by Jiang Lianshan, I will not pester you endlessly. What is yours. When Lin Wan-er returns, I will have her force the Vermilion Bird God out. When the time comes, we will exchange the elite guards. Gu Hai solemnly said. Really? Xing Tian exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai said solemnly, You are a man of your word, and we are not joking. Gu Hai said solemnly. Thank you, ancient saint. With this, everything will be settled easily. Before I came here, Princess Jing Wei had a quarrel with His Holiness. His Holiness is also helpless, so he asked me to come and discuss with Ancient Saint. If Ancient Saint has any request, we can discuss it. Xing Tian immediately relaxed and smiled. There's no need. Please protect Wan Er. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Of course, of course. Xing Tian immediately said happily. Gu Hai nodded. He would be able to see Wan Er in 3 days. Gu Hai naturally did not want to complicate matters at this time. Talk about conditions? There was no need to talk about conditions. Wan Er was more important than any condition. If that's the case, I will return and report to His Holiness. Thank you, Ancient Saint. In 3 days I will definitely escort Wan Er back. Xing Tian immediately said. Thank you for your trouble. Gu Hai nodded. Xing Tian quickly left the infinite celestial capital and quickly returned to the great desolation city. Ji had just settled the affairs of the imperial court. As soon as the court ended, Xing Tian immediately came over. His Holiness, Gu Hai agreed. Xing Tian immediately shouted happily. Although Ji had previously rejected Jing Wei's pestering, he still could not let go of his sister in his heart. That was why he sent Xing Tian to Gu Hai to discuss. At this moment, seeing Xing Tian's excited expression, Ji was also moved. What did Gu Hai say? Ji asked curiously. Xing Tian described what Gu Hai said. Gu Hai not greedy? This is indeed easy to handle. Ji nodded, expressing his appreciation. His Holiness, will Gu Hai agree verbally but change his mind later? After all, the value of the vermilion bird god is… Xing Tian frowned slightly. He won't. Although Gu Hai has many tricks up his sleeve, most of them are overt schemes. He is a person of his word. Otherwise, why do you think all the perfection celestial palaces in the imperial court work for him? Ji said calmly. Yes. I was too narrow-minded. Xing Tian smiled. Go and inform Jing Wei. Make her happy, then let her come and see me. Ji laughed. Yes. Xing Tian replied. Xing Tian immediately left the imperial palace and went to Jing Wei's temporary residence. Meanwhile, Ji was looking at the endless celestial capital in the north. O Jiang Lianshan, you included the entire divine continent. However, no matter how you planned, you didn't expect Gu Hai to appear, did you? Ji said solemnly as he looked into the distance. You have been calculating all your life, heartless and ungrateful. You even schemed against your own family and made them your chess pieces. No matter how we struggled, you still put us in purgatory to be tortured. Back then, when you sealed me, you made me suffer for 3,000 years in the Inferno prison. Do you know what kind of torture I had to endure? You thought that turning into the fire zombie ancestor was for my own good, but how could you know that I wasn't willing to suffer such torment? Dying in the fire, reviving in the fire, and dying in the fire again. Ha ha ha, you knew that I would suffer such torment, but you were cold-hearted and didn't care about it. You were cold and heartless. I thought that you really didn't have any feelings, but I didn't expect that you would die under your own love in the end. Ridiculous, how ridiculous! Ji said coldly. Just as Ji was reminiscing about Jiang Lianshan, Xing Tian suddenly flew back in a panic. His Holiness, bad news. Princess Jing Wei has escaped. Xing Tian said anxiously. Ji's face darkened as he asked in confusion. Jing Wei is not in her temporary residence. The servants and guards in the temporary residence didn't see her leave. But she's gone. Xing Tian said anxiously. Left? The primitive city has set up a divine fire array. As long as a fire cauldron physique enters or exits, there will be a reaction. However, the divine fire array didn't react. How could she have escaped? Ji said solemnly. Ji arrived at Jing Wei's temporary residence in an instant. Outside the temporary residence, it was a mess. A group of guards and servants were searching everywhere. When they saw Ji, they immediately knelt down. Where was Jing Wei last seen? Ji asked solemnly. Her sleeping quarters, the princess' sleeping quarters. A group of servants immediately shouted. Ji walked towards Jing Wei's sleeping quarters. Xing Tian also chased after him. His Holiness, I've used my spiritual sense to check. He's really not here. Xing Tian said anxiously. He disappeared in the sleeping quarters? Ji checked for a while and turned to look at one of the servants. Yes. When the princess came back, she threw a tantrum and smashed a lot of furniture. We didn't dare to go near her, so? The servant said in horror. Ji glanced at him coldly and then looked at the sleeping quarters again. Inside the palace there was no one. However, Ji had his own means. 1. A golden-red shadow slowly appeared above Ji's head. Then, a small eye of heaven appeared out of thin air. It was Ji's eye of heaven. Once the eye of heaven appeared, a red light suddenly appeared and shrouded the sleeping quarters. Slowly, the scene that happened not long ago appeared. In the scene, when the guard returned, he saw a little girl standing in front of the dressing table. Isn't this the body of Princess Jing Wei? Xing Tian looked at the scene and exclaimed. Ingo! Ji's eyes turned cold as he emitted a cold aura. However, he saw Ingo looking at the guard quietly. The guard was terrified. Then, the two of them started to communicate with each other. At first, the guard was very resistant to Ingo. He seemed to be sarcastic when he spoke. However, Ingo said something that made the guard widen his eyes in disbelief. Then, the guard was overjoyed. He suddenly believed Ingo. There was no sound in the scene. Only the two of them could be seen. Ingo waved his hand and a cloud of mist appeared. The guard followed Ingo into the mist. Then, the two of them flashed and disappeared. The cloud of mist also gradually disappeared. 1. Ji suddenly put away his eye of heaven and his face turned gloomy. His Holiness, just now, that was Ingo? She took the guard away. You can read lips. What did they say? Xing Tian said in surprise. However, Ji's face suddenly turned gloomy. He didn't tell Xing Tian the truth. Go to the boundless celestial capital again, and tell Gu Hai what you know. At the same time, tell him that I will bring the guard back. However, it will be delayed for 3 days. Ji said coldly. Ah, yes. Xing Tian nodded with a blank look on his face. Was he only taken away by Ingo? It shouldn't be that simple. Because His Holiness's expression was too scary. His Holiness didn't even show such an angry expression when facing Matriarch Ji and Jiang Chun. His Holiness didn't want to say, so Xing Tian didn't dare to say more. He could only go to the boundless celestial capital. Netherworld. Above a sea of flames. The sea wasn't water, but rolling magma and flames. The flames soared into the sky as if they were burning the sky. The flames had different colors, representing different degrees of heat. In this sea of flames, there were also fire spirits wandering around. Some were like fish swimming in the sea of flames. Some were riding on fire horses galloping in the sea of flames. There were countless dead spirits and fire demons. At this moment, there was a large ice crystal ship that braved the wind and waves in the sea of flames, heading straight for the depths. There were only 2 people on the ice crystal ship. One was the Jing Wei who possessed Lin Wan Air, and the other was the Jing Wei's corpse, Ingo. The 2 girls looked at some reefs in the distance and controlled the ice crystal ship to travel quickly. The Jing Wei looked at Ingo cautiously. This is the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. Are you sure we want to go deeper? Don't worry. If I want to deal with you, you can't resist at all. I won't harm you, Ingo said indifferently. The Jing Wei nodded. In terms of strength, Ingo was indeed abnormally strong. Although he didn't know how strong he was compared to his sister, he was definitely stronger than Xing Tian and Ho Yi. This Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames suppresses all living things. Only people with the fire attribute can breathe easily here. I have the body of a fire cauldron, but you don't, right? The Jing Wei looked at Ingo with a frown. I am the water zombie ancestor, Ingo said confidently. The Jing Wei frowned slightly and nodded. The ice crystal ship braved the wind and waves. After traveling for a day and a night, they finally arrived at a blazing mountain peak. "This is the Flaming Mountain. Let's go ashore," Ingo said indifferently. Ingo jumped off the ice crystal ship first, and the Jing Wei followed suit. Without Ingo, the ice crystal ship was melted by the surrounding flames, turning into a puddle of water. Then, it evaporated into the air and disappeared. This ice crystal ship was originally made of ice. The Jing Wei clenched his fists and followed Ingo to the peak of the Flaming Mountain with a trace of nervousness. At the peak of the mountain, a man wearing a golden-red dragon robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the distant sky. He seemed to be waiting for the Jing Wei and Ingo. The Jing Wei walked closer nervously. His eyes flashed with expectation and uncertainty. "You are here?" the man said indifferently. The Jing Wei would never forget that voice. It was too familiar. In an instant, the Jing Wei trembled with excitement, and his eyes turned slightly red. "The Jing Wei is here." Ingo nodded. The man slowly turned around. How could the Jing Wei not recognize that face? The Jing Wei's nose twitched and tears flowed out of his eyes. "Father, sacred father, are you really still alive?" The Jing Wei quickly walked over while choking with sobs. The man was none other than the Jing Wei's father, His Holiness of the Dian Dynasty, Jiang Lianshan. Chapter 1142. Limitless Celestial Capital. Upper Study Room. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim in front of him and frowned slightly. "Bingheim, did you not get along well with Xian Er and Wan Qing?" "No, the two empresses are very good to me," Bingheim said with a serious expression. "Then why do you want to be transferred to the Great Yellow Empire?" Gu Hai frowned. "I am the commander of the Dahan Celestial Empire's Third Army. I have the obligation to contribute to the Dahan Celestial Empire. His Holiness has protected me again and again, and the Empress has been close to me many times. Many officials will point fingers behind my back," Bingheim said softly. "Who dares to point fingers?" Gu Hai frowned. Bingheim bit her lips. "His Holiness, please let me go. The Nine Li Imperial Empire and the Great Yellow Dynasty have no ruler now. It is the best time for the Dahan Celestial Empire to secretly take them. If I don't go, other imperial empires and sects will take advantage of me. You don't have to go personally. I have already sent officials." Gu Hai persuaded. Bingheim bit her lips, and her eyes turned red. "His Holiness, please let me go. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. I want to do something, I don't want to be idle." 2 streams of tears fell from Bingheim's eyes. Gu Hai was surprised, and his previous temper disappeared. Bingheim cried? Perhaps he had pushed him too hard. Gu Hai walked in front of Bingheim. Looking at Bingheim's sobbing expression, his heart softened. He gently hugged Bingheim in his arms. Bingheim struggled but couldn't break free. Just as she was about to scream, she heard Gu Hai's gentle voice. "You must be careful when you go to the south." "Ah!" Bingheim was stunned. She looked at Gu Hai with tears in her eyes. "The most powerful thing in the Dahan Celestial Empire is not me, but your tears. Be careful. Don't make me worry," Gu Hai said gently. Bingheim replied immediately. A warmth immediately filled Bing Ji's heart. As she looked at Gu Hai, she knew that Gu Hai cherished her. She felt touched and determined. It was as if she was determined to take over most of the Nine Li Imperial Empire and Great Yellow Dynasty's territories. "I'll let Shangguan Hen accompany you on this trip. He'll be in charge of your safety." At the same time, the 10 emperors and sect leaders of the past are now in the Dahan Celestial Empire. You'll bring them to make contributions and win their hearts, Gu Hai said. And Bingheim pursed her lips, not letting her tears fall again. Shangguan Hen was accompanying her. He was at the peak of the Heavenly Palace. He was personally protecting her. It was clear how much Gu Hai valued her. "Before you leave, say goodbye to Xian Er and Wan Qing. They've prepared a birthday party for you," Gu Hai said gently. And I will. Empress Chun and the Dragon Empress treat me like this. I can't accept it. Bingheim nodded. What's there to not accept? If you say that again, they'll be sad. Gu Hai said with a smile. And I won't say it anymore. I won't say it anymore. Bingheim wiped her tears. Underworld, Eternal Een Capital. Upper Study. Skeleton Gu Hai sat behind a desk, reviewing memorials. A man in black knelt before him. Reporting to His Holiness, the Blood Strike Guard's Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames Region Commander has sent news that Xiahou Shou has been found. The man in black said respectfully. Gu Hai's brush suddenly paused. He looked at the man in black in surprise. To be more precise, this Xiahou Shou has been there for a very long time, the black-robed man said respectfully. Every year, he would appear and capture a large number of ghosts and drive them into the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. 3 days ago, he came out again to capture ghosts, and we were spotted by the blood-robed guards. We barely managed to escape from his net. As we were escaping, we heard a ghost king recognize Xiahou Shou and cry out, "Xiahou Shou, spare us!" Oh? Recognize Xiahou Shou? How many ghosts did he capture? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. A ghost city with nearly 200 million ghosts. 200 million? So many? How long has it been? Gu Hai asked in surprise. I heard that it's been 30 years. However, he didn't capture that many ghosts at first, only 1 million. Later on, more and more ghosts were captured, increasing each year. This time, he captured 200 million ghosts and sent them into the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. They haven't come out since. The ghost city's spirit is terrified when it hears about this ghost-capturing demon. The man in black explained. In other words, after capturing the ghosts, they stay in the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames for a year? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Yes, His Holiness. You know that the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames is very special. We don't dare to enter, so. The man in black said worriedly. Gu Hai was silent for a while before nodding. I understand. You may leave first. Yes, the man in black answered. Watching the man in black leave, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames? I have to ask Wanyu. Yang Realm. Gu Hai's main body sent Bingheim away. He summoned the unborn man and Long Wanyu to the upper study for a discussion. Greetings to His Holiness. The unborn man bowed respectfully. Brother-in-law, I'm learning how to bake cakes from Sister Chin. Are you looking for me? Long Wanyu asked curiously, her face still stained with cream. The unborn man looked at Long Wanyu, not knowing how to greet her. However, after seeing Long Wanyu and her sister, the unborn man felt much better. Xiahou Shou has been found. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. What? The unborn man was pleasantly surprised. Xiahou Shou? Long Wanyu found a chair and poured herself a cup of tea. Gu Hai nodded. Where is he? His Holiness, the unborn man said expectantly. Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. Gu Hai said solemnly. Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames? That's not a place for humans. Long Wanyu said in surprise after taking a sip of tea. Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames? He went in? What is he doing? The unborn man asked in confusion. Every year, he captures a large number of ghostly citizens and enters. This time, he just captured 200 million ghostly citizens, but the blood-robed guards discovered him. Gu Hai said. The Eastern Spiritual Fire Sea is a place where ordinary people can't enter at all. Even those who have attained the great completeness of Heavenly Palace are greatly suppressed inside. If they are not careful, they will die inside. In the past, our Master Shou signed a contract with the dead spirits of the Eastern Spiritual Fire Sea and summoned them. That was also outside the Eastern Spiritual Fire Sea. Even I haven't entered the depths, the unborn man said with a frown. According to the data, the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames is not large, only 10 times the size of the infinite celestial capital. However, once one enters, their cultivation will be suppressed by an inexplicable force? Gu Hai said with a frown. That place is somewhat similar to the Hungry Ghost Path's reincarnation cycle. Among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, only the fire god's power is unaffected. The other 3 souls and 6 spirits will be suppressed to a certain extent. The deeper one goes, the stronger the suppression. Therefore, apart from a few people with fire-attributed constitutions, ordinary people don't dare to enter. I heard that there are many maze formations inside. In history, some people with the fire cauldron physique entered. The area is not large, but they spent a few years before coming out. Of course, most of them can't come out. The unborn man explained. Huh? That's not right. Is there a maze formation inside? I remember that 800,000 years ago, there wasn't a bewildering formation. Even though it could suppress a person's cultivation, it was just a flat expanse of land. At most, it would produce some fire-type creatures. Long One Yu recalled. There was no maze formation 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai said in shock. That's right. There wasn't. Long One Yu nodded. Then is the power of law suppressing one's cultivation inside? Gu Hai asked curiously. After all, in the Hungry Ghost Path's reincarnation cycle, the Hungry Ghost Path's law suppressed the 3 souls. No. Long One Yu shook her head. Oh. Gu Hai revealed a curious expression. Long Wan Yu, on the other hand, was excited, because she knew that she could help her brother-in-law if there was something he didn't understand. Do you know how the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames came about? Long Wan Yu asked with a smile. I'm not sure. I only heard that the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames has the Nanmingli fire. It should be related to the vermilion bird? The unborn man asked curiously. That's right. Of course, it's related because the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames was formed by the vermilion bird. Long Wan Yu recalled. Vermilion bird? Which vermilion bird? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. It's the vermilion bird prime from the ancient war of witches and demons. Long Wan Yu said with a smile. The vermilion bird prime? Speaking of which, there was the azure dragon corpse in the corpse mound realm, but not the vermilion bird corpse. I thought that the vermilion bird was like the white tiger and didn't die. Gu Hai said with a frown. Back then, in the final stage of the war of witches and demons, the witch tribe had Jiang Chen as their commander. They were unstoppable. Just as the demon tribe was about to lose, the vermilion bird set up an altar in the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames, wanting to turn the tide. Long Wan Yu recalled. Altar? Who was the vermilion bird's altar? He was already a top expert at that time. Did he ask for your help? The unborn man asked in confusion. No, he was the altar's 30. Long Wan Yu recalled. 30? Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Yes, in the ancient times, before 30 left the Six Paths Immortal Dome, he had a pet, the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird followed 30 for a period of time. Therefore, although the Azure Dragon was the leader of the 4 great demon tribes, the vermilion bird's methods were the most demonic. Some of his methods were taught by 30. After 30 entered the void and died, the vermilion bird prime was desperate. That time, the vermilion bird was desperate. He set up a huge sacrificial altar, and countless demons followed him in offering sacrifices. I don't know how he did it, but in the end, the sacrifice failed. 30 was already dead, so how could he lend his strength to the vermilion bird and let him turn the tide? Long Wan Yu picked up an apple from the side and bit into it. He didn't lend his strength, so the vermilion bird died? Gu Hai asked in confusion. I'm not sure. That altar was very strange. Logically speaking, it didn't matter if he didn't lend his strength, but he seemed to have borrowed a little. The entire altar turned into ashes, and countless demons sacrificed their lives. The vermilion bird also died at that time. With his body, altar, thousands of demons, and that strange power that came from nowhere, he turned into the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. From then on, the vermilion bird became a legend. The Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames has always been there. Long One Yu recalled. Gu Hai fell into deep thought. Just as Long One Yu said, the vermilion bird, as 30's pet, had the ability to contact 30 in the past. It should have borrowed some of 30's strength at that time, but something happened and it failed in the end? All the accumulation turned into the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames? At that time, the vermilion bird's death was a huge blow to the demons. In the end, the demons suffered a crushing defeat. However, Jiang Chen also strangely turned against them, so I don't understand. However, I remember that 800,000 years ago, my consciousness entered the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames, and there was no maze inside. These maze arrays must have been newly formed in the past 800,000 years. Long One Yu said with certainty. Gu Hai nodded. His Holiness? The unborn man looked at Gu Hai. Don't worry, I promise you that I will help you find Xiahou Shou. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man with certainty. Yes. The unborn man nodded. Chapter 1143. Brother-in-law, are you going to send someone to the Eastern Spiritual Fire Sea? Then you have to be careful. Not just anyone can enter that place. Fire? I think that Mahavairakana has a fiery body. Oh right, Mao Tianyun too. Long One Yu said. Mahavairakana, Mao Tianyun? Gu Hai frowned slightly. The 8 meridian show masters correspond to the 8 trigrams. Xiahou Shou corresponds to the Li hexagram, which is also a fiery body. The unborn man explained. It shouldn't be difficult to catch Xiahou Shou, right? Gu Hai analyzed. After all, it wasn't difficult to catch Nangong Shou, Baiming Shou, Dongfang Shou, and Chunshin Shou. As long as they were caught off guard, the cultivation of the show masters wasn't particularly high. 3 days later, Wan will be back. She has a fire tripod body. Gu Hai thought for a while and said, Yes. The unborn man nodded. Just as Gu Hai and the other two were discussing Lin Wan, a guard's voice came from outside the study. Reporting to His Holiness, War God Ho Xing Tian of the Great Yen Dynasty requests an audience. Gu Hai's face darkened. Didn't Xing Tian leave not long ago? Why is he back? Gu Hai stepped out of the study. Long Wan Yu and the unborn man were curious and followed closely behind. In the square, Xing Tian had a complicated expression. He felt guilty and depressed. He waited anxiously. Xing Tian? Why are you back? What happened? Gu Hai was puzzled. Ancient Saint, I'm very sorry. Something happened. His Holiness asked me to come and apologize. Xing Tian said anxiously. What happened? Princess Jingwei was taken away by Ingo. His Holiness said that the 3-day deadline might be delayed. His Holiness will definitely bring Princess Jingwei back. Ancient Saint, please give us some time. Xing Tian said worriedly. At the same time, he recounted the events that had transpired. After saying that, Xing Tian looked at Gu Hai, worried that Gu Hai would be angry. At this moment, Gu Hai's face was extremely gloomy, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Thank Dian and His Holiness on my behalf. I understand. I've already waited for so long, so I don't mind waiting a little longer. Xing Tian abruptly raised his head. He didn't think that Gu Hai would be so easygoing. You can go back. Just pass on my words. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Yes, yes. Xing Tian immediately left the limitless celestial capital. Sister Lin, you have to wait again? Long Wan Yu asked in surprise. Ingo? She is now the new commander-in-chief of the sorcerer tribe. Although she is alone, I don't know what kind of danger she will face if she takes the elite guards with her. The unborn man frowned. Summon Montez. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Very quickly, Montez was brought in by the guards. His Holiness, Montez said respectfully. Where is Mr. Tsangjie? Do the embroidered uniform guards know? Gu Hai asked. Mr. Tsangjie didn't hide his whereabouts. He is now in Xianyuan City. As the army commander, He once commanded the local embroidered uniform guards to help him search for some items. Montez nodded. That's great. Immediately send a message to the embroidered uniform guards. Ask them to ask for Tsangjia. Just say that I want to know the whereabouts of the elite guards or Ingo. Just ask for the location. He doesn't need to care about the rest. Of course, if Mr. Tsangjia is unwilling to say, don't force him. Just ask once will do. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Montez immediately returned to the headquarters of the embroidered uniform guards and used the Qin figurine to send the message. Gu Hai was waiting anxiously. Brother-in-law, didn't you say that Tsangjia once said that he wouldn't do anything for the Dahan Celestial Empire? If you ask him like this, he definitely won't say. Long Wanyu said curiously. The unborn man also looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Gu Hai was really tolerant towards Tsangjia. Not long after, Montez came again. How was it? Gu Hai asked. Mr. Tsangjia said that it was just a small matter. He helped me to calculate the location of the elite guard. He said that the elite guards are now in the East Spiritual Fire Sea. As for where the East Spiritual Fire Sea is, he doesn't know because he can't calculate anything in the East Spiritual Fire Sea. Montez said. East Spiritual Fire Sea? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. What a coincidence! Long Wanyu was also surprised. Did Mr. Tsangjia say anything else? Gu Hai asked. No, he asked for double the manpower of the embroidered uniform guards to help him. Montez said solemnly. Send them to him as soon as possible. He needs manpower now? Send 10 times the number of embroidered uniform guards over. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Montez answered. East Spiritual Fire Sea? Haha, East Spiritual Fire Sea again? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. His Holiness, the depths of the East Spiritual Fire Sea are very complicated. There are countless maze formations. Even I didn't dare to go in. Even the perfect celestial palace might be trapped in the maze formation. Ingo must have a big purpose for bringing his elite guards in such a dangerous place. Unborn man said. Gu Hai nodded. Xiahou Shou is inside and hasn't come out for 30 years. Ingo brought his elite guards in. Something is wrong. Brother-in-law, should I ask Mao Tianyun to go in and take a look? Long Wanyu said. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Finally, he nodded. Okay, ask him to go in. He must come out after 3 days. Whether he can find him or not, he must come out and report. Okay. Long Wanyu said immediately. Under Long Wanyu's order, Mao Tianyun went to the netherworld and went to the East Spiritual Fire Sea unwillingly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, Mao Tianyun didn't come out. Unborn man was waiting anxiously. Gu Hai's face was also gloomy. Brother-in-law, could something have happened to Big Cat? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. He hasn't come out after 3 days. Maybe something really happened. Goddess Huta said worriedly. Mahavairakana took a deep breath and said, Should I go in and take a look? At this moment, the unborn man felt anxious. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was naturally more anxious. Not to mention Mao Tianyun and Xiahou Shou, Gu Hai was also worried about Lin Wanner now. Ingo was not a kind person and he was very strong. Although he was a water zombie ancestor, he was not a simple zombie ancestor. Of course, Ho Qing was an exception. No, I will go and take a look myself. Unborn man, come with me, Gu Hai said with a gloomy face. Brother-in-law, it's dangerous for you to go. Long Wanyu said anxiously. I will go with you. Mahavairakana also said. Gu Hai shook his head. Mahavairakana, you don't have to go for now. You are also a fire element cultivator. You stay here as insurance. After I go in, I still have a clone in the netherworld to sense the situation inside. If something happens, I can inform you. If you fall into a quagmire with me, no one can save you. Okay. Mahavairakana nodded. Father, we will go with you. Gu Ming and Gu Han said. Gu Hai shook his head. No one should go. The unborn man is enough. If I didn't need the unborn man to see the longevity array for me, I would have gone alone. It may not be a good thing to have too many people. But, husband, if you go, won't you? Chen Xian said worriedly. Don't worry. I am not going to show off. My physical body is enough to deal with any danger. Besides, although I don't specialize in fire element, the fire god is not bad. Gu Hai said solemnly. Okay. Everyone was helpless. Thank you for His Holiness. The unborn man nodded. Husband, you must be careful. Long Wanqing said worriedly. Don't worry. Gu Hai said with a smile. After bidding farewell to everyone, Gu Hai's original body took the unborn man and went straight to the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire in the Netherworld. Xianyuan City, Song Jie's mansion. A group of embroidered uniform guards kept packing up Song Jie's things. Song Jie took out a disc. On the disc, there was a red dot moving quickly. Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire? Back then, His Holiness went there and returned empty-handed. Gu Hai, His Holiness, what can you do? Song Jie shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the disc suddenly disappeared. Song Jie did not pay attention to Gu Hai's whereabouts. Netherworld, easternmost land, Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. It was a boundless sea of fire. Tongtian was everywhere. No matter how strong the Yin winds were or how cold the underworld water was, the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire was never affected. It had been burning since ancient times and had never been extinguished. Gu Hai and the unborn man arrived at an empty city outside the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. In the city, all the ghostly citizens had disappeared. A group of black-clothed men stood respectfully in front of Gu Hai. Blood Uniform Guard, Commander of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire, greets His Holiness. The leader of the black-clothed men said respectfully. This is the city where 200 million ghostly citizens were captured? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. At that time, Xiahou Shou set up a large formation that wrapped all the ghostly citizens like a large net. Specters, ghosts, monsters, and skeletons were all captured. This humble one was at the edge and luckily escaped. The large net covered all the ghostly citizens and finally entered the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire from that direction. The black-clothed man said respectfully. The unborn man checked the surroundings and finally said with a frown, This is not a longevity formation. This is a longevity treasure, the ghost trapping net that Fuxi refined back then. It's Xiahou Shou. That's right, the ghost trapping net is in his hands. Are there any other clues? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. The unborn man shook his head. I can't see his goal from here. Then let's go in. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The unborn man nodded. Stay outside and wait for orders. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The group of blood uniform guards answered. Gu Hai and the unborn man followed the direction where Xiahou Shou disappeared and stepped into the boundless sea of fire. At the same time, on the other side of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire, Bai stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the boundless Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire before him. Ho-I stood behind him, looking exceptionally solemn. His Holiness, is what you said earlier true? Is His Holiness still alive? Ho-I asked with uncertainty. Bai's expression darkened slightly. It should be Ngo lying to Jingwei. With her intelligence, it's still not enough for her to distinguish the truth from the lies. But this Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire is indeed strange. Back then, His Holiness entered it once and seemed to have obtained a great opportunity. He also obtained his talent skill from there. He also learned about Jiang Chen's secret from there. Moreover, 800,000 years ago, His Holiness fought with Rokudo Shin-kun. Although Rokudo Shin-kun won in the end, His Holiness's corpse was nowhere to be found. Could it be that His Holiness didn't die 800,000 years ago and had been staying in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire all along? Maybe he's still alive? Ho Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. If he's still alive, I'll let him die again. Bai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Bai stepped into the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. Ho Yi smiled bitterly. He couldn't say anything about this feud between father and daughter, so he followed Bai into the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. Chapter 1144. Gu Hai and the Unborn Man stepped into the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Boom! Billowing flames rushed towards the two of them. At the same time, Gu Hai felt a heavenly aura pressing down on him. The aura was extremely ferocious, as though it could crush all his willpower in an instant. The unborn man's body trembled, and then his body bent. It was as if he had been crushed by this heavenly might, and he had resigned himself to it. This sort of resignation immediately reduced the pressure by a lot. However, Gu Hai did not. The more oppressive the aura was, the more unyielding Gu Hai was. He lifted his head and resisted the heavenly aura. Rumble! Gu Hai's surroundings rumbled. His Holiness, as long as you lower your head, this terrifying heavenly aura will disappear. The unborn man shouted immediately. Lower my head? No aura could make him lower his head. Empress Ji Hong could not, Jiang Lianshan could not, Long Zhanghua could not, and even Gu Hai did not lower his head when facing the heavenly aura of the Immortal of Six Paths. Was he going to lower his head here? Gu Hai was sweating profusely, but Gu Hai endured the pressure. Such a strong aura! Is this the aura of the Vermilion Bird Supreme? Impossible, his aura can't be so strong. Even the Immortal of Six Paths' aura is not as strong as this aura. This is? Gu Hai's face darkened. His Holiness, just lower your head. The unborn man shouted again. This is 30's aura? Gu Hai's face darkened. Rumble! The huge pressure rushed towards Gu Hai, causing cracking sounds to come from Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai knew that if not for his strong physical body, he would have been crushed by this heavenly aura. After waiting for an incense's time, the heavenly aura slowly subsided. From the beginning to the end, Gu Hai did not lower his head. His Holiness, are you all right? The unborn man immediately asked. Gu Hai shook his head. It's fine now. His Holiness, have you adapted to the pressure of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames? The unborn man asked in astonishment. Gu Hai nodded. He raised his head and looked at the vast sea of flames with a slightly gloomy expression. This aura was 30's aura. In ancient times, the vermilion bird had tried to borrow 30's strength. It wasn't that it hadn't been able to contact 30, but that it had? This Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames really contained the power of 30? Gu Hai took a deep breath. He now had a direct understanding of 30. Even these remnants of power imprints had such a powerful aura of heavenly might. I am the ruler of the world, and all living things must bow their heads? This was just a remnant power imprint, then how strong would 30 be? The aura of heavenly might retreated, but Gu Hai could still feel that the aura of heavenly might was suppressing the power of his three souls. At this moment, his three souls were trapped in the celestial palace, unable to step out. Gu Hai could only use less than 1,000th of the power of his three souls. When cultivators enter this place, the power of their three souls will be suppressed. The deeper one goes, the greater the suppression. I heard that one will not be able to use their three souls at all in the depths, the unborn man explained. No matter what, since you're here, you should take a look first. Among all the souls, the fire soul is not suppressed at all. That's not bad. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Therefore, I only have the strength of the Yuanying state now. The unborn man said with a wry smile. Gu Hai's spiritual mother supreme being was now invincible. The spiritual mother supreme being had been nourishing Gu Hai's 5 gods, including the fire god. At this moment, Gu Hai's strength was still extremely strong. Furthermore, his physical body was already freakish to the extreme. The power of heavenly might is still suppressing us, preventing us from flying. Therefore, His Holiness, the unborn man said worriedly. This is 30's force field. The laws are not only expelling us from flying, Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. This was because Gu Hai could feel that the entrance to the 5 paths of reincarnation could not be opened. There were no laws of the Go Dao here. Yes, I can't open the entrance to the Yin-Yang realm here, the unborn man said with a wry smile. Let's go, Gu Hai said solemnly. The two stepped into the depth. The flames burned their bodies. Their clothes had been replaced by fire attribute Dharma treasures, so they were not burned. This place is really strange. Everything is made of flames. These are trees, right? Are they also made of flames? That mountain is also made of flames. There is a large lake there, and the water in the lake is also flames and magma? Gu Hai revealed a curious expression. This is a world of flames. The dead spirits here are all flaming monsters, the unborn man explained. Gu Hai nodded. Along the way they had indeed seen some dead spirits, and even a few skeletons. However, these skeletons were covered in flames. Shriek! A flaming eagle flapped its flaming wings and charged at Gu Hai. Only a skeleton remained of the eagle. However, its flaming eyes glowed with a murderous light, as if it wanted to tear the two apart. The unborn man extended his hand and tapped. Boom! That flaming eagle instantly exploded. Along the way, a large number of flaming dead spirits seemed to have smelled a living person and came to attack. However, the unborn man repelled all of them. After walking for a while, the two slowly leaped onto a huge flaming mountain. All the clues have been burned away by the flames. We have no idea where Xiahou Shou went, the unborn man said with a frown. The suppression of this heavenly might is getting stronger. This emperor feels that the power of the 3 souls is about to be completely suppressed. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. This subject also feels the same. His Holiness, where should we go now? The unborn man looked at the vast world of flames in front of him, not knowing where to look. We need a guide, Gu Hai said solemnly. Guide? The unborn man was stunned. That's right. The flaming dead spirits that attacked us earlier did not have any intelligence. This emperor remembers that when you fought with Dongfang Shou in the Day-1 Imperial Dynasty, he once summoned a type of dead spirit from the Eastern Spirit Sea, Divine Martial Underworld Flame? Gu Hai said solemnly. Divine Martial Underworld Flame? The unborn man suddenly paused. That's right. They are the dead spirits here and can be considered the native. They must be familiar with this place. Can't we just ask them to lead the way? This emperor remembers that you can also summon a divine martial underworld flame? Gu Hai asked. The unborn man smiled bitterly and said, No, this subject could summon 3 in the past. However, they have all been destroyed. I can no longer sense them. Moreover, that was when the 3 of them accidentally broke out of the Eastern Spirit Sea. I saved them and they reluctantly agreed to help me. As for Dongfang Shou, I don't know what kind of luck he has. Anyway, it's best that we don't meet them. Why? Divine Martial Underworld Flame is the specialty of this place. The weakest one of them has the strength of a middle celestial palace. The stronger ones have the strength of an upper celestial palace. They are extremely violent and often kill each other. The 3 divine marshals I summoned were destroyed in internal conflict. They especially like the flesh of living people. If we meet them, won't we? The unborn man looked worried. However, Gu Hai did not seem to hear him. Instead, he looked at the fiery lake in the distance and his eyes lit up. There's one over there. Above the lake of fire, there was a large horse covered in black flames and clad in battle armor. Riding on the horse was a knight shrouded in flames. The knight's entire body was covered in battle armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. In his hand was a chain of flames. He swung the chain. Boom! A 3-zhang tall flaming fish was tied up in the fiery lake and pulled out of the water. The flaming fish struggled for a while, but the divine martial underworld flame's chain was even more powerful. With a strong pull, the flaming fish was pulled into a ball. Then, the divine martial underworld flame swallowed it and disappeared. That's a middle celestial palace divine martial underworld flame, the unborn man said anxiously. Middle celestial palace divine martial underworld flame? Gu Hai said with a frown. Your Majesty, those chains are extremely powerful. If the divine swords of ordinary heavenly palaces experts come into contact with them, they will immediately melt. We should go around them, the unborn man said worriedly. It's too late. He has seen us. Gu Hai shook his head. Indeed, divine martial underworld flame, who had swallowed the flaming fish, looked up and saw Gu Hai and the unborn man at the top of the mountain. Roar! Divine martial underworld flame roared. The flaming warhorse immediately charged toward Gu Hai. His Holiness, our cultivation is restricted. We can't fight him head-on. Let's retreat first. The unborn man said anxiously. Where are you going? Divine martial underworld flame shouted. The unborn man was anxious, but Gu Hai's eyes lit up. At least divine martial underworld flame knew how to talk. Swoosh! Divine martial underworld flame swung the chain and it instantly charged toward Gu Hai and the unborn man. The force was so strong that it created a firestorm. The unborn man was worried, but Gu Hai sneered. Since divine martial underworld flame was going to kill him, he had no intention of holding back. He extended his right middle finger and flicked it. Boom! The moment the tip of the chain was flicked by Gu Hai, it immediately turned around and charged toward divine martial underworld flame. What? Divine martial underworld flame's expression changed. He wanted to change the direction of the chain, but it was too late. Boom! Divine martial underworld flame and his warhorse were blown away by the chain. They immediately crashed into a flaming mountain. The unborn man revealed a trace of shock. Could it be that His Majesty's cultivation was not sealed? Why is he so strong? Gu Hai stomped his foot. In an instant, he jumped up and then fell down. Boom! Suddenly, Gu Hai stomped on Divine Commander Underworld Flame's body. Divine Commander Underworld Flame crushed the ground, creating a large number of cracks. Who are you? Divine Martial Underworld Flame was shocked. The unborn man, who was far away, was also shocked. You can talk? That's great. Tell me about the situation in the East Spirit Fire Sea. Is there a Xiahou Shou here? Gu Hai said indifferently. What? You are looking for the Lord? Divine Martial Underworld Flame was shocked. Oh! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The unborn man, who had rushed over, was also surprised. You mean the Lord? Xiahou Shou is your Lord? Where is he? He was so lucky to find Xiahou Shou as soon as he arrived? I don't know. Divine Martial Underworld Flame struggled. You don't know? Humph, now that you are under control, I have my ways to make you speak. If you don't speak, I will extract your lifespan and turn you into dust. You will become nutrients for the earth. The unborn man's face turned cold. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Divine Martial Underworld Flame's head. Ah! Divine Martial Underworld Flame screamed in pain. I can't speak. If I speak, the Lord will not spare me. Divine Martial Underworld Flame begged. Do you think I will spare you if you don't speak? The unborn man kept sucking the black gas from Divine Martial Underworld Flame's head. Let me go. If you can, let me go. Fight me alone. Don't extract my lifespan. No, Divine Martial Underworld Flame screamed in pain. Fight me alone? You can't beat me. If you are willing to help us find Xiahou Shou, we will take him away. We will not let you get hurt. Otherwise, we will kill you first and find another Divine Martial Underworld Flame. There will be a dead spirit who will tell us. Gu Hai said indifferently. Divine Martial Underworld Flame screamed in pain for a while and said, Don't extract my lifespan. I will speak, I will speak. Gu Hai and the unborn man looked at each other. They did not expect this trip to be so smooth. Chapter 1145. In the East Spirit Fire Sea. Divine General Minghua was chained up by his own chains, and led by the unborn man Gu Hai rode on the flaming warhorse, and the three of them traversed the East Spirit Fire Sea. After traveling for a day and a night, they arrived at the mouth of a huge sea. Of course, the sea was full of lava and flames. "What is this place?" the unborn man asked in a low voice. "This is called the Eight Directions Sea. My lord is on an island in the middle of the sea," Divine General Minghua explained. "On an island?" Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gu Hai felt that everything was going too smoothly, and that Divine General Minghua was not leading the way seriously. However, he had no evidence and could only follow him. The sky eye was in between the eyebrows of the heavenly soul. The heavenly soul was suppressed and could not be opened. The unborn man took out a large ship made of fire-based materials. Everyone stepped on the ship and the ship sped toward the center of the sea. In the center of the sea, flames were everywhere. It was blurry and they could not see what was in the depth. They could only see some flaming monsters on the surface of the sea. They attacked again and again but were all destroyed by the unborn man and Gu Hai with a flick of their fingers. The large ship broke through the waves at an extremely fast speed. It did not travel in a straight line. Instead, it circled around one island after another and headed toward the center. These islands are arranged in a strange way," the unborn man said in a low voice. "Strange?" Gu Hai was puzzled. "Yes, they seem to be arranged in an 8 diagrams formation. However, this is only a small part of the 8 diagrams formation. Could it be that the maze in the East Spirit Fire Sea is an 8 diagrams formation?" The unborn man looked at Divine General Minghua in surprise. I don't know. I don't understand." Divine General Minghua immediately shook his head. Gu Hai was slightly solemn. 8 diagrams formation? Logically speaking, it was created by Fuxi. How could the 8 diagrams formation that appeared in 800,000 years have anything to do with Fuxi? A huge 8 diagrams formation with countless small 8 diagrams formations inside? The unborn man analyzed the terrain along the way. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, at the entrance of an extremely quiet valley. At this moment, a black-robed figure was quietly looking at a projection-like image in front of him. In the image, it was none other than Gu Hai and the unborn man. Of course, it's an 8 trigrams array. "Heh, unborn man? Do you think you can find me by capturing one of my servants?" "Ha ha ha ha." The black-robed man sneered. "I, Xiahou Shou, have the nature of fire. Master Shou, Li, fire is not something you can understand. Since I have refined Divine General Netherflame, his words and actions are under my control. I know everything he sees. He will do whatever I want him to do." "Heh, what a coincidence. You found my servant the moment you arrived? Looking for me? You don't have to think about it. You can help me find out who that person is. He can actually set up such an 8 trigrams array?" Xiahou Shou said coldly as he looked at the screen. Gu Hai's intuition was right. Divine General Netherflame was not trying to lead the way for the two of them. Instead, he was leading them to an extremely dangerous place. The big boat braved the wind and waves in the Sea of Flames, and did not encounter Divine General Netherflame again. The unborn man could even handle some small monsters. 2 days later, the ship stopped in front of a huge wall of light. "Is this a wizardry barrier?" Gu Hai asked with a frown. "Yes, my lord is inside," Divine General Netherflame said immediately. "How do we get in?" The unborn man did not touch the wizardry barrier. "We can't get in. My lord has to open it himself every time before we can get in." Divine General Netherflame shook his head. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and said, "His Holiness, I have recorded along the way that there are countless islands in the sea that form a giant 8 trigrams array. If not for Divine General Netherflame leading the way, we might have gotten lost. Divine General Netherflame is right. This is one of the nodes of the 8 trigrams array. There should be an island inside the wizardry barrier." That's right, Divine General Netherflame said immediately. Gu Hai looked at the wizardry barrier in front of them and turned to look at Divine General Netherflame. Alright, you can go now, Gu Hai said solemnly. Go? Divine General Netherflame was stunned. Aren't you afraid that Xiahou Shou will find trouble with you? You can go now. He won't know that you are the one leading the way. Gu Hai nodded. Yes, thank you, Senior. Divine General Netherflame shouted on his warhorse. Gu Hai gave the unborn man a look, and the unborn man immediately understood. He patted the horse's butt and invited it out of the big boat. Jia. Divine General Netherflame rode into the Sea of Flames and disappeared into the depths of the Sea of Flames. His Holiness, is there something wrong with Divine General Netherflame? The unborn man asked curiously. I don't know. However, I feel that something is wrong. Go and see where he went, Gu Hai said in a low voice. What about the wizardry barrier? The unborn man asked in confusion. The wizardry barrier can't run away. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head. The unborn man nodded. Then, he took out a strange magic treasure. The magic treasure looked like a bowl made of dried wood. There was a red dot in the bowl that was slowly moving inside. Your Majesty, there is indeed a problem. Earlier, under your orders, I placed a small longevity technique on Divine Commander Underworld Flame's body so that I can find out where he went for a short period of time. However, this Divine Commander Underworld Flame did not go far. Instead, he is hiding on an island not far away. He should be able to see our location, the unborn man said. Gu Hai squinted his eyes and said, There is indeed something wrong. Let's go and capture Divine General Netherflame. Yes. The unborn man immediately steered the ship toward the island not far away. Divine General Netherflame was indeed hiding on an island not far away. He was watching carefully. However, after a while, Gu Hai and the unborn man disappeared. Where did they go? Divine General Netherflame was surprised. He turned his head and saw that Gu Hai and the unborn man had gone around the island and were chasing after him. What? Divine General Netherflame was surprised. In a quiet valley, Xiahou Shou was also surprised and said, Unborn man? Master Shou is very alert. How did he find out? Oh no, it is the longevity worm tracking skill. You are such a troublemaker. Humph! Xiahou Shou snorted. Divine General Netherflame was horrified and said, No, my lord, please spare me. I did not do it on purpose. Please spare me. Boom. Divine General Netherflame and his warhorse exploded. In the distance, Gu Hai and the unborn man deliberately went around to the back. Finally, when Divine General Netherflame was not paying attention, they approached and were about to capture him. However, they saw Divine General Netherflame explode. The explosion shattered a large piece of rock. What? He exploded? Destroyed the corpse? The unborn man said in surprise. However, Gu Hai instantly leaped over and looked at the debris on the ground with a sullen expression. I understand now. The Longevity Dao's spiritual communication skill. Xiahou Shou was controlling Divine General Netherflame earlier. We almost fell for his trick, the unborn man said in surprise. Xiahou Shou was controlling Divine General Netherflame? Gu Hai asked. Yes, this Xiahou Shou's strength is beyond my expectations. His Holiness, Xiahou Shou brought us here, so he must be up to no good, the unborn man said worriedly. Gu Hai was silent for a while and said, Let's go back to the boundary. But Xiahou Shou deliberately tricked us here. There must be a trap in the boundary, the unborn man said worriedly. Even if it is a trap in Xiahou Shou's eyes, it might not be a real trap. It might be something that he fears. If we find something that Xiahou Shou cares about, we won't have to look for him. He can find us himself, Gu Hai said. Yes, the unborn man nodded. Of course, Gu Hai was confident in his strength to probe the boundary. Otherwise, no one would dare to barge in recklessly. The two of them quickly retraced their steps and returned to the barrier. Gu Hai touched the boundary gently. Pust 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 pust. The temperature of the boundary was more than 100 times higher than the surrounding temperature. It kept irritating Gu Hai's skin. Boom! The unborn man extended his hand and punched. The unborn man's fist was slightly burnt, but the boundary was not damaged at all. His Holiness, this boundary seems to be the solidification of the true Samadhi fire? The unborn man said in surprise. Yes, it is the true Samadhi fire. Then it will be easy, Gu Hai said with a smile. With a flip of his hand, a fiery red gourd appeared in his hand. It was the true fire gourd that the fire god had been carrying. True fire gourd, absorb the true Samadhi fire. Gu Hai shouted. Boom! The true fire gourd immediately produced a huge suction force. The true Samadhi fire above the boundary was immediately sucked into the true fire gourd. Today, Gu Hai had completely refined the true fire gourd and no longer needed to chant the incantation. Like a whale sucking in water, it kept swallowing the boundary's flames. It was visible to the naked eye that the boundary was quickly becoming thin. Rumble! As the true fire boundary was quickly becoming thin, the entire sea suddenly surged with monstrous waves of fire, and countless islands shook. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my great formation? A cold voice suddenly came from inside the boundary. This voice? Why does it sound so familiar? The unborn man said in surprise. Gu Hai's expression changed. Jiang Lianshan. Yes, this voice was Jiang Lianshan's voice? Rumble! The sea of fire quickly boiled, and there were huge waves of magma everywhere. The island kept moving, as if a huge formation was operating quickly. Bo! The boundary suddenly broke. It was not because the true fire gourd absorbed the true Samadhi fire, but because the person inside the boundary suddenly removed it. Gu Hai grabbed the true fire gourd and stepped on the big ship, looking at the island inside the boundary with the unborn man. On the island there was a mountain. At the peak of the mountain, a man in a red dragon robe stood at the front, looking coldly at Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan? This is impossible, the unborn man exclaimed. Gu Hai's eyes also widened. The person in front of him looked like Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan stood on both sides, Jing Wei and Ingo. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Ha ha ha, so it's you, Gu Hai. Jing Wei suddenly laughed. Gu Hai, however, stared at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan? Didn't he die 800,000 years ago? Rokudo Shinkuan should have killed him, right? Who is he? Chapter 1146. The Eight Seas. Flames soared into the sky and the magma in the sea created huge tsunamis. In 8 directions there was the sound of wind and thunder. A huge 8 trigrams formation was activated. In the middle of the 8 trigrams formation there was a mountain peak. There were 3 people standing there. Jiang Lianshan, Jing Wei, and Ingo. Below the mountain peak, on a big ship, stood Gu Hai and the unborn man. The two sides stared at each other coldly. Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan as if he was trying to figure out the truth from his body. Jiang Lianshan stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. Gu Hai? Back in Shenong City, I knew you were extraordinary. But I didn't expect you to establish the Dahan Heavenly Empire in such a short time. He even borrowed their strength to destroy the spiritual mountain Holy Ground and the great Yellow Celestial Dynasty? Are you really Jiang Lianshan? Gu Hai didn't believe him. 800,000 years ago, the Samsara was muddle-headed and fought with me. He thought he had killed me, but that might not be the case. Do you expect someone with a brain problem to kill me? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Gu Hai, he is my father. What are you doing here? You want to take my body? Jing Wei stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan for a while. He didn't admit or deny it because there were too many doubts about Jiang Lianshan's appearance. Gu Hai couldn't tell if it was real or not. Gu Hai looked at Jing Wei. Princess Jing Wei, you left too early. I've asked you to tell you that you want the vermilion bird god. I've promised to give it to you on behalf of Wan. Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? Jing Wei was startled and revealed a trace of surprise. I want Lin Wan. To you, you need a fire cauldron body, and you also need the vermilion bird. Ho has already found a fire cauldron body for you, and I've already agreed to give you the vermilion bird god. Why are you running away? You didn't lose anything, and I saved my woman. It's so simple, there's no need to go tit for tat. Besides, I'm not deliberately forcing you to repay me, but you can't bite the hand that feeds you, right? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. After Gu Hai finished, the elite guard was at a loss. Gu Hai was willing to give the vermilion bird deity to him? If that was really the case, then there was indeed no need for him to go tit for tat. Why should I believe you? Jing Wei bit his lips and seemed to have loosened up a little. Am I someone who goes back on my word? You can ask Zhuo about this matter. Everything will be clear. What do you think? Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Jing Wei lowered his head and pondered. Since Gu Hai had said so, Jing Wei really didn't have anything to insist on. He raised his head and was about to reply to Gu Hai, but Jiang Lianshan laughed coldly. Gu Hai, you don't have to think anymore. Jing Wei won't come out of Lin Wan-er's body in a short period of time. Why? Gu Hai's face darkened. Jing Wei also looked at Jiang Lianshan blankly. If I say no, it means no. Jing Wei, will you listen to me? Jiang Lianshan looked at Jing Wei. Jing Wei was stunned, but after all, he was the closest person to him. Jing Wei immediately nodded. Father, I'll listen to you. Jing Wei. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Jing Wei turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, don't say any more. Unless my father agrees, I won't listen to you. But, Jing Wei, are you sure that he is your father? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Jing Wei's face darkened. If he is your father, why didn't he appear when you almost killed yourself in front of the Flame Divine Hall? Isn't he your biological father? Why did he watch as you were humiliated by Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai shouted. Jing Wei's face froze, then he shook his head. My father's schemes are unparalleled. He had already predicted everything about me. He knew that I would be fine, so he didn't appear. What about Chi-Yu? Chi-Yu is his son. Did he just watch as Chi-Yu was tortured to death? Gu Hai shouted again. Jing Wei's face changed. No matter what, Jing Wei knew Chi-Yu's identity. Chi-Yu was his elder brother. Although he wasn't close to him, he was still his elder brother. Jing Wei looked at Jiang Lianshan suspiciously. What a glib tongue. You don't have to judge whether I, Jiang Lianshan, am real or not, Jiang Lianshan said plainly. But you are stopping me from reuniting with Lin Wan-er. Gu Hai said coldly. We haven't seen each other for 800,000 years. You are still the same as before, trying to revive the dead? Let me tell you. The vermilion bird deity wasn't born by coincidence. It wasn't born just because of the Fire Emperor, Jing Wei and Lin Wan-er. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Jiang Lianshan. The birth of the vermilion bird deity requires the Nan-Mingli fire. The Nan-Ming primordial fire can only be found in the East Spirit Fire Sea. I collected it for countless years and only managed to collect a little bit. I even found a strand of the vermilion bird's feathers. That was why I wanted to let the vermilion bird deity be reborn. The Fire Emperor's spirit was modified by me here. So was Jing Wei's spirit. That year, she was still an infant and was sent here to be modified. She still lacked a fire cauldron body. Lin Wan-er was indeed a coincidence. But you must know that this coincidence was indispensable. Once Jing Wei leaves Lin Wan-er's body, the vermilion bird deity will disappear. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Disappear? You think too simply. Help Jing Wei change his body? But after that, the vermilion bird deity will be gone. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. I didn't save Chi-Yu because I couldn't leave the East Spirit Fire Sea. I have all the memories of you, but I didn't tell the me who didn't go 800,000 years ago, because I didn't want history to change. I passed on everything according to what I encountered back then. It's like a circle. I passed on countless secret flame techniques to that me, and that me passed on to the next me. It's a cycle. Until now I've jumped out of the circle. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. You can't leave the East Spirit Fire Sea? Why? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. There's no why. I'm just telling Jingwei that your glib tongue can't stop us from reuniting as father and daughter. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. That's right. Gu Hai, you'd better leave. If you anger my father, you won't have a good ending. Jingwei shouted. Gu Hai shook his head. Leave? No, I haven't brought Lin Wan Air back. How can I leave just like that? If you don't want to leave, that's fine too. Don't leave. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. He waved his hand. Boom. Endless flames and magma rushed towards Gu Hai from all directions. True fire gourd, absorb. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom. The true fire gourd suddenly formed a terrifying suction force and absorbed the surrounding flames. However, there were too many flames and it seemed like there wasn't enough time. Grab the true fire gourd and protect yourself. Gu Hai passed the true fire gourd to the unborn man, thank His Holiness. The unborn man immediately grabbed the true fire gourd and protected himself. However, Gu Hai was instantly submerged in the boiling liquid flames. However, these flames were not enough for Gu Hai's physical body. Boom! With a stomp, Gu Hai suddenly jumped and pounced towards the elite guard at the peak of the mountain. This Jiang Lianshan was extremely strange. Gu Hai somewhat believed that this was the real Jiang Lianshan. However, he had to take the elite guard away today. Breaking through the large amount of liquid flames, Gu Hai instantly arrived at the peak of the mountain. Jiang Lianshan's gaze was cold. He did not move. Ingo, on the other hand, immediately stepped forward. Gu Hai, I heard that you obtained Qi Yu swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Let me see how strong your physical body is. Ingo shouted coldly. As he shouted, he greeted with a punch. Hong! Gu Hai's and Ingo's fists collided head-on, causing the void to tremble. There seemed to be a power imprint of 30 here. Gu Hai's and Ingo's fists actually failed to tear the void apart. Water zombie progenitor vs swallow the heavens and devour the earth. The intense collision caused the surrounding flames to explode. Gu Hai paused and stopped. However, Ingo unconsciously took a step back. What? This is impossible. You are so strong? Ingo revealed a trace of disbelief and pounced again. Boom! 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 3 punches in a row. With each punch, Gu Hai took a step forward. However, with each punch, Ingo took a step back. In terms of physical strength, Gu Hai was superior. This is the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. You are the water zombie progenitor. Here, you are restricted. It is fine if you are not as strong as him. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. But I am not convinced. Ingo's face was gloomy. Gu Hai did not pay any attention to Ingo. Instead, he walked straight towards the elite guards. The elite guard hid behind Jiang Lianshan and shouted, Don't come over! Jiang Lianshan, I don't care what you are planning or what you are planning. However, I feel that you have been planning for a long time. You definitely want to harm Lin Wanner. Sorry for offending you. I will take Lin Wanner away. Gu Hai said seriously. Heh. Gu Hai, you are so arrogant after defeating Empress Ji? Qi Yu swallow the heavens and devour the earth was taught by me. I know better than you how strong it is. You want to take my daughter away in front of me? You are really overestimating yourself. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Jiang Lianshan said coldly and sent a palm strike towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai felt that this palm strike was much stronger than Ingo's. His face immediately sank and he sent a punch over. Boom! Palm and fist collided and the void shook violently. The fist and palm were in a deadlock, as if no one wanted to give way to the other. Jiang Lianshan, you are only SOSO. Gu Hai sneered. Did you forget that I have been here for 800,000 years? This 8 directions sea was carefully arranged by me. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. At this moment, the 8 directions sea, which was surging with tsunamis, instantly formed 8 trigrams in 8 directions. Each 8 trigrams controlled an area of the sea. Suddenly, the 8 trigrams seemed to control the power of one sea and rushed towards Jiang Lianshan in the center. Boom! The first trigram rushed into Jiang Lianshan's body, and Jiang Lianshan's strength instantly doubled. Boom! 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 The second trigram, the third trigram, and all the way until the 8th trigram rushed into Jiang Lianshan's body. Jiang Lianshan's back seemed to be connected to the 8-direction sea, and the power of the 4 seas was his strength. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lianshan's strength rose to the peak. What about now? Jiang Lianshan sneered. Jiang Lianshan suddenly exerted his strength. You think this is all I have? Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Roar! The roar of a black dragon seemed to come from Gu Hai's body, and a terrifying power rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. Golden red light and pitch-black light burst out as the 2 experts' fists collided. Chapter 1147. Jiang Lianshan gathered the power of the 8 seas. In Gu Hai's body, the spiritual mother deity king was suppressed. However, the nourishment of the body was not part of the suppression. When the 2's fist and palm collided, the terrifying power shook the entire eastern sea of flames. In the aftermath of the explosion, the mountain peak beneath their feet was instantly torn apart. Then, countless flames filled the air. Ingo immediately retreated with his elite guards. The unborn man grabbed the true fire gourd and protected his body as he retreated quickly. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan both looked ferocious. Their fists and palms kept bursting with monstrous power. Boom! 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 Although the 2's fists and palms collided, there was still a series of loud explosions. Good, good, good. Gu Hai, you didn't have this ability 800,000 years ago. Now, you are even stronger than Gu Hai? Jiang Lianshan stared at Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan, you are not the real Jiang Lianshan, right? Gu Hai said coldly. Not the real one? How is it not the real one? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. I don't know what relationship you have with Jiang Lianshan, but you should not be Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai said seriously. Why? For Murong Yen, Jiang Lianshan could die together with the immortal of the 6 paths, regardless of everything. But what about you? Since you have been here for 800,000 years and have not seen yourself from 800,000 years ago, it should not be difficult to save Murong Yen. Everything should be within this period of time, but you did not. Gu Hai said seriously. Jiang Lianshan's eyes narrowed. Unless you have been waiting for this moment from the beginning, and your feelings for Murong Yen are fake? However, I feel that Jiang Lianshan really loved Murong Yen back then. You are different from the one from 800,000 years ago. Gu Hai said coldly. Some things are in the past. You are not qualified to test me. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. 1. A fiery silhouette suddenly appeared on the surface of Jiang Lianshan's body. The silhouette looked exactly like himself. It was 10,000 feet tall. As it stepped out, it instantly absorbed endless firepower from the entire eastern spirit sea of flames. Jiang Lianshan's strength skyrocketed once again. In the distance, the unborn man looked at that 3-kilometer-long light figure in shock. Jiang Lianshan's fire god? How can it be so huge? 10,000 feet tall? From afar, the Jing Wei looked at the fire god in astonishment. Is this father's fire spirit? How is it fire is fire? Was it accumulated here for 800,000 years? The moment Jiang Lianshan's fire god appeared, it mobilized endless fire energy from the void and attacked Gu Hai continuously. Gu Hai's eyes widened in shock. 1. Behind Gu Hai, another shadow also appeared. Gu Hai's fire god also stepped out. Learning from Jiang Lianshan, the fire god mobilized the power of the eastern sea of flames. In an instant, rolling fire energy rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. The moment Gu Hai's fire god appeared, everyone's eyes widened. This was because Gu Hai's fire god was slightly bigger than Jiang Lianshan's fire god. It was 11,000 feet tall. In an instant, the firepower from all directions increased. Boom, boom, boom. Under the loud noise, it seemed like Gu Hai was slowly gaining the upper hand. Impossible, I've been here for 800,000 years, and only then did my fire god reach 10,000 feet. How can your fire god be bigger? Jiang Lianshan exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai cultivated the devouring heaven and earth divine king. The divine king's spirit mother was powerful. Other than nourishing the body, it also nourished the other gods. Under the nourishment of the divine king's spirit mother, the fire god naturally reached the peak. Everything here was decided by the strength of the fire god. This was also the reason why Gu Hai dared to come here alone. It was also because Gu Hai's fire god was also a peak existence in this world. Little by little, Gu Hai seemed to be suppressing Jiang Lianshan. Even if you're Jiang Lianshan, I defeated you once 800,000 years ago. Now I can do the same to you. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. In the distance, Ingo's face sank. He clenched his fists as if he wanted to help. However, Jiang Lianshan's other hand flipped and took out a treasure. It was a yellow gourd. As soon as the gourd appeared, it seemed to absorb the power of countless flames in the surroundings. Soul-dispersing gourd. Your Majesty, be careful. That is the 99 soul-dispersing gourd. It is an earth-type treasure that contains divine sand. It can harm soul physiques. It is a soul-dispersing gourd that specializes in breaking soul physique. Soul-dispersing gourd? Destroy souls? Hee, as expected of Master Show. You know a lot. You even know about my soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan sneered. Although he couldn't defeat Gu Hai in a battle of strength, Jiang Lianshan still had a treasure. The soul-dispersing gourd could destroy the soul physique. This was going to destroy Gu Hai's fire god physique. Once Gu Hai's fire god physique was dispersing, the scales of victory and defeat would instantly reverse. His Holiness, the soul-dispersing gourd is an earth-type treasure. Fire breeds earth. It absorbs endless flames and produces divine sand in the gourd. Once the divine sand is formed, the world will be turned upside down. The unborn man shouted. Gu Hai's face turned cold, but he couldn't withdraw his fist at this moment. As soon as Jiang Lianshan took out his treasure, Gu Hai knew that he was in trouble. Soul-dispersing gourd? This was one of the few gourds that was as famous as the true fire gourd and immortal slaying gourd. Was it in Jiang Lianshan's hands? Buzz. After absorbing endless flames, the soul-dispersing gourd suddenly expanded. Jiang Lianshan immediately aimed the mouth of the gourd at Gu Hai's fire god. 99 divine sand, soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom. Red divine sand rushed out of the mouth of the gourd. As soon as the divine sand came out, it absorbed the flames of the void and rushed toward Gu Hai like a meteor shower. Gu Hai instinctively felt threatened. He didn't have time to think and immediately activated the treasure in his body. Rising soil of breath. Gu Hai activated the earth god's treasure and a mountain-sized chunk of rising soil of breath rushed out. Rumble. The divine sand collided with the rising soil of breath. In an instant, both sides cancelled each other out. However, the rising soil of breath was weaker than the divine sand. The divine sand quickly absorbed the flames of the rising soil of breath and made countless holes in it. It continued to shoot toward Gu Hai. Vine World Gourd, wood restrains earth. Gu Hai waved his hand again. Rumble! In an instant, countless vines rushed out from the Vine World Gourd and rushed toward the divine sand. Sure enough, wood restrains earth, creating a miraculous effect. The vines rushed into the divine sand, as if they wanted to take root in the divine sand and shatter it. The vine world gourd is indeed able to restrain the soul-dispersing gourd. Unfortunately, this is the Eastern spiritual sea of flames. Rise! Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom! The endless flames of the 8 directions sea swarmed toward the vine world gourd. In an instant, the vines were burned to ashes. It was also in the Eastern spiritual sea of flames that the vine world gourd was restrained in every aspect. The power of the magic treasure could not be displayed at all. The vines burned rapidly. The divine sand was powerful, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Gu Hai's fire god. Gu Hai's expression changed. He no longer held back and immediately took out the Arctic gourd. The Arctic gourd was the result of Gu Hai's battle with Rokudo Shinkuan's water god physique 800,000 years ago. It was powerful and extremely cold. Extreme frost gourd. Use water to counter fire. Go! Gu Hai shouted. The gourd's mouth opened. Terrifying blue frigid qi rushed out of the gourd and rushed toward Jiang Lianshan. Swoosh! The frigid qi rushed out, and the surrounding flames dispersed. The terrifying frigid qi rushed toward Jiang Lianshan's fire god. In an instant, Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. The fire god was of the fire element. Water restrains fire. The Arctic gourd specialized in countering the fire god. Not good. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. Gu Hai's expression also changed because the frigid qi and the divine sand passed through each other without affecting the other. They passed through each other and reached each other's fire god. Boom, 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 boom. A series of divine sand penetrated Gu Hai's fire god. In an instant, Gu Hai's fire god was filled with holes. In just an instant, Gu Hai's fire god was riddled with holes. Puff! Gu Hai spurted out a mouthful of blood. The fire god that was riddled with holes was severely injured and could no longer be used. He immediately retracted it back into his body and could only use his physical body to block the countless divine sand. Jiang Lianshan was not much better off. The blue frigid qi was especially effective against the fire god. When it rushed past Jiang Lianshan's fire god, the latter curled up as if it was frozen and lost contact with the surrounding flames. Ka. A large number of cracks appeared on Jiang Lianshan's fire god. It was severely injured. Puff! Jiang Lianshan also spurted out a mouthful of blood and retracted his fire god. Boom! Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan's palms were forcefully retracted. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan retreated several hundred feet before they could stop. Arctic gourd? Ha! So the Arctic gourd is in your hands. Jiang Lianshan glared at Ying Qingsong. The appearance of the Arctic gourd had a miraculous effect. Jiang Lianshan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Gu Hai was also depressed at this moment. Under the soul-dispersing gourd, the fire god was riddled with holes and was heavily injured. Arctic gourd? That should be mine. Ingo's eyes lit up as if he wanted to snatch it away by force. At this moment, Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan were both severely injured. The two looked at each other coldly, seemingly unwilling to accept the result. But at this moment, boom! A loud sound suddenly came from outside the 8 directions sea array. It was as if someone was forcefully destroying the array. Who? Jiang Lianshan's face sank as he looked in the direction of the loud sound. The attack just now was too powerful. Ingo? I know you are inside. Give me back my Jing Wei. An angry roar came from outside. Sister, it's my sister. The Jing Wei was pleasantly surprised. Huh? This is troublesome. It must be because the battle just now was too loud and attracted her. Ingo's face sank. That wicked girl? Jiang Lianshan's face was pale as he said gloomily. Boom! Another loud sound. The entire 8 directions sea array shook, as if it was about to break open. Father, sister is here. Open the array and let sister in. The Jing Wei shouted. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai weakly and said, Gu Hai, you are really lucky. We will meet again. Stop right there. Gu Hai's face changed. He was about to pounce forward weakly. Whoosh! Jiang Lianshan swung his sleeve. Suddenly, the array was engulfed in flames. In an instant, Jiang Lianshan, Ingo, and the Jing Wei were engulfed in flames. In a flash, the three of them disappeared in the flames. Jiang Lianshan, come out! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! In the outside world, there was a loud sound. All the flames in the 8 directions sea exploded. The array was instantly destroyed by the Ho's fist. The raging inferno that stretched for thousands of miles quickly died down. Gu Hai quickly lifted the surrounding flames. However, Jiang Lianshan and the other 2 were gone. Jiang Lianshan, come out! Gu Hai shouted furiously. However, Jiang Lianshan was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! The Ho brought Ho-E and arrived in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai's fire god was severely injured. Except for his physical strength, all his fire god power was gone. His face was pale. He had used up a lot of energy. Gu Hai, unborn man? Why are you here? Ho-E said in surprise. You saw Jiang Lianshan just now? The Ho said with a gloomy face. Chapter 1148. The 8 Directions Sea. Did you see Jiang Lianshan just now? You asked with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai nodded. Seeing Gu Hai nod, Yu's pupils shrank and he waved his hand. Boom! All of the flames in the 8 Directions Sea immediately sank into the sea, and there was no end to it. It's useless. If he really is Jiang Lianshan and stayed here for 800,000 years, you won't be able to find him if he wants to hide from you. Gu Hai shook his head. Was what you saw the real Jiang Lianshan? Seeing that he couldn't find Jiang Lianshan, you looked at Gu Hai. I'm not sure. Gu Hai shook his head. He has the shadow of Jiang Lianshan in him, but there's something about him that Jiang Lianshan shouldn't have. Gu Hai said with a frown. Humanity? You looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai nodded. Yes. Although I didn't talk to him much, his tone was full of coldness. It was like Yuanshi Tianzuan's cold-blooded and heartless. No, it should be more thorough than Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan still cared about the Tongtian sect master, but Jiang Lianshan didn't. Oh! I mentioned Murong Yen to him, but his expression was very calm as a passerby. He watched Murong Yen die, but he didn't feel the slightest ripple in his heart. Gu Hai said with a frown. Then it's fake. You said in a low voice. No, as I said just now, there are traces of Jiang Lianshan. Other than being cold-blooded and heartless, his way of thinking is still Jiang Lianshan. He also has all of Jiang Lianshan's memories, so I find it very strange. Gu Hai shook his head. Way of thinking? Yu frowned slightly. Yes, even his attitude towards Chiyu was the same, but he didn't care at all. Oh right, he said that he had been staying in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea for the past 800,000 years. Did he pass on some things to Jiang Lianshan from 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai asked curiously. That's true. Jiang Lianshan obtained many of his secrets from the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Of course, very few people know about this. It seems like he obtained them from somewhere else. Bai said in a low voice. I have a feeling that he wants to use the vermilion bird deity to do something. The elite guards might be in danger, so? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yu's face darkened. There are many formations in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Most of them should have been arranged by him. As for how to break them and how to enter, I don't know. His fire deity was severely injured by me, and it won't be able to recover in a short time. However, he has Ingo by his side. That Ingo looked very gloomy, so I'm sure that she didn't use her full strength. She and Jiang Lianshan might be using each other. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Old thing, you can't rest in peace even after death. Humph. Yu's face darkened. His Holiness, Gu Hai seems to be heavily injured now? Hoi whispered to Yu. An injured Gu Hai, should he kill him? The cold light in Ho Yi's eyes made Gu Hai's face turn cold, and he became extra cautious. You looked at Ho Yi and said, "You want to kill Gu Hai? Heh, you won't be able to. We should go." Yes. Ho Yi nodded with a blank look on his face. Gu Hai's pale face showed that he was severely injured and weak. "Why can't I kill him?" You didn't explain, and Ho Yi didn't dare to ask. "No matter how many formations there are, as long as that old thing doesn't die, he'll be a disaster. I'm going to find him," you said to Gu Hai and prepared to leave. "Be careful and protect the elite guards. I need to recuperate and catch up with you as soon as possible," Gu Hai said. You flicked his sleeves and disappeared with Ho Yi in the 8 directions sea. "His Holiness, are you okay?" The unborn man rushed up. Gu Hai put away the bottle gourds and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Blood spurted out of Gu Hai's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. "His Holiness!" the unborn man exclaimed. "Leave this place first," Gu Hai said weakly. "Yes." The unborn man was extremely anxious. Gu Hai and the unborn man steered the ship and quickly left the 8 directions sea. Gu Hai leaned against the railing and seemed to be on the verge of death. Not long after Gu Hai and the rest left, a divine general nether flame slowly crawled out from the bottom of the 8 directions sea. God Marshal Ming Hua had seen everything that had happened. At the same time, in a quiet valley in the East Spirit Fire Sea, Xiahou Shou saw everything clearly through this divine general nether flame. Jiang Lianshan? His Holiness in the Dian dynasty? What, 800,000 years ago? I've been in the East Spirit Fire Sea for 30 years. Did something drastic happen in the outside world? Xiahou Shou was slightly stunned. 30 years. Too many things had happened in the past 30 years. Xiahou Shou had been in the East Spirit Fire Sea for the past 30 years. At most, he would go out and capture a large number of ghost citizens. How would he know that the world of the living had been turned upside down? Humph, no matter what happens in the outside world, it has nothing to do with me. As long as I get the treasure here, I can reach the peak. Even Fuxi might not be able to do that. That's the treasure of the vermilion bird, the power of the vermilion bird supreme. Xiahou Shou clenched his withered fist. Unborn man? Heh, I can see your attitude. Are you looking for me? We 8 branches longevity cultivators have our own strength. We don't interfere with each other's business. Why are you looking for me? Seems like you're greedy and want my longevity soul? Heh, you're really courting death. Xiahou Shou looked at the image in front of him. Since I know that Jiang Lianshan has been in the East Spirit Fire Sea all this time, I'm relieved. Dongfeng Shou, that idiot, doesn't know as much about gossip as Jiang Lianshan? Take it slow, there's no hurry. I'll deal with the unborn man first. Heh, in this place, your strength is only at the level of the Yuanying state. How dare you enter the East Spirit Fire Sea? You must be tired of living. If you want to deal with me, I'll eat you first, heh heh heh. That Gu Hai is the helper you found, right? If it was before, I would have to be careful of him. It's a pity that the spirit-dispersing gourd has been riddled with holes by the divine sand. It's useless now. Since that's the case, I don't have to worry. Heh, since he delivered himself to me, it's not bad to refine him into a puppet. And the Arctic gourd, the True Fire gourd, and the Vine Realm gourd? They're all good treasures and they're all mine. Oh right, there's the soil of breath. Although it's a little weak, it's not bad, heh 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 heh. Xiahou Shou laughed sinisterly. The unborn man steered the large ship and quickly traversed the 8 seas. Gu Hai leaned against the railing. His face was pale and he looked extremely weak. He seemed to be trying to regulate his breathing and recuperate. However, this was the East Spirit Fire Sea. It would not be easy for the fire god to recover from his injuries. His Holiness, let's get out of the East Spirit Fire Sea first. We'll come back later, the unborn man said anxiously. Gu Hai looked pale and did not speak. But at this moment, roar! Suddenly, there was a loud roar. It was a divine martial Ming Hua riding a warhorse and charging over on the sea. Divine martial Ming Hua? The unborn man's expression changed. Use the Arctic gourd. Gu Hai took out the Arctic gourd. The unborn man did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated the Arctic gourd and charged toward the divine martial Ming Hua. The divine martial Ming Hua's chain smashed toward the large ship. The cold air of the Arctic gourd also exploded. Boom! Crack! Crack! Under the strong cold air, the chain was frozen and shattered. The cold air rushed toward the divine martial Ming Hua, who immediately retreated. Swoosh! A large amount of cold air rushed over. The divine martial Ming Hua was severely injured and retreated far away. His Holiness, I can only activate 1% of your Arctic gourd's power. It is much weaker than yours, the unborn man said with a bitter smile. It's okay. Be careful. Gu Hai shook his head. In the distance, the divine martial Ming Hua absorbed some flames from the sea of fire to warm his body. Then, he charged over again. However, the unborn man had the Arctic gourd. He did not dare to get close. The divine martial Ming Hua could only charge into the sea of fire and create huge waves. Gu Hai took out the true fire gourd for the unborn man to use, so that the unborn man could protect the small ship. Luckily, this is only the divine martial Ming Hua of the middle celestial palace level, the unborn man said after taking a deep breath. Rumble! At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from afar. Another 3 divine martial Ming Hua were galloping over. Another 3? That's good. The divine martial Ming Hua is violent and often kills each other. He will steal the other party's lifespan. Maybe we can take advantage of the chaos and leave, the unborn man said with anticipation. However, the reality was not what the unborn man thought. The 3 new divine martial Ming Hua suddenly attacked the large ship at the same time. Even though the unborn man used the 2 gourds to protect himself, they still blasted a huge hole in the ship with a loud boom. Oh no, they are together! The unborn man shouted. Boom! 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 The 4 divine martial Ming Hua kept attacking the large ship. The unborn man used the true fire gourd and the Arctic gourd to block the attacks time and time again. After a while, he finally managed to reach the shore. The unborn man coincidentally used the Arctic gourd to freeze one of the divine martial Ming Hua and snatched his flaming warhorse. Gu Hai rode on his warhorse with a weak body. The unborn man used the 2 gourds to block the attacks of the 4 divine martial Ming Hua. Along the way, the unborn man had a close shave with death. Soon, the 4 divine martial Ming Hua turned into 6. 6 divine martial Ming Hua with the strength of a middle celestial palace? The unborn man swallowed his saliva. He was in a terrible mood. He was in a sorry state as he tried to block the attacks. Your Majesty, they are actually together. This is bad. Moreover, I feel that they are not in a hurry to attack us. Instead, they seem to want to drive us somewhere, the unborn man said anxiously. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai coughed for a while. He looked at the 6 divine martial Ming Hua and nodded with a terrible expression. Are they together with the self-destructing divine martial Ming Hua? Wouldn't that mean that they are all divine martial Ming Hua under Xiahou Shou's control? If they are under his control, Xiahou Shou would know where we are, the unborn man said anxiously. We'll take it one step at a time. Block them first, then find a way out. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the unborn man said anxiously. The unborn man continued to block the 6 divine martial Ming Hua. They protected the weakened Gu Hai and drove him somewhere. At the same time, they searched for a way out. It was a quiet valley. Xiahou Shou looked at the scene before him and revealed a cold smile. This Gu Hai is indeed a cripple. The true fire gourd? The Arctic gourd? What a waste in the hands of the unborn man. Come to me. Ha 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 ha. Xiahou Shou laughed as he looked at the scene. Most of his attention was on the unborn man. As for that sickly Gu Hai, he no longer paid any attention to him. Because Xiao Chen was not paying attention, he did not notice the cold look in Gu Hai's eyes. He also did not notice the mocking smile that Gu Hai hid behind his hand when he coughed. Chapter 1149. Gu Hai had indeed been severely injured by the soul-scattering gourd's divine sand, but he was not so weak that he could not fight back. Otherwise, Ming would not have said that Ho-I could not kill Gu Hai at all. More and more divine commanders of underworld flame were chasing the unborn man away. After 2 days and 2 nights of resisting, 10 divine commanders of underworld flame were dispatched by Xiahou Shou from all over the place. In these 2 days, the eastern spirit sea of fire was filled with loud bangs. Under the loud bangs, the earth shook and the mountains shook. One could even hear Ming's cry for help. Gu Hai sat weakly on the flaming warhorse, quietly listening to the loud bangs. He knew that Ming was destroying the formations left by Jiang Lianshan one after another. Jiang Lianshan, is this really you? Gu Hai fell into deep thought. His Holiness, we are in trouble this time, the unborn man suddenly said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai turned his head. At this moment, the 10 divine commanders of underworld flame had stopped attacking. Gu Hai and the unborn man had been chased out of a huge blue boundary. The blue boundary was extremely gloomy because it was densely covered with human heads. No, it should be called blue ghost heads. However, only the heads of the ghosts were left. These heads still had spirituality, and their faces were twisted to the extreme, revealing expressions of extreme fear. This was a massive barrier that was filled with countless ghostly heads. All around it, all of the flames were being forced to part ways. Looking at it from afar, it was exceptionally frightening. Ghost heads? This is an extremely evil longevity formation. Is Xiahou Shou inside? The unborn man said anxiously. Ghost heads? Cut off ghost heads to set up the formation? What's the use of this longevity formation? Gu Hai asked. To collect the qi of fear from these ghost heads. The unborn man said. Aura of fear? Gu Hai was puzzled. I don't know what it's doing, but the aura of fear is usually used to prolong one's life. It's just that it's too vicious and evil. Using thousands of lives to prolong one's life, the sin is too great, and all the sin will fall on the person who prolonged the life. Normally, no longevity master would use it. Moreover, there are hundreds of millions of ghost heads. What kind of life is this? Why is it so big? The unborn man asked worriedly. Unborn man, I bet you didn't expect that we would meet again here, did you? A cold voice came from the ghost head longevity array. Xiahou Shou? What are you doing here? The unborn man suddenly shouted. Now I should be the one asking you, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to catch up with me? Xiahou Shou's voice rang out from the array. The unborn man's aura was gloomy. Don't pretend to be so confident. This is the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, and everyone is suppressed. We are 8 lineages longevity masters. Except for me, who is from the Li trigram lineage, the 7 of you together are no match for me here. Oh, by the way, you alone are 2 people? Shimen Shou and Qiufeng Shou? Xiahou Shou sneered. 7 people together? Ha, you haven't been out for a long time, right? The unborn man sneered. A long time? It's only been 30 years. What changes can there be in 30 years? So what if there are changes? We 8 lineages longevity masters don't care about 30 years. You mean this Gu Hai next to you, right? Yes, he is powerful. 2 days ago, when he fought with Jiang Lianshan, I saw it clearly. If he was at his peak, I wouldn't have banished you all here. But now, his fire god has been crippled. With his fire god crippled, he's basically crippled. Don't tell me you're still counting on him? Xiahou Shou sneered. Pa! At this moment, Gu Hai jumped down from the flaming warhorse. His Holiness! The unborn man walked over worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head and waved his hand, putting away the Arctic gourd and True Fire gourd. You still want to resist? If I didn't ask Divine Martial Netherflame to restrain himself, you would have been a pile of bones by now. The ghost head longevity array sneered again. Gu Hai looked at the ghost head longevity array and sneered. What changes can there be in 30 years? 30 years ago I was still immortal. Do you think 30 years has changed a lot? 30 years, and your cultivation is only at this level? Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. 30 years, Gu Hai said coldly. Every year, you go out and capture a large number of ghostly citizens for the sake of this ghost head longevity array, right? What, you want to do justice for the heavens? Xiahou Shou sneered disdainfully. I'm not doing justice for the heavens. I just feel that the undead are also spirits. You deserve to die for blaspheming the undead, Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Deserve to die? You still want to deal with me? Your fire god is already full of holes. You are already a cripple. Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. Is that so? Gu Hai sneered. Aren't you sympathizing with this group of undead? Very well, I will turn you into an undead and then let you accompany them, Xiahou Shou said coldly. Just because of these divine martial nether flame? Gu Hai said with disdain. You are already seriously injured, and you still want to use the True Fire Gourd and Arctic Gourd to be invincible? If you could use them, why did you let the unborn man use them for 2 days? If I hadn't held them back, you would have been dead, Xiahou Shou said coldly. The 5 of you, go and twist this Gu Hai's head off. Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. Yes. The 5 divine martial nether flame answered. His Holiness, the unborn man said anxiously. It's fine. Gu Hai shook his head. Whoosh. Suddenly, one of the divine martial nether flames stepped forward and threw a chain at Gu Hai. It looked like it was going to pierce Gu Hai's chest. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed the chain. Bang! Flames flared, and Gu Hai actually managed to grab the end of the chain with great might. What? The divine martial nether flame was stunned. Gu Hai grabbed the end of the chain and swung it violently. The divine martial nether flame was dragged up and thrown to the other divine martial nether flames. How dare you! The divine martial nether flame shouted angrily. Boom! 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 Gu Hai seemed to have divine strength. The divine martial nether flame was like a meteor hammer. He smashed the 9 divine martial nether flame into pieces, and they screamed in agony. Boom! In the end, Gu Hai threw the divine martial nether flame into the ghost head longevity array. He defeated 10 divine martial nether flames with a single swing of his hand? The unborn man was stunned and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. However, he immediately understood what was going on. His Holiness was pretending to be sick so that he could find Xiahou Shou. That was right. It was impossible to find a needle in a haystack. Xiahou Shou was the local tyrant. Why not pretend to be weak and let him find him? Roar! The divine martial nether flame, who had been smashed into pieces, were enraged and charged. Clap! 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 Gu Hai slapped 3 times in a row. 3 huge palm lights formed in the air and slammed the divine martial nether flame into the ghost head longevity array. The sudden change did indeed surprise Xiahou Shou. So you were lying to me? Xiahou Shou's cold voice came from the ghost head longevity array. The fire god was riddled with holes and was severely injured. However, it had been 2 days. Much of the heaven-replenishing energy had entered the fire god to heal it. With the nourishment of the spiritual Mother Divine King, Gu Hai's injuries were healed. Even if his injuries were healed, his strong physical body was not something the divine martial nether flame of the Middle Sky Palace could compare to. Gu Hai stepped forward and looked coldly at the ghost head longevity array. Xiahou Shou? Do you want to come out yourself, or do you want me to catch you? Gu Hai said coldly. In the ghost head longevity array, Xiahou Shou's expression changed. Gu Hai? You spent so much effort pretending to be sick just to find me? Why? Xiahou Shou said coldly. Because I promised the unborn man that I would help him find all 8 longevity masters. Gu Hai said in a low voice. All 8 longevity masters? Xiahou Shou exclaimed. Apart from you, there's still Dong Zongshou. If you don't want to suffer, come out yourself. Gu Hai said coldly. What? Unborn man you've already caught for? Unborn man, ha ha, I knew you were a wolf. I didn't expect you to do this after finding a backer. Xiahou Shou sneered. Is there any use in saying so much? Xiahou Shou, I'm now a subject of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. This is His Holiness of the Dahan. You've been inhumane all these years to cultivate longevity. You're destined to die. Today is the day you'll be executed. The unborn man sneered. Heh, I'm inhumane? You're no better. You followed old man Guanxi in the hope that he would help you catch us. Unfortunately, old man Guanxi ignored you. So you found this backer? Gu Hai. Humph, I'd like to see if you've recovered from your injury. Xiahou Shou sneered. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man and asked, Do you know how to break this ghost head longevity array? I don't know what he's doing inside, so. The unborn man shook his head. Since you don't know, then forget it. Just smash it open. Gu Hai stepped forward. Just as Gu Hai stepped forward. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard from all directions. Gu Hai looked back and saw groups of war horses trampling over mountains in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame. Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame came one after another. In a short time, there were already 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame. All of them were full of fighting spirit and fury. Are these all of Xiahou Shou's subordinates in East Spirit Fire Sea? 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame? The unborn man's face changed. The Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame had strong auras. 10 of them were as strong as those from Heavenly Palace. They led the other Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame and quickly surrounded Gu Hai and the unborn man. Take these 2 down. Xiahou Shou's voice came from the Ghost Head Longevity Array. Yes. 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame shouted. Rumble. Instantly, 1,000 chains rushed toward Gu Hai and the unborn man. When the 1,000 chains attacked, it was like 10,000 horses galloping. This was especially so for the 10 Underworld Flame Divine Marshals from Heavenly Palace. The 10 chains looked like 10 flaming dragons opening their bloody mouths and tearing at Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled coldly and the Arctic gourd appeared in his hand. As soon as the gourd opened, overwhelming blue cold air rushed out in all directions. Boom! With a loud sound, all the surrounding flames were forced away. The scene of 1,000 chains galloping stopped. No, it was frozen. The 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame, including the 10 Divine Marshals of Heavenly Palace, were all frozen into ice sculptures. The 1,000 chains stopped in midair, facing Gu Hai. They were stiff and could not move. Chapter 1150. Divine Marshal Underworld Flame was a dead spirit, and the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea suppressed the power of 3 souls. Divine Marshal Underworld Flame's power was mostly the power of the Fire God, which the Arctic Gourd specifically countered. Even the Arctic Gourd severely injured Jiang Lianshan, let alone the Divine Marshal Underworld Flame. The unborn man's earlier attack was too weak, so he could not cause much damage. However, Gu Hai was different. The 1,000 Divine Marshal Underworld Flame instantly lost their ability to fight. Gu Hai smiled coldly as he turned his head to look at the Ghost Head Lifespan Array again. Within the Ghost Head Lifespan Array, the previously arrogant Xiahou Shou was instantly silenced. There was no helping it. The scene before him was too strange. Normally, Divine Marshal Underworld Flame would handle the trivial matters properly. This was 1,000 Divine Marshal Underworld Flame. Even outside the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, they were a force to be reckoned with. However, that Arctic Gourd actually froze them instantly? Gu Hai walked to the Ghost Head Lifespan Array again and punched. Hong! The entire Ghost Head Lifespan Array shook violently. The countless ghost heads suddenly quivered as if they were startled awake. They all looked at Gu Hai. "Kill me! Destroy me! I beg you, let me be destroyed! I don't want to be like this anymore! Save me! Save me!" Countless ghost heads screamed miserably. Gu Hai's face sank. The punch earlier had opened a crack in the ghost head lifespan array. Through this crack, Gu Hai saw the scene inside. There were some flames inside as well, but they were much fewer than outside. It was a canyon. Countless trapped ghost citizens could not escape around the canyon. They all screamed miserably. At this moment, a strange divine martial underworld flame sat cross-legged at the peak of the canyon. That divine martial underworld flame gave off a scarlet fiery light, as if it was all blood. Sin turned into blood? Xiahou Shou is extending his life? The unborn man asked in surprise. The deity general of the infernal flames continued to reach out and grab the ghostly citizens before tearing them apart and devouring them one after another. However, it only devoured the bodies of the ghostly citizens and not the heads. It tossed the heads into the sky, and the heads were sucked into the ghost head longevity array as they screamed in terror. The ghost head lifespan array nourished waves of strange energy, ensuring that the ghost heads did not lose their consciousness. They only revealed boundless fear. One ghost head was nothing, but what about 100 million? What about 1 billion? The surging aura of fear once again surged towards the divine general of the underworld flame, as though it was giving the divine general of the underworld flame the power to repeat this action. The blood divine martial created fear, and fear provided strength. Xiahou Shou's goal was to maintain the stability of the longevity array. The eyes of the blood divine commander were completely red, as if it had no consciousness of its own. However, Gu Hai could sense a threatening aura from it. "What is Xiahou Shou doing?" Gu Hai asked in a low voice. "This subject does not know." The unborn man also looked into the distance in shock. The blood divine commander was at the top of the valley. Below, in the valley at the end of the valley, was the black-robed Xiahou Shou. The Arctic gourd is indeed a good treasure. However, it is too unfair for it to be in your hands. Xiahou Shou stood at the entrance of the valley and sneered. It is not unfair for it to be in your hands? This ghost head lifespan formation of yours does not look very impressive. If I throw another punch it will break, right? Gu Hai said coldly through the gap. The might of Gu Hai's fist was incomparably horrifying. Although he did not use his full power, since Gu Hai said so, he naturally could do it. With one more punch, the ghost head lifespan formation would definitely break. It is indeed troublesome to deal with you a few days ago. However, even if you are strong now, what can you do? Xiahou Shou said coldly. Oh? Besides Divine Commander Underworld Flame, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Gu Hai said coldly. Xiahou Shou's hand seemed to be stroking something. Gu Hai took a closer look and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Mao Tianyun? The unborn man shouted in surprise. Xiahou Shou's skinny hand was stroking a black cat. The black cat was very docile. There was a blood spot between its eyebrows and its eyes shone with a cold light. Mao Tianyun? So he is here? Gu Hai's face darkened. So, you know each other? That's great. This is a pet that I caught a few days ago. Oh right, his name is Mao Tianyun. He is unparalleled in controlling fire and is invincible in dry spring. I spent a lot of effort to catch him. Xiahou Shou sneered. Meow. Mao Tianyun looked at Gu Hai and the unborn man, who were outside the gap, with red light in his eyes. At that moment, Mao Tianyun did not recognize the two of them. He only listened to Xiahou Shou's orders. Mao Tianyun is at the great completion stage of Heavenly Palace. How can you control him? Gu Hai's face darkened. His Holiness, look at the blood spot between Mao Tianyun's eyebrows. He must have fallen into Xiahou Shou's trap. He must have been blinded by resentment. That's why Xiahou Shou succeeded. The unborn man said. Resentment. Yes. The 1 billion ghost heads not only produce fear, but also resentment. Who wouldn't be resentful when their heads are taken away? Moreover, they have to look at their enemies every day, but they can't fight back. The resentment must be very strong. However, there is no resentment in the surroundings. This means that Xiahou Shou has collected it. It is similar to De Hong's control. He must have blinded Mao Tianyun with resentment. Then, he took advantage of the situation. The unborn man said worriedly. How do we save Mao Tianyun? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Restrain Mao Tianyun and Xiahou Shou. I can undo the control. The unborn man said. Haha, restrain? You should worry about yourselves. That Mao Tianyun is at the great circle of the heavenly palace. Although his 3 spiritual souls are suppressed here, he is still at the great circle of the heavenly palace. Who do you think you are? Sneered Xiahou Shou. However, Gu Hai did not pay any attention to him. He once again struck the ghost head longevity array with his fist. Humph, go ahead and tear that Gu Hai to shreds, Xiahou Shou said coldly. Meow. Mao Tianyun roared and pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Gu Hai and clawed at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. He deflected his fist and struck out. Hong. Both Mao Tianyun and Gu Hai paused. Meow. With a single meow, the surrounding sea of flames seemed to have been summoned. Surging flames surged towards Mao Tianyun, forming a fire force field around him. A terrifying aura rushed towards Gu Hai. Mao Tianyun of the fire element? Gu Hai's face darkened. He could see how powerful Mao Tianyun was. However, no matter how powerful he was still slightly weaker than Jiang Lianshan. However, Gu Hai did not want to hurt him. He did not use the Arctic gourd immediately. Gu Hai could only strike with his fist. Hong, 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 hong. Gu Hai's fist and Mao Tianyun's claw collided again and again. The huge impact was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. The surrounding sea of flames shook violently. The unborn man was hiding in the distance. Xiahou Shou, who was inside, was shocked. Gu Hai. How is this possible? His injuries are all healed? How can he block a great circle of the heavenly palace? Xiahou Shou could not believe it. Previously, he thought that Gu Hai's abilities were all because of his Dharma treasures. Unborn man, who is this Gu Hai? Why have I never heard of him before? Xiahou Shou shouted again. Of course you haven't heard of him. Didn't His Holiness just say that he was just a mortal 30 years ago? The unborn man sneered. Mortal? 30 years? Whose reincarnation is he? Xiahou Shou asked again. No, His Holiness is not the reincarnation of anyone. His Holiness relied on himself. He walked step by step to where he is today. He killed people in the world of the living and established the Dahan celestial empire. How can a frog at the bottom of a well like you understand his life? The unborn man sneered. Impossible. Establishing the Dahan celestial empire in the world of the living? Where is the world of the living? How can he establish the 3 holy lands and 3 celestial empires in the world of the living? Xiahou Shou said in disbelief. Heh, that's why I said that you are a frog at the bottom of a well. The 3 great celestial empires and 3 holy lands in the world of the living? How long ago was that? The unborn man sneered. How long ago? Wasn't everything fine 30 years ago? Oh right, there's also that sky chess pavilion. Old man Guanxi must have faked his death. How can they tolerate a Dahan celestial empire? Xiahou Shou showed a trace of disbelief. It's not about whether they tolerate it or not. They can't stop it at all. Long Zhanghua, Old Man Guanxi, Jiang Rulai, and Matriarch Ji were all killed by His Holiness. The whole world knows about it, but you don't? The unborn man sneered. Xiahou Shou. After a long silence, Xiahou Shou sneered. Are you lying to me? That Gu Hai was still a mortal 30 years ago. How can he kill them 30 years ago? Do you think I'm stupid? Xiahou Shou couldn't accept it. Those top-notch existences actually died in the hands of Gu Hai? What's in it for me to lie to you? Of the 3 Holy Lands and 3 great celestial empires, only the Wansho Taoism still exists. The rest are like dust. The unborn man sneered. Xiahou Shou still couldn't believe it. However, in just a moment of disbelief, boom! With a loud sound, Mao Tianyun was instantly smashed into the ground by Gu Hai. True Fire Gourd, absorb fire. Extreme Cold Gourd, cool down. Vine World Gourd, bind. Gu Hai shouted. Meow. Mao Tianyun let out an angry roar. The sounds of the battle in the distance had all stopped. The battle was over. The true Fire Gourd absorbed all the flames that Mao Tianyun controlled, including the pink aura formed by the dry spring. The extreme Cold Gourd kept freezing Mao Tianyun, causing his body to stiffen. The Vine World Gourd tied him up. Mao Tianyun was restrained by Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Everything happened so quickly that Xiahou Shou couldn't accept it. Could it be that what the unborn man said was true? Long Zhanghua, Old Man Guanxi, Matriarch Ji, and Jiang Rulai were all killed by Gu Hai. If so, what kind of ferocious person did he offend? This is impossible. Mao Tianyun is at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Xiahou Shou exclaimed. Outside the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, he was at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Here, he isn't, Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai walked to the gap of the Ghost Head Longevity Array again. Unborn man, you said that as long as we capture Xiahou Shou, we can release Mao Tianyun's control? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, His Holiness. The unborn man confirmed. That's good. I'll capture him. You save Mao Tianyun. Gu Hai turned and looked coldly at Xiahou Shou again. Chapter 1151. After restraining Mao Tianyun, Gu Hai looked at the Ghost Head Longevity Array again and punched it. The loud sound of the punch breaking through the air showed how powerful it was. Once it landed, the Ghost Head Longevity Array would definitely explode. Xiahou Shou was furious. How dare you? Array change. Xiahou Shou waved his hand, and the Ghost Head Longevity Array in front of Gu Hai shrunk and retreated. Boom! Gu Hai's punch missed. Even so, it still created a huge shockwave. Countless ghost heads suddenly surged toward the Crimson Divine General at the peak of the canyon. Whoosh! Under Xiahou Shou's control, the Crimson Divine General stood up, opened its mouth, and inhaled. Roar! He watched as the 1 billion ghost heads were devoured by the Divine Commander. No! Save me! Save me! Countless ghost heads screamed in agony. However, it was useless. The aura of the Crimson Divine General seemed to be able to tear the entire void apart. Swallowing 1 billion ghost heads was not enough. As it opened its mouth, the hundreds of millions of ghostly citizens around the canyon were sucked into the Crimson Divine General's mouth. The red light around the Crimson Divine General increased, and its sins increased. Save me! Save me! Senior, save me! Don't eat me! The hundreds of millions of ghostly citizens screamed non-stop, and the Crimson Divine General's body grew bigger and bigger. Xiahou Shou, who was not far away, wanted to control it, but he was knocked away by a force on the Crimson Divine General's body. Xiahou Shou, what is this? You can't even control it yourself? The unborn man exclaimed. Gu Hai took a step forward and appeared in front of the Crimson Divine General in an instant. He punched at the Crimson Divine General, hoping to save the ghostly citizens. Roar! The Crimson Divine General felt threatened by Gu Hai, and its eyes glowed red. Its fist collided with Gu Hai's fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the canyon beneath the Crimson Divine General exploded. Gu Hai paused, but the Blood Divine General didn't retreat half a step. All of the netherworldly citizens were swallowed by his mouth in an instant. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. His punch was actually unable to force the Crimson Divine Marshal back. What kind of monster was this? How could its strength be on par with Jiang Lianshan? Kill him, kill him! Xiahou Shou pointed at Gu Hai and roared. Although Xiahou Shou could not get close to the Divine Commander, the Divine Commander was still unconscious and could listen to Xiahou Shou's orders, especially the orders to kill. Kill! The Crimson Divine General roared and immediately pounced towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face sank, but he saw the Sanguine Divine General suddenly extend its right hand and cleave down from above. Shing! A beam of golden light suddenly appeared and shot straight at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he met the attack with a punch. Boom! A loud boom rang out as Gu Hai was sent flying back 300 meters. There was a huge trench in the ground that was at least 50 miles long. It was a trench that had been left behind by Sword Chi. Divine Sword? Is this the move of the Divine Sword? Gu Hai's expression changed. Kill! The Crimson Divine General charged towards Gu Hai again. It raised its hand and cleaved down at Gu Hai again and again. On the ground, sword scars were left one after another. The terrifying sword scars traversed 1,000 miles and headed straight for Gu Hai. Fortunately, Gu Hai's body was impenetrable, so he wasn't injured. Only a few white marks were left on his skin. The life-extinguishing saber clashed with the Divine Sword again and again. The Crimson Divine General's strength was actually on par with his. Gu Hai's heart was already in turmoil. Divine Sword? What is the Divine Sword? Rokudo Shinkuan's golden god body was the Divine Sword. It was the Divine Sword. It couldn't be wrong. This Crimson Divine General was related to Rokudo Shinkuan? So terrifying? The might of the Divine Sword displayed the terrifying power of the Crimson Divine General. How is this possible? Even with such ferocious power, it couldn't hurt Gu Hai. Xiahou Shou was also shocked. Xiahou Shou naturally knew how powerful the Crimson Divine General was. If it weren't for Supreme Vermilion Bird's treasure, Xiahou Shou could have dominated the world with the Crimson Divine General. However, the Crimson Divine General in front of him was blocked by Gu Hai. Although there was no clear victor, the battle at this moment made Xiahou Shou's heart skip a beat. Xiahou Shou was anxious. However, the Crimson Divine General didn't need to be controlled by Xiahou Shou anymore. It was now angry and charged towards Gu Hai again and again. Xiahou Shou suddenly turned his head and looked at the unborn man not far away. The unborn man had the strength of the Yuanying state. Humph, I can't do anything to Gu Hai for now. I'll catch you first. Xiahou Shou stared and instantly charged towards the unborn man. The unborn man was shocked when he saw Xiahou Shou charging towards him. He only had the strength of the Yuanying state in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. How could he be a match for Xiahou Shou? However, the unborn man also had a magic treasure. Buzz! However, a golden alms bowl flew out and suddenly enlarged 10,000 times. Then, it descended from the sky and enveloped the unborn man and Mao Tianyun. Boom! It was like a huge iron box that covered the unborn man and Mao Tianyun. Humph! You think you can stop me with a big pot? Power of fire break! Xiahou Shou slammed his palm down. Clang! The golden alms bowl suddenly released a golden light wheel that instantly dissipated the power of Xiahou Shou's palm. This is not a big pot, but the Vairocana golden alms bowl that the Vairocana Buddha lent us before we left. It's powerful and boundless. In the sea of fire, it's like an indestructible enchantment. No matter how you attack, you won't be able to break it. The unborn man shouted from within the golden alms bowl. There's no such thing as an indestructible enchantment. Earthline Golden Dragon, heed my call. Li Fire Essence, break this golden alms bowl. Xiahou Shou roared again. Arg! 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 Suddenly, dragon roars came from underground as if fire dragons were rushing towards the golden alms bowl. Boom! 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 It was as if mountains were crashing into the golden alms bowl. The golden alms bowl only shook but didn't break. How can the Vairocana Buddha's treasure be so easy to break? Unless you have the power of His Holiness, you, Xiahou Shou, are still far from it. The unborn man sneered from within the golden alms bowl. Humph, unborn man, come out! Xiahou Shou shouted coldly. Boom, 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 boom. Not far away, the battle between Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine Commander was getting fiercer and fiercer. Gu Hai had a ferocious look on his face as he blocked the divine sword again and again. Just as Gu Hai was familiarizing himself with the divine sword, the Crimson Divine Commander suddenly changed its move. It straightened its arms and bent its wrists like a hoe, chopping towards Gu Hai's shoulder. Boom! This slash was even more powerful than the holy sword from before. It caught Gu Hai off guard, and with one strike, Gu Hai's arm caved in. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain as he dodged another heavy blow. Ka! Ka! After twisting his shoulder, the collapsed shoulder was restored. However, Gu Hai was even more surprised by the Crimson Divine Commander's identity. This is Jiang Lianshan's Shinong Ho, Jiang Lianshan's move, Jiang Lianshan's move? Gu Hai was shocked. Roar! The Crimson Divine Commander pounced towards Gu Hai again. With one hand holding Rokudo Shinkuin's divine sword and the other hand holding Jiang Lianshan's divine sword, Gu Hai found it extremely difficult to deal with. It was hard to determine the victor. In the midst of the battle, Gu Hai turned his head to look at Xiahou Shou and his eyes lit up. Boom! This time, when he clashed with the Crimson Divine Commander, Gu Hai showed weakness and allowed a heavy blow to his back. Gu Hai borrowed the force and rushed toward Xiahou Shou. Xiahou Shou was attacking the Virokana Golden Alms Bowl and did not expect Gu Hai to target him. Xiahou Shou! Gu Hai shouted. Xiahou Shou quivered and turned his head. However, it was too late. Gu Hai was already in front of him. What? Save me! Xiahou Shou exclaimed. The Crimson Divine Commander pounced forward with all his might. However, Gu Hai's palm had already landed on Xiahou Shou's body. Boom! Xiahou Shou was heavily injured and fell to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai's strength was so great that Xiahou Shou could not resist at all. Quick, save me, save me! Xiahou Shou shouted at the Crimson Divine Commander. However, the Crimson Divine Commander was not thinking clearly and did not save Xiahou Shou. Instead, it started fighting with Gu Hai again. Boom! 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 After a series of battles, the Crimson Divine Commander was so enraged that it lost its mind. It attacked Gu Hai again and again. At this moment, the unborn man put away the Mahavirakana Golden Alms Bowl and walked over to Xiahou Shou with a cold smile. Ha ha ha! It turns out that even you cannot control this Crimson Divine Commander. As he spoke, the unborn man reached out and restrained the heavily injured Xiahou Shou. Unborn man, you will die a horrible death. What are you trying to do? Xiahou Shou shouted angrily. The unborn man immediately placed some restrictions on Xiahou Shou's body. Then, he tapped Xiahou Shou's glabella. Bam! The unborn man tapped Xiahou Shou's glabella. He took out a drop of blood from his glabella and tapped it on Mao Tianyun's glabella. Mao Tianyun's glabella trembled and a gust of red qi rushed from his glabella to Xiahou Shou's head. No, no. Resentment transfer? Unborn man, you dare to harm me? Xiahou Shou shouted in shock. This is the resentment that you sent to Mao Tianyun's head. Enjoy this resentment yourself. Ha! The unborn man laughed. The resentment rushed into Xiahou Shou's head. Xiahou Shou immediately cried out in pain. Ah! After a series of cries, Xiahou Shou was no longer in the mood to talk. Mao Tianyun, on the other hand, woke up weakly. What happened? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. His Holiness, Mao Tianyun is awake. The unborn man shouted. In the sky, Gu Hai, who was fighting, waved his hand. Whoosh! The three gourds instantly left Mao Tianyun and arrived at Gu Hai. Meow, what happened? My head hurts. Unborn man? Why are you here? Mao Tianyun twisted his body and asked in shock. Even without Xiahou Shou's control, The Crimson Divine General is not affected? Mao Tianyun, help His Holiness to subdue the Crimson Divine General. The unborn man said. Mao Tianyun raised his head and saw the battle between Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General. What is this? Rokudo Shinkuan's move? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. Not only that, he also knows Jiang Lianshan's move. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Chapter 1152. Without much hesitation, Mao Tianyun rushed into the sky. The Crimson Divine General was in a rage. He received Xiaohou's last order and kept attacking Gu Hai. His moves were terrifying and powerful. His body was as tough as Gu Hai's, as though he was invulnerable. Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General were unable to hurt each other. Meow. Mao Tianyun rushed into the sky and attacked the Crimson Divine General from the back. Dang! The Crimson Divine General slashed Mao Tianyun with his divine sword and sent him flying. Meow. I don't believe it. Mao Tianyun was at a disadvantage and rushed forward again. Boom! While the Crimson Divine General was unprepared, Mao Tianyun attacked its back. However, the effect was not obvious. The Crimson Divine General was invulnerable. Mao Tianyun's claws were bent, but he could not hurt it. Meow. How can this be? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. You don't have to attack anymore. Although you are better than the others in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, your strength is still suppressed, Gu Hai shouted. Then what should we do? Lure him out. You take the unborn man and lead the way. Gu Hai shouted. All right. Mao Tianyun nodded gloomily. The Arctic Gourd, Truefire Gourd, and Vine World Gourd had all been used on the Crimson Divine General. However, the Crimson Divine General was immune to all of them. This made Gu Hai feel very surprised. Gu Hai's body was invulnerable. He was on par with the Crimson Divine General. Mao Tianyun and the unborn man led the way in front. Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General retreated as they fought and moved out of the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Gu Hai knew that once they were out of the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, the Crimson Divine General would not be his match. He did not even have to do it himself. A group of Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Realm officials would be able to subdue the Crimson Divine General. Now, while the Crimson Divine General was still confused, he had to lure it out. Following the path that they had come from, the group moved quickly. In just 4 hours, they had arrived at the border of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. Quick, lure him out and let me teach him a lesson. Mao Tianyun immediately shouted and rushed out. When he reached the border, the Crimson Divine Commander suddenly stopped. He turned around and headed towards the depths of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. What? He doesn't want to come out? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Gu Hai was flabbergasted. Wasn't the Blood Divine Marshal unconscious? How did he know that it was dangerous outside? Gu Hai immediately pounced forward. The Crimson Divine Marshal continued to battle with Gu Hai, but he was lured to the edge of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames several times, unwilling to leave. What should we do now? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. You guys go back first. Unborn man, immediately interrogate Xiaohou. What is this Blood Divine Commander? Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The unborn man replied. However, Gu Hai was unwilling to leave the Crimson Divine Commander behind. Mao Tianyun quickly brought the unborn man back to the Eternal Een capital. In the Eternal Een capital, Skeleton Gu Hai had been waiting for a long time. How long will it take for this Xiaohou to wake up? Gu Hai asked. I will do my best. I want to go to the Longevity Temple, the unborn man said. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man brought Xiaohou to his residence. After entering the Longevity Temple, he placed Xiaohou on an 8 trigrams platform. He reached out and tapped Xiaohou's forehead. 1. The resentment between Xiaohou's eyebrows instantly emerged. The unborn man used a small bottle to collect it. Xiaohou's hood had already been removed. A thin and shriveled old man with disheveled hair looked at the unborn man miserably. "Unborn man, you captured me? You captured me?" "No." Xiahou Shou roared in shock and anger. "If you don't want to die so early, then tell me immediately. What is that Crimson Divine Commander? Ghost Head Longevity Array, he. Normal people can't withstand that intense chi of fear. Even a perfect Heavenly Palace expert would be crippled. However, the Crimson Divine Commander withstood it. Who is he?" the unborn man asked. Ha ha ha, you want to know? Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. Xiahou Shou said coldly. This is not the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. I am not your opponent in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. But here, you are under my control. I have 10,000 ways to deal with you, the unborn man said coldly. Humph! Xiahou Shou snorted. You asked for it. The unborn man reached out and activated the 8 trigrams platform. 1. The chain that pierced through Xiahou Shou's shoulder blade immediately triggered waves of electricity, causing Xiahou Shou to tremble. The unborn man took out a black worm and slowly stuffed it into Xiahou Shou's glabella. What are you doing? What are you doing? Xiahou Shou exclaimed. If you don't want to tell me, then I will do it myself, the unborn man said coldly. Corpse worm? No, I will tell you. Don't do it. Xiahou Shou exclaimed. The unborn man ignored him and let the corpse worm drill into Xiahou Shou's head. Xiahou Shou trembled violently. The unborn man then drew a series of runes on Xiahou Shou's head. After a while, Xiahou Shou stopped struggling. However, at this moment, Xiahou Shou's eyes had become hollow. What is the origin of that Crimson Divine Commander? The unborn man asked. I don't know. Xiahou Shou said blankly. You don't know? Then how did you get it? The unborn man asked coldly. 30 years ago, I saw it in a secluded valley in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. At that time, it was already riddled with holes and looked like a broken piece of wood. However, this broken piece of wood emitted a terrifying aura. I felt that it was extraordinary and wanted to refine it. Unexpectedly, it still had spirituality, so I wanted to refine it into the Netherworld Flame Divine Commander. Xiahou Shou explained blankly. Broken piece of wood, riddled with holes? The unborn man said in surprise. After he was refined into the Netherworld Flame Divine Commander, I couldn't fully control it. His consciousness was also very blurry. He kept mentioning the words Vermilion Bird's treasure, immortal of 6 paths, and His Holiness was unwilling. Xiahou Shou explained. Vermilion Bird's treasure? Immortal of 6 paths? His Holiness was unwilling? The unborn man said in shock. His strength made me realize that I might have come into contact with some kind of great treasure, especially the Vermilion Bird's treasure. His consciousness was blurred, but he was still brooding about it. I guessed that the Vermilion Bird's treasure must be something extraordinary. Perhaps it was the Vermilion Bird Supreme's treasure. I had to get the secret he was talking about. Therefore, while searching for the Vermilion Bird's treasure, I captured countless ghostly citizens to prolong his life, hoping that he could wake up. Unfortunately, his thoughts became more and more chaotic and blurred. Xiahou Shou said blankly. Ghost Head Longevity Array? Such an evil method would of course make him more confused. However, did you find anything in the past 30 years? The unborn man asked. No, I searched the entire Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Other than some places with countless arrays, I found nothing. There were other people in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. I sent other Netherworld Flame Divine Commanders to investigate those arrays, but they were always gone. I didn't dare to go personally. Coincidentally, Gu Hai and the unborn man captured one of my Netherworld Flame Divine Commanders and wanted to find me. I used them to find out who was in the array. In the end, I found Jiang Lianshan. Xiahou Shou explained blankly. What about Mao Tianyun? The unborn man asked. On the day Mao Tianyun entered, I found out that he had entered one of the 8 diagrams arrays set up by Jiang Lianshan. That array was very dangerous. When he came out, he was already in a daze. I captured him with the Crimson Divine Commander and poured resentment into him, making him work for me. Xiahou Shou said blankly. Mao Tianyun, did you get a bargain? The unborn man asked strangely. Yes. The Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Since you have already walked through it and know the locations of all the formations, draw them out. The unborn man instructed. Yes. Xiahou Shou answered. Before long, the unborn man brought a map to where Skeleton Gu Hai was. His Holiness, this is the array map of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, and the unborn man described his question to Gu Hai. A piece of broken wood? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. How could a piece of broken wood be so powerful? Is there a way to wake this piece of broken wood up? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That Crimson Divine Commander has devoured more than 1 billion ghostly citizens. He is filled with fear, endless sin, and resentment. He needs to release those ghostly citizens and send them into the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps. The unborn man explained. Release? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes. Although they were devoured by the Crimson Divine Commander, this is a type of longevity array. Logically speaking, they have not been completely destroyed. They are just struggling in the Crimson Divine Commander's stomach. They cannot be released. The unborn man explained. Let's do it then. Gu Hai nodded. But releasing souls is not my strength. The unborn man said worriedly. It's fine. Mahavairakana should be familiar with this. The Eastern Spirit Fire Sea is too dangerous. You don't have to go in anymore. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The unborn man nodded. There is still Dong Zhongshu. I will find him as soon as possible. Gu Hai said. Thank His Holiness. The unborn man said gratefully. After sending off the unborn man, Gu Hai immediately invited Mahavairakana over. Mahavairakana readily agreed. He gave Mahavairakana a map and pointed out his location. 2 days later, Mahavairakana arrived at the depths of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Gu Hai's main body was in a stalemate with the Crimson Divine Commander. He pinned it to the ground, and both of them were unable to move. Amitba. Mr. Good, I'm coming. Mahavairakana suddenly appeared in front of them. Start releasing souls. Gu Hai shouted as he suppressed the Crimson Divine Commander. Releasing souls is not difficult. However, I just sensed that the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea seems to be suppressed by a force. The reincarnation passage is blocked. Mahavairakana frowned. Release souls into my celestial dome of the ancients. Wake this Crimson Divine Commander up first. Gu Hai instructed. All right. Mahavairakana nodded. As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and recited lines of Buddhist scriptures. They turned into golden swastikas. In an instant, countless swastikas entered the Crimson Divine Commander's body. Ah! The Crimson Divine Commander cried out in pain. Black gas suddenly emerged from its body. After the black gas passed, blue ghosts were released from its body. They bowed to Gu Hai and Mahavairakana gratefully. Gu Hai immediately sent the ghosts into the celestial dome of the ancients to be reincarnated. Buddhist chants sounded as Mahavairakana released souls. The Crimson Divine Commander struggled frantically. However, the Gu Hai before him was not weaker than him at all. Again and again, Gu Hai pushed him to the ground and continued to purify his soul. Chapter 1153. No matter how hard the Crimson Divine General struggled, the surface of its body continued to spurt out billowing black gas. The boundless sinful red light was also rapidly dissipating. Every word of Mahavairakana's transcendence was heavenly music. The ghostly citizens within the Crimson Divine General's body were transcended one after another and reincarnated into the immortal vault of antiquity. Just like that, Gu Hai fought and transcended at the same time. After a day, the Crimson Divine General finally calmed down and stopped attacking Gu Hai. Moreover, its body shape was slowly changing. Gradually, The armor disappeared, and it turned back into the shape of a withered tree root. However, the withered tree root seemed to be alive. Its head was extremely old. Moreover, it had the shape of a human, like a skinny old man. Cough, 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 cough. A series of coughs sounded like an old man with one foot in the grave. After transcending, the aura of fear that extended its life has also dissipated. Its life. Mahavairakana frowned slightly. At that moment, although the Crimson Divine General still exuded a dangerous aura, it was already extremely old and had difficulty moving. Guhai? Cough, cough, we meet again. I didn't expect you to become so powerful now. The withered tree old man that the Crimson Divine General had transformed into suddenly spoke. You know me? Guhai was surprised. I have offended you previously. My life force was already exhausted and I had reached the end of my life. However, a trace of stubbornness was still lingering in my heart. When I was in a deep sleep, Master Sho took the opportunity to refine me into the Divine General of Netherworld Flame for him to use. Unfortunately, the more he extended my life, the more my consciousness became blurrier. Now I can barely wake up because of your transcendence. The withered tree old man sighed. You know me? Who are you? At the same time, you know the moves of Rokudo Shinkuin and Jiang Lianshan. I don't remember you. Guhai was surprised. Guhai didn't remember the withered tree old man's ability. You have seen me before. However, I wasn't like this back then and I didn't speak to you. The withered tree old man said bitterly. You are? Guhai asked in a deep voice. I'm His Holiness's Ho. The old man sighed. Ho? Shenong Ho? The fourth of the 16 great magic weapons of ancient times, Jiang Lianshan's Shenong Ho? Guhai asked in surprise. That's right. You're suppressed here, but I'm not. That's why I was able to fight evenly with you earlier. If we were in the outside world, I wouldn't be a match for you. Kumu said with a bitter smile. You actually have intelligence? Wait a minute. You followed us to 800,000 years ago and stayed there with Jiang Lianshan until 800,000 years ago? Guhai asked with a frown. To be precise, I slept in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea for 800,000 years. This is the place where His Holiness died. His Holiness died peacefully. At that moment, His Holiness seemed to have seen Murong Yen. Although he was crushed by Rokudo Shinkuin, His Holiness wanted to die. At the moment of his death, His Holiness left with a smile on his face. Shenong Ho said with a bitter smile. You're saying that Jiang Lianshan is dead? Guhai frowned in surprise. Jiang Lianshan is dead? Then who is the Jiang Lianshan I saw earlier? Shenong Ho didn't seem to understand the meaning behind Guhai's words. He nodded and said, His Holiness fought with Rokudo Shinkuin for a long time. Rokudo Shinkuin used the sacred sword many times against me. During the battle, I also learned the sacred sword. Unfortunately, in the end, I was also riddled with holes. My hoe was destroyed in the battle, leaving me with only the hoe handle. You learned the sacred sword from Rokudo Shinkuin? But you just said that Jiang Lianshan is dead? Then who was the person I saw a few days ago? Wasn't he Jiang Lianshan? Guhai frowned. This is also the reason why I can't let go of my obsession. He is His Holiness, but he isn't. His Holiness wanted to die. When he died, his wish was fulfilled. But, Shenong Ho said bitterly. Wait, tell me first. Who is the Jiang Lianshan I saw a few days ago? What do you mean by, but he isn't? Guhai frowned. Shenong Ho looked at Guhai and sighed. He is His Holiness's soul, the fire deity. Fire deity? Guhai was stunned. Yes, His Holiness's 3 souls and 6 spirits were destroyed in that battle. However, the fire spirit, which is the fire deity, survived because of the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Flames. Although he has His Holiness's memories, a spirit body can't have His Holiness's emotions. He is the fire deity. because of the power of the Eastern spiritual sea of flames, he didn't dissipate. Therefore, he can't leave the Eastern spiritual sea of flames. He is Jiang Lianshan's fire deity? No wonder, from his conversation, I felt that he had lost his humanity. But he still had Jiang Lianshan's shadow. Gu Hai frowned. A person's body has 3 souls. The 7 spirits are derived from the 3 souls. Without the 3 souls, the 7 spirits should dissipate. But it didn't. This fire deity has always been pretending to be His Holiness. He is only a part of His Holiness. How can he be qualified to pretend to be His Holiness? I once went to find him, but was severely injured by his scheme. Ha ha! Shen Nong Ho said bitterly. The spirit body is also a part of a person. How can you? Gu Hai frowned. He is only a part of His Holiness. He can't pretend to be the whole thing. It's like if you lose your hair, can he pretend to be you? Shen Nong Ho said unwillingly. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Gu Hai, how are His Holiness's family now? Shen Nong Ho looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a moment, then told him what had happened in the past few years. See, if he is His Holiness, how can he watch Chiyu Crown Prince die? If he is His Holiness, how can he watch Morong Yen die? Shen Nong Ho said angrily. What is he planning in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames? When the unborn man interrogated Xiahou Shou, you mentioned something about the vermilion bird's treasure. Gu Hai asked curiously. Shen Nong Ho was silent for a moment, then nodded. His Holiness is a fire deity. He wants to obtain the vermilion bird's power and use the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to be reborn. All these years, he has been searching for the vermilion bird's treasure. Reborn? Jiang Lianshan is resurrected? Gu Hai's eyes widened. Don't even think about it. The so-called reborn does not mean that His Holiness can be resurrected, but that his fire deity physique is transformed into a soul body. With his fire deity as the main body, he will form 3 new souls. It will not be the original His Holiness. At most, he will have a part of His Holiness's memory. Shen Nong Ho explained. The vermilion bird's treasure? We can't find it after 800,000 years? That doesn't exist, right? Gu Hai frowned. No, it exists. 800,000 years ago, when His Holiness fought Rokudo Shinkuan, we saw the supreme vermilion bird. Shen Nong Ho said. You saw the supreme vermilion bird? He didn't die? Gu Hai was shocked. It's true. In this Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, His Holiness Fire Deity Physique escaped Rokudo Shinkuan's destruction. It was the supreme vermilion bird who helped him in the end. Shen Nong Ho recalled. What's going on? Gu Hai asked in shock. That year, His Holiness fought against Rokudo Shinkuan. With the help of the Sinyuan, Rokudo Shinkuan grew stronger and stronger. In the end, His Holiness was no match for His Holiness. In this battle, His Holiness vented the last bit of regret in his heart. In the end, he prepared to draw the power of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames into his body to self-detonate. He was prepared to die together with Rokudo Shinkuan. Shen Nong Ho recalled. Draw the power of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to self-detonate? Yes, but it didn't succeed. Rokudo Shinkuan used the Sinyuan to draw the power of the 3,000 Great Daos to seal His Holiness, preventing him from self-detonating. Just as Rokudo Shinkuan was about to destroy His Holiness, His Holiness's body finally exploded with a burst of flames. Even I was blown away. The burst of flames avoided Rokudo Shinkuan's attention, and His Holiness's body was blown to pieces. Shen Nong Ho recalled. That burst of flames? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, it was that burst of flames. That burst of flames brought His Holiness's fire god and me into the sea of flames. After Rokudo Shinkuan left, it condensed into a huge flaming vermilion bird. The flaming vermilion bird sealed a wisp of Nanming primordial fire into His Holiness's fire god, preserving the fire god's body. It told him that as long as he didn't leave the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, the fire god's body could continue to survive in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. The vermilion bird also said that it was only a wisp of his energy body. The rest of his energy was sealed somewhere in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, and it told His Holiness's fire god to find the vermilion bird's treasure. Then, he could use the vermilion bird's treasure to be reborn. Shenong Ho recalled. A wisp of the vermilion bird's energy body? Yes, it seems that the vermilion bird was sealed somewhere. Even he himself couldn't say where it was. He only knew that in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, the vermilion bird finally managed to release a wisp of energy. However, this wisp of energy couldn't last for long. It disappeared after mentioning the vermilion bird's treasure. Shenong Ho recalled. And then? His Holiness's fire god wanted to refine me and asked me to listen to his orders. I only listened to His Holiness. How could I agree to him? After all, I was a part of His Holiness. However, I was framed by him and managed to escape. Later, I went to seek revenge but failed. I couldn't accept it. I wanted to destroy him, who was pretending to be His Holiness. This is the only thing that kept me alive until now. Shenong Ho said hatefully. You want to destroy him? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. That's right. His Holiness's 3 souls are the foundation. If the 7 spirits are scattered, as long as the 3 souls are there, a new body can be formed. In other words, the spirit body is just a spirit body. His Holiness's fire god is the same as my spirit body. How could it be qualified to refine me? Shenong Ho said in a low voice. It's been 800,000 years. He still hasn't found the place where the vermilion bird was sealed? Gu Hai frowned. 800,000 years. It's enough time for him to dig 3 feet into the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Unfortunately, if he hadn't met the vermilion bird at that time, no one would have believed it. Shenong Ho sighed. I understand now. Why does Jiang Lianshan need Jing Wei? He needs the vermilion bird god in Jing Wei's body to help him find the vermilion bird, open the seal, and borrow its treasure to be reborn? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Vermilion bird god? Shenong Ho was startled. Gu Hai told him about Jing Wei and Lin Wan. So that's how it is. Haha, he really is unscrupulous. He tricked His Holiness and turned the little princess into something neither human nor ghost. So it was just to satisfy his own selfish desires. He found a node in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. He wants to use the vermilion bird god to use that forbidden technique. He wants to sacrifice the princess's life to the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to open the vermilion bird seal? Shenong Ho said with an ugly expression. Sacrifice Wan Er's life? He wants to kill Wan Er and kill Jing Wei? Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Chapter 1154. East Spirit Sea of Flames. In a huge 8 trigrams array. Yu and Jiang Lianshan met again. The father and daughter did not get along well when they met, they even started fighting. Jiang Lianshan's palm and Yu's palm collided in the air, flames shot everywhere, and hostility filled the air. Both of them were fire elemental experts. They could control the flames in all directions, they were wearing dragon robes, neither of them was willing to back down, their faces ferocious. Behind Jiang Lianshan stood Go and an anxious Jing Wei. Behind Yu stood Ho Yi, who was anxious. No one interfered, they could not. Only Go's expression changed occasionally, he was hesitating. Sister, father, stop fighting, sister, father. The Jing Wei shouted anxiously. However, Yu and Jiang Lianshan did not stop. Bastard, what are you doing? Jiang Lianshan stared at Yu. You looked at Jiang Lianshan coldly. You are not dead. You can't wait for me to die? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. I don't care if you are dead or not. You should not find trouble with Jing Wei. Yu said coldly. Sister, no, father did not find trouble with me. The Jing Wei said anxiously. You looked at the Jing Wei and frowned. Jing Wei, come behind me. I have already discussed with Gu Hai, the vermilion bird god will be given to you. No, father said that once the vermilion bird god leaves Lin Wan Air's body, it will disappear, it will not work. The Jing Wei said anxiously. How can you believe his words? Ho said coldly. The Jing Wei looked at Jiang Lianshan. He was in a dilemma. On one side was his father. On the other side was his sister. He did not know what to do. Why can't you believe my words? I made the vermilion bird god. What do you know? I was the one who helped you complete your fire elemental zombie ancestor. Now you are questioning me? Bastard, I should have burned you to death in that seal, so you don't have to anger me now. Jiang Lianshan glared. At the mention of the seal, Huey's eyes immediately turned red, and a murderous aura erupted once again. Seal? Ha, you still have the face to mention seals? Gu Hai was right. You have Jiang Lianshan's shadow, but you don't have Jiang Lianshan's humanity. If it weren't for my strong desire to live, I would have turned into ashes by now. You still want me to thank you? Yu's face was ferocious. In the end, didn't you obtain a cultivation base? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. You really want me to thank you? I can't wait to break open your chest and peel off your flesh to see what color your heart is. Ho said coldly. Evil creature, evil creature. Jiang Lianshan glared at you. Elite Guard, what are you waiting for? Come over here. You shouted again. The elite guards were anxious and did not know what to do. Jing Wei, don't listen to her. She's crazy. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Jing Wei, what else do you believe in him? How did you die that year? Look at him go beside you. This is your body. Who drowned you in the East Sea? Do you still think about him? We have all been tricked by him. Do you believe in him? Or do you believe in me? Hui shouted. However, the elite guards did not understand. Sister, I believe in both. Believe my ass. Today, it's either him or me. If you still recognize me as your sister, come behind me immediately. Otherwise, you don't have to come back ever again. Hui said with a ferocious expression. I will come over, sister. The elite guards said anxiously. Jing Wei. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Father? The elite guards paused. Do you still want to recognize me as your father? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The elite guards showed a painful expression. What should he do? And you, Hoi, do you still remember what I told you? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Not far away, Ho Yi's expression changed. I sealed your cultivation and made you follow Jiang Ying. After Jiang Ying was sealed, I made you leave the Dian dynasty and establish a force in the underworld. You gathered a large number of drought demons and waited for Jiang Ying to be released. I let you follow her. I was helping her manage her forces. Now you dare to be so arrogant? Evil creature, evil creature. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Ho Yi's expression changed. Everything that Jiang Lianshan said was not false. Jiang Lianshan, you're wrong. Ho Yi and Xing Tian are in charge of a large number of forces in the underworld for me. Those forces were conquered by me before I was sealed. They are my subjects. They are only helping me protect my country. It's not because of you. Yen said coldly. Ho Yi, evil creature, you are ignorant and disrespectful to your father. Today, I take back my previous order. Ho Yi, come back to me. Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Huey's expression was gloomy. At this moment, Ho Yi also had a complicated expression. Ho Yi, you were a subject of the Dian dynasty back then. I gave you everything. Jiang Lianshan shouted again. Ho Yi's expression changed, but he soon became determined. His Holiness, I respect you as my old master. If it was anything else, I would definitely do it for you. However, I am sorry about this. Ho Yi shook his head. Jiang Lianshan glared. I am the great Yen Sky dynasty's divine archer Marquis, Ho Yi. You taught me to be loyal to my country. If I go to your side, I will be a traitor. Sorry, I am now only loyal to the great Yen Sky dynasty and His Holiness. Ho-E shook his head. Soon, I will re-establish the Dian dynasty. What is mine will all be mine. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Sorry. Ho-E shook his head firmly. Humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted angrily. However, Hui was satisfied. She looked at Jing Wei again and said, Jing Wei, why are you still standing there? Come over. Jing Wei was about to step forward. Jing Wei, you don't recognize me? Jiang Lianshan shouted. Jing Wei's expression froze. He lowered his head and was silent for a while. Then, Jing Wei showed a pained expression and said, Sister, he is father. He may have hurt you by sealing you, but he did it for your own good. Otherwise, the great Yen Sky dynasty would not exist. Also, although I drowned in the East Sea, I don't blame father. Really, I don't blame him. What did you say? Huey's expression darkened. She had a bad feeling. I'm sorry, sister. I miss father. Father wants me to help him leave the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Fire. I must help father. I must stay by father's side and help him leave the Eastern Spiritual Sea of Fire. Jing Wei shook his head. You are crazy. Hui stared at him. I am sorry, sister. Jing Wei shook his head. Hui said in a low voice. Yes, your majesty. Hui replied. Bring Jing Wei back. Hui said in a low voice. Yes. Hui stepped forward. Bring Jing Wei back? Have you asked for my permission? Ingo sneered and stood in front of Jing Wei. Jing Wei frowned and looked at Ingo. He did not say anything. Kill whoever stands in your way. Ingo is no exception. Kill. Hui said coldly. Yes. Hui replied. Hui reached out and pulled out a divine arrow. It was a fire elemental divine arrow. Hui pulled the bowstring and his eyes turned cold. Ingo showed a look of disdain. Pung! Hui released the arrow and it turned into a fiery dragon. It bared its fangs and claws and arrived in front of Ingo. Ingo's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch. Be careful, this is not the shooting sun arrow. It is the nurturing sun arrow. Jiang Lianshan shouted. The shooting sun arrow was a water elemental divine arrow that countered fire. However, the nurturing sun arrow was different. It was a fire elemental divine arrow. When the arrow was shot, it gathered the fire energy of the world and flew toward Ingo. Ingo's face sank. He threw a punch. However, when the divine arrow reached his fist, it had already absorbed the fire energy of the endless eastern spirit flame sea and crashed into Ingo. Hong! A loud sound rang out. The power of this arrow was not much weaker than Huey's. The huge impact caused a boundless shock wave. Ingo was forced to take a step back. What? Your divine arrow is not affected here? Ingo said in surprise. In this place, his 3 spiritual souls were suppressed. Even Ingo could not bring out much of his strength. However, Ho-Yi's divine arrow was not weaker than Gu Hai's. After Ho-Yi forced Ingo back with his arrow, he immediately rushed forward to grab Jing Wei. However, Ingo reacted faster. He immediately pulled Jing Wei and retreated into the flames. Take Jing Wei and leave. Go to Little Beast and wait for me. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Okay. Ingo pulled Jing Wei and immediately rushed into the flames. Father, don't hurt sister. Before leaving, Jing Wei shouted. Jing Wei did not reject Ingo taking him away. He had already made the decision to stand on his father's side. Although the choice was difficult, he could only let down his sister for his father's sake. He would apologize to his sister in the future. Stop right there, Jing Wei, you stupid girl! Zhao roared angrily. Boom! The strength of Huey's hand was greater. Jiang Lianshan's strength was greater as well. The father and daughter both charged ferociously. Where are you going? Ho-Yi quickly chased after them. However, Ho-Yi was not as familiar with the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea as Ingo. He could not fly here and could only run. After running a few times, he lost sight of Ingo and Jing Wei. Come out! Ho-E roared gloomily. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan and Hui were unable to determine the victor. The father and daughter looked at each other coldly. After charging for a while, Jiang Lianshan revealed a cold expression. Evil creature, if there is anything, wait until I return to the divine farmer city. This is not a place for you to stay. Leave immediately. Hui looked at Jiang Lianshan coldly, and did not say anything. Evil creature, humph. Jiang Lianshan snorted. Boom. Jiang Lianshan's palm slammed into the Hui, separating them in an instant. Jiang Lianshan took a step forward and rushed into the fire. This time, Hui did not chase after him. She quietly and coldly watched Jiang Lianshan disappear into the flames. Looking at Jiang Lianshan's disappearing figure, Hui's eyes were bloodshot. There was even a trace of moisture in the bloodshot eyes. Evil creature? Evil creature? A trace of mist flashed through Hui's eyes, and she revealed a trace of hatred. Because at this moment, Qi suddenly recalled his childhood. That year, Hui was only 3 years old. She rode on Jiang Lianshan's neck. Jiang Lianshan happily played with Hui and carried her in circles. Ride a big horse, oh oh! Ha ha, little Jiang Yi, my little baby, you are the best gift given to me by the heavens. Ride, ha 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 ha, is it fun? Fun, Dad, I want to go over there. Ha ha, wherever my baby wants to go, go. Dad, I peed in my pants. I hurt your neck. It's okay, haha, my daughter's pee is more precious than the spiritual spring dew. Ha 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 ha. The love of the past, the evil creature of today? What a good, evil creature. Jiang Lianshan, you have changed so much. I really wish you had died back then. Hui gritted her teeth. A trace of mist flashed in her eyes. No, he is not Jiang Lianshan. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. Who? Her face suddenly turned cold and she turned her head. She saw that Gu Hai Mahavairakana and a weak Shen Nongfu had unknowingly appeared behind her. Greetings, eldest princess, Shen Nongfu said weakly. Chapter 1155. Limitless Celestial Capital, 5 Elements Palace. Long Wanyu, Hutu, Gaochen, Chongqing, and Ziwei stared at Mao Tianyun. Little cat, you are too frustrated this time. It was not easy to ask you to do something, but you were controlled? If not for my master's ability, you would have been more of a hindrance. Gaochen said curiously while munching on sunflower seeds. Meow, how would I know? I still don't know. Mao Tianyun said gloomily. What did you encounter? How did you get confused and end up being taken advantage of by Xiahou Shou? Instead, you were controlled? Goddess Hutu asked curiously. I don't remember. When I went in, I looked around. I went through 8 trigrams formations. When I reached the 9th one, I couldn't remember. Mao Tianyun frowned. In other words, you had an accident in the 9th 8 trigrams formation. You escaped with great difficulty, but were caught by Xiahou Shou? You should remember what was in the 9th 8 trigrams formation, right? Chongqing asked while chewing on a drumstick. I don't remember. It was in there that made me confused. It was like a dream, but I can't remember what it was. Mao Tianyun frowned. This is 30's dream force field? Long Wanyu frowned. Dream force field. Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. That's right. No matter what you encountered in the dream force field, when you came out, it was like a dream. It was fragmented. Long Wanyu frowned. It seems so. I only remember a little fragment. It was like a dream. I can't remember it. Mao Tianyun recalled. Fragment? What is a fragment? Long Wanyu asked. I'm not too sure. I saw a cat that looked exactly like me. Everything was the same. Then we fought. After that, I can't remember. Mao Tianyun recalled. A cat that looked exactly like you? Goddess Hutu asked curiously. Do you remember the location of the dream force field? Long Wanyu asked. Yes, I remember. As long as there is a map. Mao Tianyun recalled. Let's go to brother-in-law's clone and tell brother-in-law as soon as possible. Long One Yu said. All right. Mao Tianyun nodded. In an 8 trigrams formation in the 8 trigrams formation. While Ingo and Jing Wei were waiting, Jiang Lianshan quickly arrived. Father, are you okay? Jing Wei asked worriedly. I'm fine. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. What about sister? Is sister all right now? Jing Wei was still worried. That evil's child's fine. If I hadn't given her everything, she wouldn't be where she is today. She actually dares to disobey me. Humph! Jiang Lianshan said angrily. It's good that sister is fine. Jing Wei smiled. All right, Jing Wei. This is the last 8 trigrams formation. You need to drip your blood and integrate it with the power of the vermilion bird god. Hurry! Jiang Lishan said. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The entire 8 trigrams formation suddenly moved. Then, in the center of the 8 trigrams formation, a flaming mountain rose from the ground. There was an altar at the top of the mountain. Do we need to drip blood again? Father, every time we drip blood I have a feeling of fear. Jing Wei said worriedly. Fear? Jiang Lishan frowned and looked at Jing Wei. Yes. These days we have dripped a total of 63 drops. I told you before, as long as the essence blood dripped onto the altar, I would suddenly feel a sense of danger approaching me. With every drop, the sense of danger would become stronger. Although I am in a sea of fire, I still have a feeling of fear. I am so scared. The Jing Wei said worriedly. With me around, what are you afraid of? Jiang Lishan said gently. That's right. With father around, what am I afraid of? Jing Wei nodded. Walking to the altar, Jing Wei forced out a drop of blood. Before he could drip it on the altar, Jing Wei suddenly trembled and revealed a look of fear. Jing Wei cried out in fear. What's wrong? Jiang Lishan asked. I saw a bird. I think I saw a bird. It was so scary. Its red feathers were all standing up. It was fierce to me as if it was going to pounce on me and eat me. Jing Wei said in fear. It's all an illusion. It's not like that. Ingo comforted. Jiang Lishan was excited. That's right. It seems like I was right. After 800,000 years of searching, I finally found it. Father, I am scared. Can you not drip blood? Jing Wei's forehead was sweating. Don't you want me to go out with you? Jing Wei, father needs you now. Only you can help me. Jiang Lishan comforted Jing Wei. Jing Wei's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After all, the illusion just now was too scary. A giant bird was going to tear him apart? That ferocious face was too scary. Hurry up! Jiang Lishan shouted impatiently. With a shout, Jing Wei looked at his father in shock. Father is shouting at me? Jiang Lishan also realized that he had lost his composure. After losing his composure, he was not going to pretend to be a loving father anymore. Jing Wei, hurry up and drip blood, Jiang Lishan said coldly. Father, you are not. You were not like that just now. Jing Wei looked at his father in shock. Jiang Lishan grabbed Jing Wei's right hand. The blood that was forced out of Jing Wei's hand trembled and was immediately shaken by Jiang Lishan into the altar. Roar! The moment the blood dripped onto the altar, Jing Wei saw the illusion again. No, it should be an illusion that he saw through the vermilion bird god. The giant red bird's sharp claws seemed like they were going to tear him apart as they slashed down. The elite guard screamed in fear. Rumble! After the altar received Jing Wei's blood, it immediately sank into the ground. Is it done? Ingo asked expectantly. Yes, it's all right. Jing Wei's vermilion bird god has sensed the supreme vermilion bird. There is only one step left. Only one step left. Jiang Lishan suddenly looked at Jing Wei. His eyes flashed with excitement and coldness. At this moment, Jing Wei was shocked by the illusion and broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly raised his head and saw Jiang Lishan's ferocious and terrifying eyes. Father, what happened to you? I am a little scared, Jing Wei said in fear. Don't be scared. Everything will be fine soon. Let's go. I will bring you to the dream realm, Jiang Lishan said coldly. At this moment, he no longer had the gentleness of a loving father. Instead, he looked at Jing Wei coldly as if he was looking at a dead thing. Father, don't look at me like that. Father. Jing Wei looked at Jiang Lishan in fear. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense. Ingo reached out and grabbed Jing Wei. Don't touch me. Jing Wei wanted to push him away. However, Ingo's strength was much stronger than Jing Wei's. Jing Wei could not move at all. Father, save me, Jing Wei said in fear. Jiang Lishan did not care. He stepped forward and shot forward. Ingo grabbed Jing Wei and followed closely behind. Being held by Ingo, Jing Wei suddenly felt his father's coldness towards him. In an instant, Jing Wei thought of his sister. Previously, sister tried her best to save me, but Although he did not know what happened to his father, Jing Wei already regretted. He regretted his previous decision and his willfulness. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Hou chased after Jing Wei and Ingo for a while. However, because he was not familiar with the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, he lost them and could only retreat. However, when he returned to the previous battlefield, he found Gu Hai and the rest in front of Zhao. His Holiness, I am useless. I lost him. Hou came forward to apologize. Zhao did not care about Hou. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and the rest, especially Shen Nongqiu. Greetings to the eldest princess, Shen Nongqiu said weakly. Greetings to the eldest princess? Zhao and Hou raised their eyebrows. In their memories, they did not know this old man. Eldest princess, have you forgotten? When the eldest princess first went incognito, it was this old man who helped the eldest princess hide from His Holiness. Shen Nongqiu said bitterly. Shen Nongqiu? Zhao suddenly stared. Shen Nongqiu nodded. This old man is now a piece of rotten wood. That is why you can't recognize my original appearance. Cough cough. Shen Nongqiu? You are His Holiness's Shen Nongqiu? Hou also recognized him and was surprised. Zhao's eyes were uncertain. Suddenly, Zhao thought of Gu Hai's words and squinted his eyes at Gu Hai. You just said that the person just now was not Jiang Lianshan? We just found out. Previously, we heard a huge commotion here, so we came over. Unfortunately, we were one step too late and he escaped. Gu Hai nodded. You said that he was not Jiang Lianshan? Are you sure? Zhao asked again. Let Shen Nongqiu say it. Gu Hai nodded. This matter would be more convincing if Shen Nongqiu said it. Zhao looked at Shen Nongqiu. Shen Nongqiu nodded and sighed slightly. His Holiness died 800,000 years ago. That was not His Holiness, that was... Shen Nongqiu told them about Jiang Lianshan and the fire god. No wonder, he even knows the old man's most secret. So he is just the fire god, pretending to be the old man. Zhao's face turned cold. Hou Yi's eyes widened. So the Jiang Lianshan just now was a fake? Hou Yi immediately felt a lingering fear. He was almost fooled by him. Yes, eldest princess, don't blame His Holiness. I have experienced an 800,000-year reincarnation cycle, so I know everything that happened back then. In addition, Gu Hai just said that you all resented His Holiness. In fact, it was all His Holiness' fault. It was all because of this His Holiness's fire god. He tricked His Holiness, and His Holiness benefited greatly from him back then. His Holiness could not forget you all and wanted you, Qi Yu, and Nuwa to benefit greatly as well. That was why he devised those methods. If you were not lucky, you would not be here now. His Holiness is innocent. He did not know that you would suffer that kind of torment, did not know that you were in danger of dying. His Holiness's fire god swore that everything would be safe, so His Holiness did what he did. His Holiness was also tricked. He was tricked by himself. He was His Holiness's fire god, so he knew His Holiness the best. That was why he was able to trick His Holiness. Eldest Princess, don't blame His Holiness. Cough, cough, cough. Shenong Chu said bitterly. Qi's expression immediately changed. So the one he resented all these years was not Jiang Lianshan. His father was still the father who loved him, but he was tricked by this fire god. He was his father's fire god, and he had grasped his father's weakness to trick him. He had almost killed him. Was it all because of him? Qi's eyes flashed with towering rage. At the same time, he felt gratified. His father was still the same father, and all the bad things were done by this fire god. Suddenly, Qi's expression changed. You said the Vermilion Bird Supreme was sealed, and he prepared for 800,000 years for the Vermilion Bird God. Using the Vermilion Bird God to find the seal and open it? Is he going to use that sacrificial method? Qi's pupils constricted. I think so too, Shenong Chu said bitterly. Not good, we have to find Jing Wei as soon as possible. Jing Wei is in danger. Qi's expression darkened. But how are we going to find His Holiness in the vast eastern spiritual fire sea? Hoi said bitterly. Qi's and Shenong Chu's expressions also darkened. I might know where they are going. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. That was because Mao Tianyun had pointed out a location on the map where the skeleton doppelganger was. Although Mao Tianyun had suffered a great loss when he entered, he had helped Gu Hai find a very important place. It was the Dream Realm force field. Oh! Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Follow me. I know a place. Quick! Gu Hai immediately started walking in a direction. Everyone followed him with a trace of hesitation.